Futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning as we await more potential headlines coming through as far as overall debt ceiling talks in Washington set to continue this morning after they went late into the night last night. Speaker McCarthy coming out after the close yesterday saying that they still are quite far apart, but headed in the right direction. And they both provided indications that there is a deal to be had, and they are, as I said, heading in the right direction. So the market in a bit of a wait-and-see pattern, it would appear, ahead of the June 1st deadline. Remember, that's the day when the U.S. government could potentially default on its debt. About 0.25% right now for both the S&P and NASDAQ, back to the downside. Ton of things to talk about. Lowe's out with their earnings. Not good, unfortunately. The forecast a problem. Similar to Home Depot. We'll talk about that. LOW downside. Zoom moving around here this morning. Palantir showing a whole bunch of strength as well. Kathy Wood back in there yesterday buying up another $4 million worth of Palantir stock across multiple ETFs as well, not just the main fund for ARK. Should be an interesting day. It's Tuesday, May 23rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Just saying Canadian year-over-year PPI coming out there, negative 3.5% versus 1.8 downside the prior reading. So a bit of a negative miss there for that number. 0.21 for the S&P, 0.22 there for the Dow, the NASDAQ, as I said, about 0.25%. A little more positivity, bottom end of the board there with crypto. Back to the upside so far this morning. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we're supposed to get Fed's Logan coming through as far as Fed speakers today. Just seeing Kashkari was making some comments a little bit earlier as well. So a number of things to note. This one here, though, the S&P Services and Manufacturing PMI coming through at 945. So just after the open, one of those ones that kind of creeps up on you as the market gets going. Sharif, back as always, going to be interesting here. Market, as I said, kind of a wait-and-see approach once again.
Yeah, I'm waiting for PCE on Friday. That's the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, and interest rates are now back on the table. We were talking about rate cuts in the back of the year. You have Kashkari coming on CNBC Squawk Box yesterday and saying the market is incorrect and it's going to be data dependent. So we're back into a holding pattern here. So we'll see what brings the rest of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned interest rates. If we do, for whatever reason, the two sides don't come up with a deal and we do get a default, everyone kind of pointing to the fact that it's going to lead to much higher, and I've heard that term multiple times now, much higher interest rates. So here's the 2-year this morning back to 4.4, straight to the upside here over the past few days. This is a daily chart. So yields on the way back higher once again. This is the 10-year as well. If I zoom out a little bit, you can see same story, kind of grinding back to, this is an hourly chart. I'll zoom out so you can see. Same story, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days in a row here, straight higher for the 10-year and the 2-year, guys. So interest rates, all of a sudden, a bit of a concern once again.
Morning, everybody. Glad to be back here with Max. How's it going?
Excellent, excellent.
Oh, mic is muted. There it is. Glad to be back with you, Max, here. They have to mute my mic to keep, no, that was me. I had the mic on mute there. Welcome, everybody, to what's going to be another big day here on a Tuesday. Interesting about the rates. Yeah, they continue to climb as the NASDAQ still holding out pretty high up here at 13,850. We saw that 13,950 yesterday. Came into play a couple times, and we'll look to see, again, what's going on here today with Apple starting to go to the downside. We're looking at Apple here. We're looking at Palantir, as you just brought that up, Brendan. What a great day yesterday for them, and looks like it wants to hold 12 again. Let's see if we can hover around that spot right here with the buy side on Palantir. We bought some Pfizer yesterday in our long-term account as well. We're ready to rock and roll. The sticky notes out there. Pac West, wow. What a great move for those guys. As you can see, they've Monster move back up to, well, now it's fading out a little bit here. Back up to $8, now down to $7. We're almost back to that $9 mark that we've talked about over and over again, and right into here. This little support comes resistance. Let's see what happens now at 9 written on there. What a good day for Pac West shareholders. Anybody that took a shot at that 450 mark that we talked about over and over again almost gets a double right here. So that's amazing, man. Yeah, it's good. And Pac W, says JJJ there in the chat. And yeah, what a great day that's been for them. And let's see if it can hold some of these highs as fixed income today might be all the rage. Talked about those rates going to the upside. I'm not putting any of my money into fixed assets, but fixed income, but maybe we should. That's decent. If you can get 3-4%, stick your money in there for a little while you let this debt ceiling figure itself out. I wonder if that's going to be the play. But in order for that to happen, people need to liquidate some of their equity positions, get into cash. So maybe we see a little bit of a dip here today. NASDAQ down 0.27. And what is the ES down 0.23 here as there's the NASDAQ and here's the ES. What's on your mind, Max?
Just looking at some levels on these large caps. Looks like they're going to put in some dips for us. So maybe catch some Meta, Tesla, something strong on the dip. Patience, wait and see. There's probably going to be some headlines that come out today about this debt ceiling talk. So the market could be a little whippy, a little choppy. We'll just wait and see. Got my eye on AI again, of course. Always talking about that name.
You love
these
that
days.
stock.
Love AI, love the short interest. I think we got some room to go on this one. Breaking out a little today, too.
All right, good. Yeah, let's go. What is AI? What is AI at? I haven't even looked at that yet today.
28.50 now pre-market.
28.50.
So,
That $20 bottom is
yesterday.
pretty sweet. There on AI.
Yeah, that $20 bottom. What a level there.
That reminds me sort of the loop up with Tesla 175. Comes down, breaks it, holds down lower, then breaks higher. That's the trade. That's been the key there. But yeah, a lot of Cathie Wood names going crazy yesterday, man. We saw that up huge yesterday. Palantir up, AI up. They're all going to start to run a little bit. We'll have to watch some DraftKings. Apple is now worth more than the FTSE 100. Is that normal? Has that happened before? If it hasn't happened before, then I'd say no, it's not normal. But Apple near all-time highs. People, like we just said, they want to hide their money somewhere. So hiding in a strong name like Apple, where you get sort of the best of both worlds. There's a small dividend there. They're such a huge company that if you don't want to pull your money out of the equity side of things, Apple's not a horrible space to be in that way. If the market does rally from this spot, you are gaining some exposure to the equity market, and then at the same time, Apple's sort of been the benchmark here, holding higher and almost back to all-time highs, to be honest with you. So I don't mind Apple's position where it's at right now, but you are paying more for $1 of Apple earnings than you ever have. So be very, very careful with that. I've been selling some, but I'm definitely not selling Apple. I'm a little nervous about NVIDIA coming through in the next couple of days just because of how high that's up, but all right, that's a little bit of talk now. It's 8:38. We've done a pretty good job here to start the morning. Thank you, Max, for being in one more time. Arun's sitting over there chilling out. And we've got Sharif over with Brendan at the big desk.
Yeah, going to be interesting here. I was just noticing this was an intraday chart yesterday for the S&P. So, yeah, not much to do as far as the overall market was concerned. Pretty flat when all was said and done, 0.02. Was positive on the day, but really not much movement overall. Everyone focusing on, as we said, these talks that are set to continue this morning as far as Speaker McCarthy and President Biden go. 31.4 trillion debt ceiling needs to be raised before June 1st. 31.4 trillion. Say that number a few times. Anyways, as you mentioned, coming up later in the week, we get the Commerce Department's PCE reading. That's due at Friday. Ahead of that, though, Microsoft and Meta among the rest of big tech going to be on watch here as we saw interest rates back to the upside. I think a lot of this, we were just talking off camera there a little bit, I think a lot of this has to do with June 1st right around the corner and what happens if the worst happens, and obviously rates are going to be affected to the upside here. So maybe if we do get a deal, if and when we do get a deal, we see this reverse pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you and I started this conversation based upon the fact that the Fed rate tool had been showing the July likelihood for a 25 bips increase is actually higher than the June, 35.5 for July. Well, when you click in June, it's down to 21.2. So the market, not fully pricing out, Brendo, the possibility of a rate hike.
Just seeing the 30-year as well. Back to recent highs as well. So right across the board, the 2-year, the 10-year, 30-year, all basically at highs so far today. Down here, lows, as we mentioned, on watch as well, coming off that Home Depot report that was just a mess. The forecast here, they cut their annual forecast for comparable store sales. I was actually expecting this to be a little bit worse, but here's 1.5%. We're just kind of stuck in this range so far for LOW this morning.
I was telling Max, this is normally where I rely on Neil because he can just bullshit his way through some of this stuff. Like, we never traded Target, we didn't trade Walmart, we didn't trade Home Depot. And guess what, Max?
Not going to trade Lowe's?
Correct. Target rate probabilities here for June 14th. Look at this. This is what we were just talking about right there. Put the mic up higher. Put the market up higher. There it is. 78.8 right now versus 21.2, right, for June. So we're going to look at that coming through. So that's going to be very, very interesting. July's as well. Okay, so there's a little bit. Who's yelling to me? Sharif? What's up, Sharif? Keep quiet over there at the desk, all right? You just start reviewing Tesla and all that kind of funky stuff over there. Okay, so yeah, so 21% of a quarter point. So that's pretty interesting. We'll see where that goes. But I'm just kind of playing around about lows here. Down 2% now, sorry. Just bouncing back. Look at the spread. This is kind of what I'm talking about. It's $200 stock. I didn't really review the numbers, so it's going to be hard to talk about it. But I've already seen a dramatic move down in both Target, Home Depot, and Walmart, all been bought back up during that same day. So I think that you could see something here in Lowe's. And again, it's just like, it's not exciting to me. If you want to trade a Home Depot or something off this number, maybe fine. But I mean, where are we even going on this name? You're down here to 199. You're not going to break the low of 190 today, I don't think. And I don't think you're going to get back up here to 210. So I can see it sort of just trading in the middle. Not too much excitement here at all on the imbalance locator. There's actually nothing there whatsoever. I think Home Depot's quarter was actually pretty good. They did get hit a little bit. We can get rid of that here. Go over to the 20-minute chart. You could see this was the move down on earnings, bought back up, gapped up again on Walmart, I believe, and now just hovering around 289. This was a gift, obviously, to have bought Home Depot down here at 270, 275. But there's the gap down, and then look what it did all day. Just started to make that move back to the upside. So I don't know if Home Depot and Lowe's are going to trade equally today or not, but I prefer Home Depot. I always have to this name, so we can wait to see what happens here with Lowe's. But just to give you a quick look at the name, 20 price to earnings. So let's see what Home Depot's is. I think Home Depot's probably a little bit higher than that. No, 17. So, okay. So, yeah, I would prefer that. And we don't have a huge short float in Lowe's either, 1.43%. So, for me, I think it's pretty accurate to say that I will not be trading this name. But if you own it, I don't think it's a huge move down. And, probably safe from here on out. But I didn't read the quarter. So, there goes that.
Yeah, I mean, like 4 days ago, we were down at this 194 level. Now we're still trading right around 200. So I don't think there's a trade here unless we get down to like 194, 193. And then is it just too weak to even go long? So yeah, I don't think I'll be trading lows today. I don't like the spready names. You get pretty offside pretty quick on these ones. So yeah, probably stick to the large cap tech instead of the large cap retailers for me today.
All right, let's talk some retail, other retail. We, as I mentioned, there's a whole bunch of earnings this week as far as this group is concerned. BJ Wholesale out with a downbeat Q1 revenue forecast as well, or estimate that was hurt by consumers pulling back as far as inflation is concerned. So not good for BJ this morning. Dick's Sporting Goods, another one downside off of their forecast. So this entire group has been in that direction the entire Randy's laughing at Ride. Yeah, Lordstown with a reverse stock split announced this morning. They're going to go 1 to 15. So here's Ride so far today, down 13%.
Yeah, I took Ride off my EV's watch list, guys. I had to do some house cleaning, so it got removed. But yeah, Lordstown was a big mover 2020, 2021. The one I want to keep my eye on is DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods. It's been a decent chart. It hasn't been, market moving like Meta or NVIDIA, but this has basically outperformed the S&P. Look at these June lows here at 67, and now we're flirting with 130. We got up all the way into the 150 area. So it's outperformed, I would say, the S&P and the overall market, especially starting in mid-2022. So keep your eye on this one.
Just a note or an alert here, I should say, on AMD went green on the morning. That was brief. Right back down. So 108, bit of a pivot, was a bit of a pivot throughout the session yesterday. I mean, overall, the NASDAQ kind of rolling over here as well. But these held up better than most yesterday. We'll talk about NVIDIA up on another upgrade and another positive note pointing to AI. But tight range throughout the midday and afternoon for AMD. We're holding within that right now.
I would be very, very careful with NVIDIA. I really like the stock. I'm just nervous about how far it's run up into the quarter that's coming on Thursday. I little bit nervous about NVIDIA, so I'm not really going to trade that name until we get that report. I mean, I'd rather stick with something that's already reported. We sort of know the story, although AMD's been a very, very funny one to me because we had a huge move up back in here when we talked about, I mean, it was coming to the downside. It was 90, 100. They're up here to 90. Their quarter, nobody liked their quarter. Came all the way back down into $80 and all of a sudden got ignited with a story that was kind of refuted by Microsoft and talking about how they were trying to invest a little bit into AMD. That's apparently wasn't true. I have to actually go back to that story, but we had covered it on the show here. It's since it broke 100, it's kind of, we broke 90, never looked back, broke 100, and now you're kind of struggling up here. But to say it's struggling, I mean, you're still at these highs. Like, that's 109 right there to the top, and you're at 108. So this has been a little bit puzzling to me. It's been one of my top stocks over the last couple of days. We'll look to do the same thing, and I'm negative on the... I'm just going to I'm turning both these guys into the bear because I just think that it's going to be a bearish kind of day. Even if we do get more talk about this debt ceiling, I don't think settling it is doing anything, to be honest with you. I think it's been a nice move up in the NASDAQ, and I think it's about time the bears take a little bit of control of this market. So I think that AMD here, 108, 108.50 is probably a short again. But what I want to do is not guess about what to do. I want the stock to tell us what it's going to do. So I'd like to see it hover around here, make a base of 108.50. And if the NASDAQ wants to climb again today, then we'll be sitting there waiting for it to sort of peak out and give us the short. The NASDAQ, although it's been a monster move up, you found little pockets of strength or weakness to short it. This 13.8 ripped up to 13.825, back down. Came up to 13,950. This was a monstrous day back on the 18th. Made that top. Since then, faded out. Blasted up again, hit that exact top, back down, hit that top yesterday, back down, and now today we're settling at 13.85, right? So I feel like the next test is this 13.8, and if you don't hold this 13.8, then it's downside pressure from there, man, possibly going back down to this 13.6, and then I would say watch out below if NVIDIA screws up. We could be at 13.3, 13.2 before Thursday, or, well, their report is the 24th, so that's tomorrow night, so Thursday morning. So let's just wait to see. For me, I'm a short on AMD. If we get up there, I'd just rather go short than go long. We'll address the long when it gets down there. I mean, if we can get down to this 104, 105 area, then I'm down with that. And then Intel up here at $30. Shout out to Neil. Don't eat too many pastries over there. But we've been absolutely crushing Intel on the short side and the long side. I really like this stock when it hits key levels. And maybe that 30.50 today comes into play one more time. Hit there yesterday afternoon. Faded back out, touched 30.20, and now we're at 30.20 right now. So let's wait to see what happens here with Intel. Nice move off 28. That seems to be a good bottom. I feel like it's a buy down there. I first bought Intel first time in my whole life at like 26, 27. I'd like to do that opportunity again. I think we saw, I was going to say we saw Micron yesterday. Was my biggest trade of the day, actually. And now all of a sudden, I trade this like crazy, and I didn't even look at it yesterday or today. Micron up here, 66, 67. We remember fading that yesterday. I still think that's a great trade coming through today as their chips, some of their chips are banned there in China. So a couple levers to pull for the U.S., but doesn't seem good for Micron. I'm negative today. So sorry to tell everybody that. I don't know what your opinion is there, Max, but that's what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to short a lot of these names.
I'm thinking short the pop kind of day, and we probably end up pretty much flat from where we are right now. So what I'm looking for, I actually like the idea of NVIDIA getting back to this 315 level that we saw yesterday. We saw this the day before, and then it kind of chopped around here previously. So if we get to 315, I'd love to short NVIDIA. And also that 307.50 from yesterday that appeared. Hard to see it on this chart, but 307.50 traded really nicely yesterday for the long. So if we do end up getting all the way down there, I'd like to bounce there. I don't think they were making a big move on the market today unless a debt deal gets announced, at which point I'd be taking like a breakout on Tesla or something, not on these chips. NVIDIA, as you say, probably priced to perfection on this earnings report, and you got to imagine that some sellers come in. That DIX, I had a look at the daily chart on that one. So low's kind of at a weird level on the daily chart. DIX coming into a decent support zone and then bouncing off of it. So if you wanted to like jump on a ride on DIX today, maybe you get this one back into 140. That was for you, Sharif. That was for you.
You're filling in for Neil swimmingly. I must admit that that's one of Neil's favorite names, to be honest with you. I'm tying up I got the Air Force Ones on today, so I gotta tie them. I gotta Velcro them up right now. Okay, back to you guys.
Rely on Neil for these things, but he's on vacay. I saw this one pop up early on this morning. Uber, not a lot of volume here, but this is pretty impressive as far as the daily chart is concerned. Almost 2%. Had a nice day yesterday, got above 40 briefly there. We came all the way back in, but this was about 8 o'clock this morning. Waymo and Uber teaming up on some autonomous driving technology. So a strategic partnership for autonomous driving between Waymo and Uber.
This is huge for them. I mean, this is what the ride-sharing industry has been waiting for. This is what Elon Musk has been promising with respect to monetizing self-driving. You and I talk a lot about Uber and its profitability woes. This could be a big leap for them, but it's just in development.
1.8 here, guys. Pretty impressive since earnings, in fact, on the daily chart here for Uber.
We absolutely destroyed Uber yesterday on a short. I mean, it was one of the best trades, in my opinion, of the day there yesterday for me. And, we had this rate here at $40. And this is what happened all day. So we actually had the short there in Uber yesterday and covered it right at the end of the day. So, and I said even yesterday when we were shorting this name is that I really thought Uber was performing really well. And those of you that made a lot of money, on that call for Uber off that long 30, we called this move right here. So we talked about it coming out to earnings. This was right before earnings. I said, I think Uber is going to beat right now. We've seen the travel business starting to pick up again. And there it is, man. Uber beats it easily. And now you're from 30 all the way to 40 and pretty quickly, too, in about 3 weeks. Just nice move to the upside right now. You do have a beautiful bottom here of 37. I mean, that's a long if you're not in it. I'm in Uber already, and I don't plan on selling it at all. And I was looking at this actually the other day, saying that if we break 37, we get out of some of this. I'm in at like 31 and change. So I feel like down here, 37, 38, something like that would be getting me out of that position. But if you're just going to talk about what we're expecting today, it's a nice move up, and then there it is right back into this $40 level. Not a short on news, not when you're up 1.8% against a negative market. No, thank you. If anything, it's a long. Would love for this name to come back into this 38, 30, 39, 39.80 area down here. I don't think that's going to happen, and if it does, I'd be surprised today if Uber does fall down that aggressively, but hey, wouldn't be the first time. I'm waiting for something like this to happen again, where, I mean, yesterday Uber opened up down here, right, 39, ripped all the way to 40.5, so that's $1.50 within the first hour, and then baseline, and then comes in, hits 40 right there, bounces again. This is the short opportunity right there. So I'm hoping for something similar to happen. Come in again, right? Let the market sort of take it up to this 40-50 area. Let it bounce around. Do something like this. And if I have to short, realistically, if I saw this was the short yesterday, 40-30, right there. But we missed it. We didn't take it till about 11:30. But if you saw this, you make a high, then you get an opportunity to short against that right there. That's 20, 30 cents worth of risk. And of course, we don't have that crystal ball, but that 20 cents worth of risk gives you $1 at the end of the day. So I'm still into Uber here on my long-term portfolio, and I'd be looking to fade any pops, but it has to show us a top here, Max.
Yeah, kind of giving us like a nice top right now in the pre-market right off that 40. Do I think it's a short off of 40? Maybe not, but maybe 40 is the inflection point today and you get that like run above and you can short back below, back down into like the 39.50 kind of area where it seems to want to hang out for whatever reason. I've never really traded Uber all that much. It kind of moves a little slow for me, kind of a grinder, so you got to get a good position and then wait, like Palantir or something like that. But yeah, I think if we get into those levels and kind of reject that 40, that would be a good fade back into the downside. Never been super bullish on Uber myself. But yeah, we'll see what happens today.
All right, a few analyst notes for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades coming through here. Nothing terribly exciting on this list, but CVX might be worth a watch here. We had a bit of a bounce yesterday for oil in general. Energy stocks were a little bit relatively strong late in the day specifically, so we'll keep an eye on that. But nothing terribly exciting as far as upgrades and downgrades so far. There was a positive note on NVIDIA as well, as we said. We'll get into that in a few minutes, guys.
You put that up again? I had no idea what was going on there.
Pretty much just CVX.
Chevron. Oh, I saw Chevron this morning. Yeah, so that was a good one there. So we talked about that yesterday. We got a super chat from Lily, I think it was, talking about XOM yesterday. So yeah, CVX. I mean, I think with their monster buyback that they have in there with oil, I mean, you know, whether or not it settles down here heading into the summer. Oil, and we saw nat gas down yesterday as well. But this is Chevron stock, and I feel like in the way that this is performing right now, we talked about this yesterday with XOM down at what, 110, 108. Chevron has to be a buy here, doesn't it? I mean, down to 150, 154. I mean, I feel like they do have a little bit of a moat around them. You can't just get into this business. You know, again, it depends on what you think about the oil space right now. I like XLE, and I'm not an investor in Chevron. I might own some shares from a long time ago, same as XOM, but I've really been trying to dig into more of these ETFs just to get an exposure on the whole industry rather than company specific. XOM has a buyback, Chevron has a buyback, and they're 20 to 25% of this as it is. You get Pioneer, you get a few different names as well, Devon Energy and whatnot in XLE. So I like the exposure and the diversification here. So for me, yeah, I think oil is a buy. You know, I don't think we're very far away from this getting back to 100. Not this name specifically, but oil making a move back. I don't know about $100, but definitely making a move back there for crude oil. So CL $F on the continuous contract here for E-signal, and this is what I'm talking about. You're getting a nice base now in the oil. I mean, whether or not we think this is going down, there's the low of 63.60 made right there. We are bouncing off some of these levels of $70. So let's see if we can retrace back to the 50 period, which is 75, and then 200 period, which is $80. Once you get to 80, then I think you can climb into the 90s again, and it's going to look real cheap. Chevron's going to look cheap at these prices, so I think you want to nibble in a little bit. There's a dividend there, plus there's the buyback. I think it's a little safe, and you get an upgrade today, so I like Chevron.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad around these $150 levels. I mean, you really want like that big move in oil to day trade it per se. I don't think this is going to be a good day trade today. What have we done on volume? Basically nothing. So, yeah, I mean, you know, swing trading, whatever. You're at the bottom of the range. Why not buy it up down here? But definitely not a day trade today for me.
Talking about this little small cap that's flying around here, CWBR, which is Cobar Incorporated, a little biotech company. They're going to merge with this Morphogenesis. Okay, sounds like a superhero, but 175% for CWBR, about 2.5 million shares on the float for this one. Just took out day highs there on a huge monster volume spike.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Come to the chart for a sec if you're able to. It's supposed to be something for late stage oncology. But I was telling Brendo, I'm like, you know, these small cappers, they look fantastic in the pre-market. Less bamboozlement, whether you're looking at it from the 1 minute, which is this is a 1 minute, or the 5 minute. Several 10-minute pullbacks here you could gotten into. Looks like a great stock to trade in the pre-market.
All right, we'll bring Arun in here and get a check of the overall market whenever you guys are ready. Just let me know. 0.5% for the NASDAQ right now, basically at day lows. We are still positive. overall for crude oil, specifically having a nice day, 1.4%, 2 days in a row back to the upside for energy stocks. So we saw that CVX there. We'll keep an eye on the rest of the group. As mentioned, let's get a check of the futures here. Back to session lows here. Arun, what are you looking at?
Well, we're just going to continue yesterday's range, essentially. It seems like 25 is going to be up top, 42.25-ish is going to be roughly the top end. And the bottom end, I'm going to use 41.80. I'm going to move the levels around a little bit, but 41.80 is going to be in play on the bottom side. So essentially what you're going to do, or what I'm going to look for now, is going to be range trading through the bottom, range trading through the top. If we get that breakout through that bottom end, we might look for an extension. It is a little messy because below that you do have 41.60. Yesterday I was using a little different in terms of levels, but today I think we can work with 80 and then 60 as well down below. This market is obviously trending to the downside. It is down 0.3 right now, going into a support base. Let's just see if they're going to catch a bid or not. But essentially, until we get that breakout, the easier one, of course, is going to be the breakout through the top. That'll be an easy one to break out and go long on. The short side break, a little bit messier. We'll see how this one plays through, but 41.80 and 42.25 on the range tops and bottoms.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that, guys. Use the QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can enter your email address, get that for free. Every single morning comes right to your inbox, has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Let's start with NVIDIA ahead of earnings. I mean, chips in general have been pretty impressive so far this week. Specifically, here's the note from Stifel today. Positive note pointing to more AI strength coming through for Stifel. So a price target increase upgrade. Yeah, I mean, this thing's already 113% so far this year.
Yeah, it and Meta have been absolute rockets, but I just can't wait to see what new revenue streams bring. We heard a lot about them renting out their GPUs to companies that want to build their AI models using their hardware. There's so many new revenue streams. We saw them developing something yesterday with Rolls-Royce with respect to quantum computing. So many new revenue streams. I want to see what they report.
Yeah, red to green early on yesterday and then some. We got up to Friday's high before it ended up failing, and then it was kind of throwing the towel for the day as far as all the chips are concerned. Setting up similarly here, we are already positive though, guys, for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I just want everyone to understand that just what Brandon said there yesterday, we had that vote and NVIDIA was red at the end of the day yesterday. So despite everything and all the talk yesterday about NVIDIA and everything that's going on, it still turned into the red side of things, right? So 13, 15 here, a high. I agree with Sharif 100%. I mean, I'd love to see where their new revenue streams are going to come from. I just almost think it's priced to perfection. I mean, you're up 100 and something percent here on the year, 120% or something since January, which is an absolute beast. But with good reason, man. Everyone's talking AI, and they're the biggest guys around, and they're going to lead the pack. And yeah, there's going to be more talk. There's going to be talk about them inclusion with, we talked about this when Meta was talking about it, Apple, Microsoft, Google was talking about partnerships with companies like Adobe and you know, different names like that that can come through. Even McDonald's and Wendy's with the all AI cashiers and restaurants and endless possibilities, right? Service centers turning into all automated. So, I mean, you're going to have to get run on something, and there's going to need to be some chips, and that's just what it is. The GPUs, the high performance capabilities of NVIDIA is going to continue, and they're not that they're the only name in the game here, but I feel like they're getting a premium based on all that stuff. So let's wait to see if they deliver, and if they do, then I can see this name absolutely taking out all-time highs, which is $340. You're not even that far away from there. $320 right now. I mean, I'm so surprised at the move, just as surprised as everybody else. Like the fact that we have in our account, you know, buys down here is ridiculous. I mean, this has been an absolute monster to the upside. This reminds me again of levels just breaking out. It's that Uber breaking through 30. It's a Tesla through 170 or 175. This broke 280 and just ripped up. We saw Netflix have a very, very similar reaction to some key levels as well. Meta taking out, like, it's just, they're just going, and you don't get very many red days. So yesterday was a red day. I'm not sure why it chose green, but you're going to get some problems up here, I think, at 315. So let's wait to see if that happens. Yesterday, here's the move Brendan's talking about. We opened the day 311 or so, all the way down, Max, to 307. And then check this. That's $9 back up to 315.50. And then it sort of hung out until we had this move down. Now, we were on AMD, but if you're going to short something, I think NVIDIA is going to give you the best return as far as like taking shares. And here on the prop side, I don't care if the stock is $315 or $100. We take the same amount of shares, not all the time, but we have the ability to do that. So I like a 315 short if we do rip up here in the beginning of the day because of some of this news here on NVIDIA. Remember, market red, NVIDIA positive. Let's see if it bases out up here. Then we'll wait and we'll get there like a sniper and hit some shorts.
Yeah, love the short idea on NVIDIA. Love the short idea on AMD. AMD, interestingly, is not at the same spot on the daily chart as NVIDIA. Obviously, not as much of a AI leader, but there's some levels to go on AMD. So if these chips do unexpectedly rally, maybe that's the one to go long on. You got these 111 kind of tops over here that AMD could still get to. And I mean, all-time high is what, $175 on this one. So we're halfway there on AMD and almost there on NVIDIA, 340 all-time high. So I don't know. I think that the chips are a short today, especially with the market weak, but we'll see what happens. I will be looking for that 315, hopefully on NVIDIA to short.
Just having a look at AVGO, speaking of Broadcom, back through $700 here on a spike to the upside. On this note, multi-billion-dollar deal with Apple for components made in the U.S. Cool. Apple didn't really move on that, but AVGO, huge move, obviously. $700 stock, so not a lot of liquidity, but nice look for Broadcom to start things off. Yeah. Exactly. There was this as well. PERI downside right now. Spruce Point with a short note on this. So they're short Perion. 31 was the level yesterday, but down 5.5% there on PERI, if anyone's keeping score on that one. Let's talk about Palantir here. PLTR back upside here pre-market. There's a couple of notes. There was a new deal, minor deal with an AI company, so more AI headlines as far as Palantir, as we heard in their earnings report as well. Kathy Wood in there as well yesterday, buying up another $4 million worth of PLTR.
Yeah, and this is something that we heard them talk about in their last earnings call, the fact that they had grown their commercial sector 20% year over year. They're taking advantage of that with this new product management software, AI-enabled product management software tool that they have employed. But let's have a look at the chart, because this is what Michael Noss was showing us with respect to anchored VWAP. His position was you wait for a big earnings day or news item to come out, and you anchor the VWAP from there. So if you had, what I saw on his chart was it was holding at 9, and it retraced right back into that 9, and then look, move it's made, Brendo, up to 12.25 now. So a hell of a play on Palantir.
Yeah, pretty impressive right across the board. Here's the note, C&A. It's an AI firm, apparently. There we go. There we go. C&A teaming up with Palantir on this AI note this morning, guys.
The Foundry does have the possibility to get into different. Hey, what's up, guys? There it is. Yeah, so there's the story right there. PR Newswire coming through. It just proves that Palantir does have the ability to get into different businesses. We've talked about their contracts with the government, talking about immigration, talking about everything, defense. It goes on. And this is the first time I've heard of a retail industry looking at it for supply chain. Shipping, inventory concerns. I think Palantir is a great name. We've talked about this for a long time. They're one of the originators there using AI, data storage, compiling data, computation, everything. So it's in the pocket, it's in the right space. And I mean, the daily chart tells you everything you need to know about Palantir. I have longer from time, but we were buying in here between 7 and 850. We've been buying down into this area. It's a good bottom down there at 6. Wish we had got some into there, but we really were buying once we bumped into this $7 area. So just again, the smiley face, then the break. So we bought back into here, which has been a good take. We did have a nice little bounce off there from earnings, and then unlike past earnings, boom, here's earnings, boom, here's earnings. Boom, stop, Now the move back up. So it looks like we're going to get a nice little move back up to the upside here, dancing around $12. I said, let's look. So when you're looking like this, you don't really see too many support areas, except for if you go back to about 1150 right there. But when you put it onto a daily chart, or sorry, a minute chart, or even a 5-minute range, let's just go from yesterday. I really like this 1180. So, you know, we dipped around here 1175. I was bidding 1180, then I canceled it because when we came in and wrote down the sticky note, it was up here north of 12. I was like, can it hold 12? Can it hold 12? Well, it didn't hold 12, and now we fell back into this 1180 area. Kathy Wood yesterday buying 4 million to add to her 1.5 million that she bought last week at least. That's what we reported, probably more. So I still think it's a buy down here, but we're below VWAP. I do have a small bid at 1180, so I will get to fill, and then I'm not going to panic and get out if this thing comes back down into the downside here. I feel like it is going to come back into 1150, 1160, something like that. I could see that happening, especially with the market coming back down. I've already turned these bulls into bears here, so that's what paused me on concern here for 1180. I'm actually going to lower my default one more time. Get a fill here around 1180. If it's right, we'll hold it till day high break, 12:15, and we'll be happy with that because it won't be a max position. Shout out to Max over here. But you know, I'll put on a maximum share position somewhere around here, 1140, 1130, if we get that opportunity. It's better to miss out on a trade than to buy it too early and then take a huge hit once it comes back in, because imagine I'm long, whatever, a couple thousand shares or something like that at 1180. When it breaks 1140, I have a decision to make. And then do I hold it for 1130? Then what if we don't hold this 11 area? You know, the next thing you know, you're losing your whole week or whatever on one idea. So let's stay strong on Palantir, but let's not really get into it until we see a base. Yesterday was a very strong day. We started at 1180, but we did go to 1140 first before taking out 12. So let's be cautious of an idea that Palantir could fade out a little bit here off the open, especially, Max, with a buy imbalance. When you see a million share buy imbalance, that's propping it up right now. Once that's gone at 9:30 and the bell rings, then all of a sudden that is gone. And you could see it flush down a little bit. So for me, I like Palantir. It's on the sticky note. It's the #1 idea there at 1180 long. But I'm kind of wavering on that right now because I do feel like the market is going to hinge on this name today. So let's be careful with it. And a shout out to Randy for the refill of the coffee. Thank you, Randy. It's glad to have you back. And we talked to Randy there about his vacation. And this might not be common to a lot of people out there because they don't know how bad black flies are and black fly season here in Ontario. So shout out to getting eaten alive there, Randy, on the weekend.
Yeah, I got that same level at 1180 on Palantir. It's the high from Thursday. That's where it supported yesterday afternoon. So we'll see what happens at 1180. I originally liked it holding 12, but now that we're trading down here, we'll look at 1180 and 1165 from, I think it was Friday. 1165 was like that key level. So 1165 I'll be looking at, 1180 I'll be looking at. If we open up and just start holding over 12 right away, I'll try to get long there. But yeah, kind of wait and see on Palantir. I don't have any bids out or anything. I'm just going to see what happens after the open on this one.
All right, let's talk Alibaba here. We saw some strength come back into ADRs across the board yesterday, Chinese ADRs with a gap to the upside. We got a nice move as well out of the gate, and then sideways action for the most part throughout the session. Downside this morning, if you remember yesterday, we got some economic data out overnight in China that was better. This morning we get more that was not so good. So back to the downside this morning as far as all of these are concerned. Specifically, Alibaba coming out this morning announcing this. They're cutting about 7% of their workforce from the cloud unit specifically.
Yeah, and that's before they plan on spinning it off for an IPO. We know that they broke down into 6 divisions. This one's specifically going to be spun off in an IPO. We still don't know whether it's going to be on a North American market or the Hang Seng, or at least I haven't heard. But an interesting little tidbit here, Brendo. They're offering severance to some of their employees that they're laying off, or transfers to other units, something we don't typically see here in North America.
Especially with tech layoffs right across the board. It's, as you were saying, you know, just thanks for playing. We'll see you again shortly. 1.6 here for Alibaba, guys. If you look at the daily chart, though, we're just kind of stuck in this range, 80 up to about 100.
Yeah, this Alibaba up here near 90 bucks is pretty interesting, but now you're at an 85, so Brendan just sort of nailed that right there. I almost put this on the sticky note for a short. I'm looking at this break of 83.80 down here. So down to 84. We baselined there a couple days ago. A nice bump up yesterday as the NASDAQ was up, what, 0.3 or something by the time the day was over. So Alibaba gets that nice bump up. And I'm just pretty bearish on China right now, and I'm pretty bearish on everything in this market. So there it is, man. That's 83, 84. I feel like we take that down, and then we just make that move to 80 bucks, and then we can see what happens at that point. The daily chart, exactly what Brendan was mentioning there. Huge move up to the 50 period off of 80 up to $90, $92. Then boom to the downside, and I feel like you don't have any support, obviously. I mean, I don't have to feel like this is clear, down here to 80 bucks. So I feel like that's where we go long, and I don't want to be long until then. I don't even want to buy Alibaba at that $84 mark. So when this comes down, I still think it's a short. There's 85, 86. I mean, we could get short somewhere in here if it does pop up to 86 bucks. I like that short as well, but there's 83, 83.50. I think if we break that, then we do come back down to 82. So I am looking for a short on an 84 break of Alibaba. I don't really care too much about this IPO. I mean, break it up into 6 business units. Until we know about where this stuff's getting priced at, then it doesn't matter to me. Alibaba down 1.5%, still looking negative. China coming down yesterday on Micron. I mean, I don't know what's going to be coming through for Alibaba. Chinese growth rate, they had GDP or whatever at 5%. I was listening to, I think it was someone from Rockefeller yesterday, downgraded the Chinese economy to a 2.5% growth rate. If that is true, then a lot of these stocks are finished, man. You had a nice move, not finished, but this move is not going to extend itself. NEO, you had a great move yesterday, up to $9. That was fantastic, and then kind of just settled down all day. We'll see if it can take out 885 again today for NIO, but some of these Chinese names, very, very concerned to me. There's NEO, right back to that 50 period. Let's see if it flushes again here, but Alibaba, yeah. I like the name longer term. I just think that right now, until we find out more about these IPOs and then some of the worries that I have in China, you already heard Apple there with Broadcom news. India's becoming a big player for Tesla and for Apple. So I just a little bit nervous about going long on Alibaba because you're already down here 4 times the market. That's funny because yesterday my daughter goes to me. She came in from the park, and I don't know if they were having a debate or not. She knows the answer to this. She goes, "Daddy, what's 4 times 4? So 16. She's like, okay, good. Yeah, some people would say 21. That's a good one. But you can see right here, market down 4, Alibaba down 1.6. So there you go, my darling. 4 times 4. So Alibaba 4x the market to the downside. That's a little grade. What grade is she in? 3 math right there. So hopefully, oh, she's the one that's telling me that she's upset because they're dealing with fractions now. And that's giving her some ways. So we'll have to wait for that. But I like Alibaba, just not at these levels, and I'm looking for a short.
Yeah, I mean, Alibaba seems to trade in these like clean $5 ranges. 80 a level, big level, 85 a big level, 90, where is that? Right here, big level. So we're right in the middle of this range right now. I don't see a trade on it per se. I mean, I just think like, the risk reward potential isn't there until we get to an 80. Obviously, if we see 80 today, I think like a fail break down there a fail break down there would give us a decent opportunity to the long side to get back into like that 82, 83. But yeah, until we get to 80 or 90, I don't think BABA is much of a trade today.
There we are. We're in there somewhere. Let's go to big tech. The group itself, as we said to kind of kick things off here this morning, interest rates all of a sudden a thing again. We're seeing some more and more hawkish talk coming from the Fed as far as what's going to happen not only in a couple of weeks coming up in June, but also further on into the year. We saw a couple of people coming out yesterday talking about maybe 50 basis points before the end of the year still to come as far as hikes are concerned. If they don't come to a deal before June 1st for the debt ceiling, that could be another catalyst to the upside for interest rates. Here's Apple, meanwhile, 0.5% downside so far this morning. As we were just mentioning there, the Broadcom deal just announced their AVGO with a bigger move, but multi-billion-dollar, multi-year deal between Apple and Broadcom to I guess, bring more, as you were saying, bring more chip manufacturing for iPhones back to the U.S.?
Yeah, we've heard a lot about this onshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever shoring you want to call it. It's basically to secure the supply chain in a way that makes it more predictable. A lot of lessons were learned from COVID and the supply issues that presented themselves there. But I want to talk with respect to big tech and these new interest rate issues that you just brought up. We know that the group is very interest rate sensitive, and it's also run up a lot. Look at the relative outperformance of the NASDAQ versus the S&P. What I'm trying to get to is there's room to move down because of the big run up. So have a look out, keep your eye on interest rates and the price action of the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so Apple, Broadcom, obviously a catalyst so far this morning. There's this as well. I mean, nothing significant as far as Meta is concerned, but what a move that was yesterday, out of the gate yesterday, all the way up to 253. And then we give most of that back, 248, 247 and a half, I guess. But here we are kind of chopping around within that range this morning for Meta. So what do we do here, guys, with interest rates all of a sudden a problem again?
I don't think it's necessarily a problem, but yeah, I think for some of these big tech names, we've talked about the U.S. dollar making a move, and now today you get the note. Oh, there goes my chart crashing. I tried to edit it, and it just crashed. So we'll get that up one more time here. But all right, so yeah, no, I mean, good point there by Brendo. Thank you so much. Yo, shout out. What's up, Squanchy? If I'm your hero, try to pick another one. The People's Traders in the building. We are here, and that's for you, Squanchy, right there. As Squanchy goes on there, and have a great day to everybody there in the chat. What's up to Dan Emmons? Good morning to you as well. J-Lo, Chad, Phillip, Ponzi, Fonzie, shout out. Bears vs. Bulls, shout out. Woo, morning to you. Woo, woo. As we go, look, I like Apple for the short today. If we're lucky, we hammered the short yesterday. Apple might have been, I think we had I mean, Uber could have took it over at the end. I mean, we had one red name yesterday. It was Ford. We talked about that. But I'm going to still be, yeah, Randy. I have to talk to you about Ford because I need to get some money to work. I bought some Pfizer yesterday. Maybe we'll put some more money into Ford very, very soon. Ford not doing anything now, so down at that $11 mark, we'll look at it. But right here, any opportunities, man, to short this at 174.50? I'm all about it, man. I think that Apple's seen its best days temporarily up to 175, 176. Again, China worries, China slowdowns. That's all I'm talking about, as you can see. So if I'm going to be biased one way, it worked like crazy yesterday, man. We were short. We waited, and we're very, very patient. We had Google. I mean, if we're talking about big tech, we had Google short yesterday at 126 and change. Which was a crazy opportunity right up there. We were short Google up here yesterday, and we're able to cover some down here. So, you know, wait for this monster. Look at this move that Google had. It was absolutely ridiculous. Boom to the upside right there yesterday. 121, we missed it all the way to 126. $4 straight up, but guess what? When a move happens like this, you get a parabolic move, you can find shorting opportunities. So we're going to do the same thing here with Google today. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near this, so we're going to have to be as patient as we can. For me, it's going to be Apple. It's the #1 name. I mean, Palantir's on here as well, but I really like Apple. It's on the sticky note. Go find it at TraderTV Sean on Twitter. It's on Instagram and stories. You can go find that right now, but I like Apple to the short side. It's been bleeding here this afternoon. Hey, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. This morning, straight to the downside, 175, and I'm fading any pops in Apple. Trust me on that one, Max. And if I don't, then where is that slap? I mean, we could slap the Neil. There it is. We'll do ourselves today. I feel like we need to be short Apple. We just got to find a spot. And I don't want to play breakdowns or anything like that, but you are breaking down through 173 right now. This could also be a good short. There's 172.80, 172.50, down to 171. So I feel like the move today, honestly, could get us to 171. Wouldn't be surprised if Apple loses 2 today. Let's just try to get into this name on any pops. We want to get short into Apple. And honestly, maybe you have a good area to get in, Max, but I'm waiting at 174.50. That's a huge move. We'll try maybe a 174 first, but for right now, that's what I'm looking at. It's Apple, and it's 174.50, trying to get in on that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 174 area from yesterday afternoon if I was trying to get short Apple. I don't think Apple's along until you get down to like 171.50 kind of area, 171 maybe. So Yeah, I mean, if something's going to be shorted today out of big tech, we clearly rejected 175 here. Only traded above there for 1 day. Now we're back below. So I think we could definitely see 170 soon on Apple. Maybe if we get this deal sorted out with the Fed, then we can go back to the upside. But yeah, today I think 174 could be good as like a failure up there. I'm looking long on Meta as far as other big tech is concerned. I like 247 as like an inflection point today. If we start trading above there and holding that 247, I think we get the move back into 250. I don't know if we're going back above 250 today on Meta, given that pretty clean rejection of that crazy breakout yesterday, 253.50 high on Meta, and we're all the way back down to 247 now. But I think if the market decides to bounce off the open, we could see a decent move into like 250 on Meta.
All right, rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show, along with a lot of traders on the floor as well. See what's moving in the moment, guys. Trader TV 20, bottom right corner there, will get you 20% off. You can use that QR code. It'll take you right to the page. Coming up, as we said, first week of June, there's a test drive that's coming through as well. 2 weeks, $11.11, all you can eat trade ideas for that 2-week period. So heads up for that. Let's wrap things up here with Zoom with earnings as well. Pandemic darling Zoom, back to the downside. Yeah, not good. Slowest quarterly revenue growth to date for Zoom.
Call me an optimist, Brendo, but I'm just surprised they're growing. I sat down this morning, I said to Sean, I said, Zoom is still growing. I mean, maybe Kathy Wood's not, totally out to lunch thinking that this is going to be the big company that it's going to be. They're growing. They're not growing by a lot. I just want to see what next year brings, because some analysts saying this is as good as it's going to get for them.
I mean, there's so much competition. If you are, logged into your Gmail and are sending a calendar invite, what is the incentive to go outside of a Google Meet link and go and get a Zoom link? So here's Zoom, guys, struggling today, down 3% right now.
What's up? Yes, chill vibes. We got the water right here. We just got it from the fridge. It's reloaded up here. We're ready to rock and roll. I don't know. How many hours of sleep do you get a night?
I try to get like 7.5.
Yeah.
Usually it's more like 6.5.
I get between like 6.5 to 7.
Yeah.
So some people are like, we need to get more sleep around here. I would probably
think
agree
so.
with that. Always need to get more sleep. But Max, what's your excuse, man? I got 3 kids.
I don't know. I got no excuse.
Good,
no
I like
excuse.
that. Okay, so anyways, what's up? Yeah, Dan Emmons, there it is, right? Real See Real, 2 hours. Welcome to the jungle. No, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, some people go to sleep, they get 10 hours, and that's great. And if it works for them, that's fantastic. If you have that kind of time to do that, great. I don't want to talk too much about Zoom. Zoom up there, raised their annual revenue forecast up from $4.47 billion to $4.49 billion. So that's going to be a good little upgrade right there. They've already been up this year, and now you're going to get faded out a little bit. I just agree with Brendan wholeheartedly on everything here. I'm surprised at how well Zoom's performing, to be honest with you, and what was a COVID darling of a name. We can look at, this goes all the way back 300. I don't even want to look at the prices, but everyone knew that this name was overinflated during COVID. I feel like they've done a pretty good job holding the line here at $66. I think if you get a dip into $66, maybe that's going to be a buy. And I kind of look at the same kind of thing where you made that smiley face and now you're just going to come back to the 50 period and then we'll see if it can hold 66. So I feel like a buyer down here at 66 is good for Zoom, but you got to let it float out. Down 3%, could be down a lot more. Let me just check out what the short interest is. I don't think it's huge on this name, to be honest with you. I think they got flushed out. Yeah, only 5.7%, so that's not going to be a reason to get this name going. What was the PE on this? Ridiculous 204. I believe that'll get updated after today, so we'll check back on that tomorrow. But for me, Zoom's a buy at 66 and nothing until then. Okay, the market's about to be opened up here. And unfortunately, absolutely nothing here on the imbalance locator. It's nice to see this Palantir got sort of paired off, which is nice, to be honest with you. Those of you that are looking for bid action in Palantir, it's actually good that it got paired off and it's still staying up here. So I feel like that's a good sign. There's Alibaba to the short. We've been talking about wanting to get that name short. I don't see any NASDAQ names on here as interest for me. I saw Real down there, Mullen, but we've all... I mean, Mullen had its day already, man. Mullen was at 8 cents, got reverse split up to $1.80. Now it's down to 93 cents. This is exactly what will happen with Ride as well. Space, we just saw Space on there. I don't know where that went. There's NIO with a sell and balance as well. So not much interest here for me. I'm going to wait and watch Apple pop up here with only a minute to go. It's going to be Miss Katrine on the bell, so I got to get this ready to lock and load here for that as the countdown's almost on. And look what's happening to Apple, man. It's getting shit kicked right now, down below 173, exactly as we discussed what happened here to Apple. And unfortunately, the market's starting here without us. Maybe we do get a bump up and we can short Apple, but for right now, Apple to the downside. And I just wish I was short this name already, but it is what it is. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe because you're going to get a real-time Ola in about 20 seconds here, Max. So I'm looking at Apple short. We'll see if we can fade any pops, but it's already all the way down. Maybe 173.50. We'll start that trade with only 15 seconds left. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Max, get your orders out. But right now, it's 10 seconds left, and we got to go over to the bell. There's Miss Cat dancing it off this morning. I like that. I like that spirit. With only 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get a real-time Ola. Ola. Oh, wow, that was even better. That sounded almost exactly the way it does right there. So thank you, Ms. Cat, for that one with a little Ola to start your day. Okay, Apple trying to, let's start a very, very small position here. Like I said, my new strategy is to wait for the market to actually make a move. So with that being said, we're short Apple right now at 173. So let's go. It's a very, very small position. We're just going to watch this one. If it goes down, it goes down. We got a piece. If not, we'll reload this thing, 173.50. There goes Apple already to the downside. So already we're starting it off with a couple bangers. Already 20 cents in the money. Hey, trading's easy, right, Max?
Oh yeah, super easy, super easy. I'm looking at
25
Tesla
cent right there.
and Meta right now. Meta trying to hold that 247, moving into 248, and Tesla just ripped off the bottom there. I had 186.50 that I'd like to see supported off the open. So if we get a pullback into there, maybe I will go long. But like the NASDAQ is kind of, well, now we're starting to get a bounce, but we were not getting a bounce, and these two names are bouncing quite strongly. Yeah, NVIDIA never got down to where I wanted to get it. Where's Palantir at?
We went long Palantir here at 12.20, or sorry, 12.13. This is way too high up for Palantir. I just didn't want to miss this ride again, trying to break the high. This is a very, very small position. I will now watch out for this 11.85 area on Palantir to come into play. So let's watch it. We're long right now at 13s. I have an offer here at 20. Kind of goes back a couple days. Where was it? Right here. That's past couple highs there on Palantir. Let's take a look. We took 25 cents already. On half of this, a small position, we wanted to let Apple float out, but it's 25-cent winner on Apple. And we're going to let this fade back to 11.80 for Palantir. But it's taken off, man. $12 could be a buy zone area, but we're going to wait for 11.80 if it does pull back into there. But so far, so good as we get Apple short, and we got Palantir right now. We can check out PACW. I see there's some talk there in the chat about PACW. Nice move from $7.60 up to $8. I'm not interested until 9, and that's what that is. And then more talk here again. I can't, wow, holy shoot. AMD with Rip City again. Every day, man, every day it's hustling. AMD, nice upside move to 920 right now and ripping on some of this. So I got to go fade some names that I want to fade, man. Apple, Tesla long, PACW, Palantir. These are the 4 names I'm looking at. Watch out for Softy as well, apparently. Palantir going.
Yeah, Tesla not really providing a dip there. So going to try to have to figure out a way to get long here. Maybe 187 is the spot. I don't want to get like crazy long into this market that is just kind of putting in a bit of a bounce. I mean, you want to see us over 4,200 to get crazy long here, but yeah, no dip on Tesla yet. Meta, maybe we can get that dip into 247 that we wanted. And then AI, which we talked about early, does make a move off the open, now dipping back in. So we'll see if we can hold this 28.50 level and then make that move in towards 30. I'll be watching the tape on this one to find a way into it. Can't
Holy
just really
shoot.
punch on these small caps. What's going on over there?
We finally went short on Alibaba. It broke 84. We just noticed it. We're just taking small positions right now, but Apple's 30 cents in the money. Alibaba, we just took 30 plus cents on that trade as well. So like I said, man, Neil, man, I'm glad you're joining Paris, but I got my partner here to my right, and so far it's been working out pretty decently here on the last couple days. But we're just getting into this market right now. So we got three positions on right now: Apple, Baba, and Palantir. So let's just wait to see what happens right now. Apple bottom jeans, yes, Sharif. You got to focus a little more on the market here, my friend. Nice little downside move for Alibaba, downside move for Apple. Let's just go. But here comes Palantir pulling back. This was always going to be a little bit of a risky position here for Palantir. So let's wait to see where it goes. Trying to get back to the upside. Maybe we'll put a little spot on at 12. But I'm nervous, man. If we don't have Kathy in here buying, then what is the catalyst for this? So let's wait to see what's going on. We do know that they're in the retail. They talked about Foundry. I still like the play, but let's be patient here as the market's trying to move around.
Yeah, I just got in and out of AI there. It looked like it was going to hold 28. Did not do that. So going to wait for 27.50 for that one. Tesla, no dip. So I don't think there can be a trade on that one. And yeah, NVIDIA is starting to go up. So maybe we get that 315 later today. Not going to short in these areas. Not going to long at 310, although that was a decent level yesterday or a couple days ago. But yeah, not getting long there, not getting short yet, waiting for those extremes before I get short on NVIDIA. Amazon held that bottom from yesterday. So
yeah.
oh, Palantir is ripping. Wow.
Let's go Palantir right now, Mad Max. There goes Palantir up to 12 and change. Hola, Palantir. 12.30 rate. Okay, 12.30. We're long at 12.13. I mean, what exactly are we doing, Max? Can we get funding secured for Max full time here? Because this is starting to go up to the upside. Nice little trade here. 12.30 starting to go. Max, you're not in any positions. That's good, man. Wait for your spot. I'm in way too early, but hey, sometimes I mean, we're paying the bills early, which is good. 12.30, nice little 20-cent ripper upside for Palantir. There it is right now. Yes, Sharif, you see what's good right now. Alibaba down to 83.50. We'll see if that one wants to continue, but there it goes, man. And hey, if you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, then
oh my God.
I mean, there it is right there, 1180. We talked about it. That's literally the bottom right there for Palantir. So let's see how far this one wants to go, but it's so far so good here today. Alibaba, not worrying me, but still not really moving as much as I would have liked it to Alibaba.
Yeah, the CWBR also, Brendan and Sharif went over it in the pre-market. Just did a little bit of a liquidity grab wick down there below 430. So maybe we can get along here, although it's still dipping. I'd like to see this breaking $5, I think, for the move into wherever I had it on my day chart. I think it's like 7 that we have room to. We got $6, 608, and then 725. So yeah, this one definitely has room to go. Already up 200%. We'll see if we can get this on a 5 break, or if it does hold this 430 pre-market level here. Got to be careful on these small caps, though. This could rug at any time.
Ruggy, rug. All right, so we're out of 60% of Palantir as it just keeps on going. We've already talked about that high of 1240 right there. Well, guess what? It hit it right now. So we're going to put an offer around that 12.38 or so. See if we're able to get something involved here with this, and hopefully it does blast up a little bit more and give us it. But it's having a problem. There it is, 37. One more level, and then we'll get a 38, and then we'll start to ring some registers on that one, hopefully sooner rather than later. And that's going to come in hopefully right now. On that level, and then we'll see about it. 37, one more print up to 38. Come on, Palantir. Can we do it? No, we cannot. Right there, what's the difference? Oh, okay, Palantir, I see you. I'm going to punch something out. Okay, we just got 34. Now I've got to cancel them all. We got a 35 there and a 36, so there's 38. We canceled our 38. Now that we're out of it, now it can go back up to the upside. So let's see if it does want to work now. Back upside here for Palantir. So far, so good and working out for us on that one. We're still here, man. Let's wait to short some more. Apple, if it does go back up to the upside, and after that, you're long AI. That's one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, long AI here showing me a bit of a higher low here. So let's see if we can blast through these levels. Huge dump off the open, but it stops. And we like to see that on these smaller cap names, but not going to let this one make a new low on me. And this is just a starter position. I want to see it back above that 28.25 and then making moves to keep adding to it on the way up for this high of day break. We'll see what happens on this one. Obviously, 1 minute chart not looking great with this big dump down off of the open, but I have watched this name many times, and this is nothing new on AI. Clearly, I missed that Palantir long 1250 highs. Awesome. Wow. Wow, it did give you that little dip into like 1202 where you could have got long. Sad for me on that one. And Amazon.
You're not checking the sticky note, or?
I got my own notes. I wanted to see it hold 12 bucks off the open, but yeah, didn't expect it to go that quickly. Amazon also had a pretty clean double bottom yesterday and the day before, or 2 days before that, at 114.25. So goes below it, tests below it, can't stay below, and now we are trading above that 114.20. So that would have been a good long there. Maybe if we dip back into there today, I can get long that. And what's this AI position doing? Still chilling out there, waiting on that one. Stop is in there. NVIDIA kind of rejecting, not getting there. Oh, Tesla dipped into 187, and I didn't get it.
I saw that. I wrote down 185 for Tesla. It bounced off 186. So that could be a level there as well, as the market's trying to get going again here. Watch out for the ES. The ES right now, 42. So we can see about a nice little high move, 41.90 coming through on the ES right now. So let's be careful with what we're trading here again. Okay, Sharif's got something. What's up, Sharif? People are still saying no audio at all. Okay, we're good now. Okay, all right, let's go. Palantir, nice move to the upside. So sometimes I gotta just calm down a little bit because, you know, now I gotta regroup on all of this. So, all right, I'm gonna look for some trades. People, are we okay now? I guess it's good now. Yeah, so we were gone for a while there. That sucked. Okay, let's regroup. AMD, what a monster move for that. I saw everyone in the chat there before we were all having Mike Gate. There again. AMD 111 going to the upside now. Thank you so much, everybody there. Yeah, that sucks when that happens. Alibaba up to 84 and change. Microsoft, Apple, everything's kind of just chilling out right now. It is a nice move up for the NASDAQ. We did talk about that, but you're still under VWAP right now. So that's a little bit of a pause for concern here for the NQ, but here it goes, man. Starting to go back up to the upside, bouncing off that 13.8, pretty smooth. Now you're going to text out that 13.9, and if we get to 13.950, then hell yeah on that. As look at AMD, man. It is not stopping. This is probably on the back of NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA not doing anything. So this is the AMD show, and wow, what is up? Sharif, please, I don't know what's going on with AMD, but have a look because this is an absolute monster. I have the fact that Intel's a POS, but the fact that 52-week high. Yeah, that's for sure. They're on AMD, so yeah, we'll have to watch out for that one as it is ripping right now. So watch out. AMD just touches 111, probably comes back. Let's watch out for this play, AMD.
Yeah, looking like a decent short there off 111. You kind of want to see it reject there. Meta also gets to 250, so that move that I wanted happened without me. Same thing on Tesla there. Tesla doesn't dip enough for me. Meta didn't dip into that 247 for me. So we're just sitting here waiting on some of these plays to come in. I guess
AMD, wow.
We're going to have to wait for the shorts to come in, and AMD just completely fails off of that 111 level. which, yeah, that was the next level on the daily chart for this one. So missed short on that one. We'll see if we get some support here around 109.50. Market kind of bouncing off VWAP there, so we'll see what happens on NASDAQ. On the 5-minute chart, just looking for it to get back above these 13,870s, I guess, for the long to be in. Not going to go crazy long yet until we get some confirmation that this market actually wants to go up. Crazy moves on some of these tech names. NVIDIA also turning around, obviously, off of that AMD move. Maybe we can get a dip here, 109.50 on AMD. I'm going to have to look at the daily chart for that one, though.
All right, we're going to be going to Sharif in a second. Let's test Mike Gate out here in a couple seconds as we go. We did, we're still letting Alibaba float up a little bit here, but we did go shorter on Apple because Apple finally pumped up a little bit right there. So we're going to go short on Apple and see what happens. And then when we're ready, we're going to go over to Sharif at the desk. So just let me know by letting me know. Okay, what's up, Sharif?
Speaker McCarthy to Republican lawmakers, we are nowhere near a debt ceiling limit deal yet. McCarthy also stating, I've told Biden there would be no clean debt limit, no raising taxes, must spend less money, Punchbowl reporter reports.
All right, well, I mean, this was whatever. This is kind of as we thought there. We'll take some money out on Apple at 03s if we can get it, and there it is. Of course, we can get it right now as we'll go short on Apple. And we've been wanting that short for a minute. So look at this, absolutely collapsing on Apple. We just got a 173.40, but look at it bouncing around on this news. So that's what's the best thing about, I mean, we have so many things why I feel like this is the best community, but there it is again, breaking news. Let's see if it does have any impact on the market here as we are fading out a little bit on Apple. Let's take advantage of that and put a bid out there. There it is. Yes, sir. Nice little bid on Apple. We just shorted this nicely too, back down to that upside at 173.40, waiting for a pop there, and we take advantage of that and short it. So that's a nice move. Hopefully it can come back in even more, and that would, of course, be Apple back down to the downside. Let's put a bid down here in the 60s, because if we hit that bottom again for us on Apple, man, what a good day it's been again here today for us. Max, I hope you're AI. Oh, you're out of AI, but now you're long
out of AI.
into
long
Tesla.
Tesla right now on this 190 break. So let's see if we can get into like that 192.50 kind of area on Tesla. Tesla not stopping. We haven't seen 190 in quite some time here. Not going to let this one go very far against me at all if we start to move down. But that is not happening yet as we're now into the 50s already. And yeah, looking for that 191 to take some profit, maybe 190.80s. I can get something out here. Just struggling with the 60s now. Not really. As we keep heading up on Tesla, no dip in sight yet. Do we get to 200 today? I don't know.
I mean, we called 200 by the end of this week. We called that last week when it was at 170 and change. So, yeah, definitely nice to see that. Good play there. We like that. I love having Mad Max here. We've talked about that over and over again. So show your love in the chat for the madman himself. It is Max coming. Oh man, it's like we're like I'm promoting wrestling here or something right there. But yeah, great trade, Max, on that one. Look what's happening to Palantir right now. Miss Kathy Wood is a happy camper today when you're looking at some of these results. Look at this, $13. $13 right now for Palantir. So we're almost in a double. Well, we actually pretty close to a double on that position there for Palantir. Obviously not in the day trading, but in our own accounts. Palantir continues to rip up. I'm just going to hold, man. We got a small piece of this left. Alibaba's the one that's not that playing nice right now with everybody. So we're gonna have to wait to see Alibaba 84.50. What did we write down? We didn't write down anything. Okay, that's good. So maybe we won't. I thought we had Alibaba on our mind, but we don't as much anymore. So let's wait to see what Alibaba wants to do. It's still ways away from a short. We were talking about 86, so that has to come into play. 85. Let's stay back on Alibaba a little bit. The real trade that we have on, and we've talked about this on our sticky note over and over again, of course, is Apple. And look at this, it just hits the bottom of the day. Let's see if we can't have some of these and hold on to a little bit of Apple for a downside move here. It looks like it's happening right in front of our face. It's Apple downside, and it's Sharif at the desk.
Carvana, Sean, making a big move up over 6%. Started the day at 11.45, now breaking through that 12.25. Carvana on good volume.
Man, we tried to reshort AMD. I mean, I don't know how far. I was offering 75. AMD only got to 50 there. Okay. So AMD now pulling back down as well. Carvana, nice mover there. Thanks, Sharif, for that update. But right now, Palantir's maybe getting exhausted a little bit. I don't know, 1280. Let's just wait to see. I'm going to hold on to this. It's a small piece. Let's wait to see what's going on with that one. But here it is. The damage is being done on Apple today as that's pulling back down pretty nicely. Maybe Alibaba is out of short, but I feel like there are going to be better names. Wow, Apple really coming back in right now. 173 possible area for another short, as that's where VWAP is. But Apple really pulling to the downside, and this is a good one for me. As there it goes, man. You are hey, Trader 1, man. That's it. You're sending me your kid. No, don't do that. I've already sending you my kid as a thank you for Palantir. Nah. Slow down on that one. I'm sending you my kids for you to reward me with that one. But actually, funny note there. My kids have never had a babysitter outside of my mother. So there it is right there. But I'm willing to take that risk ASAP. So if anybody wants to take care of the kids, that's great. My son went to a birthday party yesterday. I think it was 12. Didn't get home till 7:30. So yeah, I feel like he might have found a new family there as well. All right, so good moves to the downside. There goes Alibaba. You know, ye of little faith, man. We should have shorted that at 84.50. That gave us a level, and we didn't do anything about it. So that's on me right there for that. Should have been more short there in Alibaba.
Yeah, Tesla just keeps going to the upside, so take the 190 break, little risky, but we're over $1 in the money now, looking for 192 for the next out. This name just going nuts, doesn't care what the market's doing here, although the market is starting to blast off towards VWAP now. I also got long AI one more time, stop at low of day. This is probably not going to work. I feel like I don't have the right idea on this one today. But if we do hold 27 and get the move back into $27.50, $28 today, I will take a look at it again. Did not feel like doing the that short squeeze pump today, apparently, but I'll be on it for the rest of the week, waiting for that move to come. What is the low here? 27.30. All right, so get the stop in there. That CWBR is kind of holding $4. So CWBR, it's on NASDAQ. Kind of holding $4 here, so maybe we get a little. I think it already kind of happened. Come on, load. Oh no.
Well, let's figure that out and go to Sharif.
Okay. Yeah, guys. The U.S. S&P Services PMI coming out at 945. Not a big market mover, and you didn't see a big market move there. But the PMI flash coming up above expectations, 55.1 versus 52.5 estimate. The U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI. The manufacturing one coming below 48.5, expected 50, guys.
Okay, just watching AMD here as it's trying to bounce off this 109.50 area. Still watching Alibaba as this is coming back in. We've got another good one here on Alibaba as we're now 20 cents in the money, but it's bounced off of 83.50. So let's put, it hasn't bounced off now, but let's just put a bid there in case we do swoosh down into that level, and we'll be able to catch another bid there for Alibaba. That's a shame that we didn't do anything about that move right there. What else is that everyone looking at here? Let's go over to Amazon quickly. We've got a great trade, obviously, on board here with our, and I say our friend because that's Sharif's line. Okay, hold on a second. Let's just cancel some stuff here. I'm trying to get into better positions, not for everybody, but for myself as well. Amazon ripping up right now. You know, again, if I'm going to be red on the market or negative on the market, not red at all, but what about this Amazon level of 115.70 right there? But the problem is Amazon's above VWAP right now and actually cruising to the high side. So if anything, this is a long if it pulls back. Not a good name to look at here for a short. I just wanted to have a look. And then right here, Google as well. Okay, nice level. Of course, that's still my Amazon charts. There comes Google. Okay, so that's what we like to see. Google right now kind of barcoding, but still being down on the day. 124, 124.20, 124.40 coming into play here as well for Amazon, for Google. So I don't mind this level here for them to short it. Let's look at Google short right now. Apple's really paying off. Baba bounced off that, but I'm not worried about it. Let's just watch out for this Google possible short against 124 right there. 124.40 though is a better level, but we're gonna have to watch out for that with Google coming up here. I'm gonna take the short, a risk on the short right now for Google right at this price.
Yeah, AI wasn't able to stop me out there, so I added back through 50, and now we're trending back towards the teal here. We'll see if we can break that, get back to VWAP, and then start making the next move up. Looks like my 2750 level, for the most part, is holding here. Meta does the total reversal off of that 250 level, so I thought that's the move that we could have gotten today. That 247 to 250. I wasn't thinking of it the other way, which I obviously should have been, which is that 250 fail right back into that 247 level. So yeah, I think maybe Meta kind of decisively rejecting 250 in my eyes. So now maybe a short on Meta. I won't have that because that is not really part of my playbook at the moment. About 50 cents in the money now on AI, so looking good there. Oh yeah, that's CW whatever, what is it, CWBR. Holds the $4, does the little liquidity grab below, and then shoots up to the 60s and totally quadunks there. So we'll see if it makes a new low here. This name is probably over for the day. If it can't make a new low through that 390, then maybe they soak this one back up and shoot it over $5 eventually today. This one will be on a chart all day. When you do this much volume and go up this much for a small cap, you have my eye for the day. So Amazon also, wow, Amazon held. Amazon held that 114 area. Should have had this one on the watch list today. I talked about it yesterday afternoon as being a decent level. Forgot about this level, and here we go to the upside. That would be $1.50 in the money off of that 114.20 level. So hopefully somebody in the chat remembered that one from yesterday and is printing on this one as AI is starting to heat up now. So going to take a little piece out here on AI. Let's see, what price do we want?
Great trade,
right
man.
there.
Great
So
trade.
waiting
That's
on
what I like to
AI,
see, baby.
waiting for this to pump through that 2850 level. I think we can get to 30 plus today. We'll see what happens with this one. Waiting for the real volume to come in. I like the fact that we dip through these pre-market lows and then get right back above them. So we'll see what happens here. Stop is in on that one and not changing it yet. AMD did hold that 109.50 as well, so I didn't get a chance to get into that one, but maybe I should just place bids when I want to buy a stock at a level. Wouldn't that make some sense? 109.50 holds, and now we're going back to the upside. If we fail break 111 here, I may just try the short, but the market's kind of ripping here. I don't know that I want to step in front of any names right now if the market is going to just take out VWAP. Still not above 4,200 yet, though. So that would be what I would want to see to really jam into these longs. That Tesla trade, I got the stop in. Kind of rest of those shares are now an intraday swing kind of idea for me. I think that we can get to 193.50 for sure. Maybe 195 based on yesterday's move. But, I mean, you know, we're here from, I guess we're only here from 180. It's only $10. So I don't see why we can't get up to some higher prices on Tesla today. Good trade there.
Holy crap. Okay, I was letting you go there. You got some good trades on board. We are shorting Google, but it just dropped and we didn't get anything out. That's why I said that. I was like, oh no, right there, because it does drop down into 124 flat there. Come on, get us some outs right now. What is my price even? 14s? Come on, let's get this down here. We just got a good short into 124.40. But again, this is one of those names where we don't want to fight it, just like you don't want to fight the Fed. I don't know if we want to fight Google, but we are picking on it right now to the downside. I'm waiting at 124 flat right now. We'll take an 06. It's just bouncing off. We're just trying to scalp out a little bit. I want to hold this because this could be the good one for the day. Let's see. Here it goes. Did we just get O's there or not? No, we did not. So here we go. A little bit of a push down. We'll see. I'm waiting at O's. If it can get this. Come on, let's just go a little bit more. We're short. One more fill. Yes, sir. Okay. Now we're cooking, baby. Now we're cooking. The chef is in the building one more time as we're cooking with Google again. As there it goes, man. You know, no coffee, no problem. This energy is all for real. Need more than 7 hours of sleep? Good on you. Not for this guy. Here it is. Nice little move to the upside. I mean, I still need to get more sleep. There's no doubt about that. But here it comes to the upside, to the whoopsies. There goes Google. Oh, no. We just made a keystroke error. No. We got out of too many shares there. Oh, no. We almost got out of everything of Google. So now we got to reload it. Okay, we'll take profit, but we did not want to get out of everything there. We're reloading into some Google. Okay, if it pops back up, we'll take some more. Better average price, 124.20 coming through right now. Max, I don't stop, baby, so let's go. It's glad to have you here. Glad to have Neil in Paris. He needs that vacay as well. I don't know, we'll be back in the afternoon, but the midday show, a little more calm than this one. What's up now? Oh, there it is. Now we're cooking. I like that. Shout out to Pratt or whoever got that on right now, because the chef is in the building, and that's what we're doing right now. That's an awesome graphic. Let's go. 50 cents in the money on Bob, 50 cents in the money on Apple, 50 cents in the money on Palantir. Hey, don't send me your kids. Just send me your money. As there goes Palantir to the upside. It's a nice move. And by the way, we don't take any money for anything. Do not send me any Bitcoin. If anybody says that on there, was we do not. Bang right there for Google as well. Palantir to the downside. We spinning it today. Man, are we on one right now? Can you send me a check? Yes, you can send that check with you don't know what an EMT is, so we've already discussed that. But there it is, downside for Google right now. We smoking. I hope everyone graduated behind us. It's Sticky Note Nation time today. It's Palantir, it's Apple, it's short, it's Google short. We have 50 cents in the money on that one. Max, take it over, man. This is your show. Let's go.
Just to be clear, Sean will not trade your money for you. Do not send him a check. Yeah, I'm watching these tech names, some of them kind of rejecting a little bit, so just going to wait for some levels to come in. NVIDIA did do the bounce again off of that 310, so NVIDIA kind of weak versus AMD's crazy strength. I guess I kind of called that one pre-market, didn't I? But don't have any trades to show for that, but yeah, NVIDIA bouncing off 310 a few times here, so it gives you a bunch of chances. Do we now shoot through that 312, 313 kind of level? I don't know. I'll be shorting if we get to 315. I would like to see AMD fail break, what is it, 111? Where's AMD? Got to type it in, I guess. AMD, yeah, fail break off 111 would be nice.
What is Apple
that
doing?
AI kind of turning around, but my stop is in. We're still in the money on that one. Maybe should have taken a bit more out, but whatever. And Tesla, I've got the trail in. Hopefully it doesn't hit. Looks like it might just hit now. But looking for like 193.50 or higher on Tesla. We'll see if we get stopped out of that one. What else is going on?
We actually have a number out right now. We should have gone to Sharif probably for this one. New home sales plus 4.1%. New home sales plus 4.1%. Sharif, what's good?
Yeah, come to me. Here we go. Here it is, Sean, right there. The new US 4.1%, expected minus 2.6. So a big beat there. We'll keep an eye on see what the market is calling for. But since we're here, might as well do Happening Now. Happening Now is brought to you by FX View. Okay. Brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads of 0.0 pips that remain low even during peak market hours, and a low commission of only $1 per 100K with zero cost funding. So why wait? Sign up now to experience a tailored trading experience like no other using the QR code below on the right-hand side of your screen there, guys. Let's get to what's happening now. Tesla has been an absolute rocket today. You see Max in it right now. Let's get to the screen. As it continues to look to test that 200 level, recall that it is now exporting Model Ys from China to Canada. So looking to diversify the portfolio there. Tesla, an absolute rocket on the day, 192 high exactly, coming back down into that 190.50. Apple, though, you see Sean in this one. The monster tech name is weak on continued fears regarding the China nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever kind of shoring you want to call it. Apple has been weak the last few days, 0.60 to the downside, underperforming the market. And then Mara, remember Marathon? Yeah, it's a secular mover today in crypto land. The mining name is up nicely. Oh, this is not the Mara chart. Let's get to the Mara chart. Up nicely on no news. In fact, it's up almost 6%, looking to break through and hold above that 10.25, guys. Mara up 5%.
Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin, obviously we talk about that. We talk about that probably not enough on the show, but we'll be getting into some more crypto as we build this show and we get it on our platform. Hopefully sooner rather than later with crypto coming. We've been promised and we've talked about that a little bit. I'm just going to take AMD one time here. If it breaks above, we have our stop order ready to go through this 11. We'll take a little bit more here in the 80s if we can get it. But for right now, we have a short rate here back into the high of the day. We were pretty patient with this, let it rip all the way back up. Okay, Google, I'm gonna take one more piece out here in the 80s if we can get it, as it's kind of dancing around a little bit. There it is, we got an 89 fill off that short. So far so good there. There goes AMD. Max, you ever been on one before?
Not like you. Not
okay,
like
that's
you,
fine. You'll
that's
get you'll get there, and I think you are on one today for sure. AI long, Tesla long. Let's go. Let's give it up for Max a million here. Although you know what, I can't lie, I haven't even been looking at Tesla, so I hope it's a winner for you. Oh, pull back in a little bit. 192 that top right there. But yeah, man, AMD 17 cents in the money now. We just took out some more. Apple down there at 173, and what just happened right there? Oh, we got another fill at 110.50. Okay, so far so good right there as our fills are coming in. Oh, it was Google. It was a low fill down there in the 80s right now. So yeah, man, it is time to cook one more time. Who is it? James Harden. Let James Harden cook. It's let Russ Westbrook cook as well down there to the downside. Okay, AMD. I see you, but I'm not afraid to take a little bit of profit right now. That's what's on one right now. And when you're on one, Max, and you'll know when it's happening. You had that Google 104.50, man.
Oh, yeah.
That was the max trade of the century on that one. But right now, we're going to try to rinse and repeat that, as right now, man, it's always nice when you're on the green side of the P&L.
Oh yeah, I got stopped out of Tesla, and now I've just added back into it based on what I'm seeing. But gonna stop. I mean, this market doesn't look great at the moment, so maybe just stop out of this one and recalibrate. Unless we shoot up right now, back above 190, we shall see.
Let's go.
Probably stop out. No, I'm gonna hold on to this one. Maybe add a little bit lower, and then see if we can get into those 192s again. I think Tesla can get going. Obviously, the market not making the best move at the moment, but we'll see what happens here. Still kind of in range. Haven't done a breakdown on the 15-minute candle yet, so we'll see if we can get below here or get back into these 13.8 ranges on NASDAQ, as the ES is doing a little bit of a wick bottom now. But we
just
shall
didn't get
see
out of
what happens
AMD
here.
there. AMD touched 110.25 there, which was right at your line, Max, man. It just came right into the 21 period there. And my best out was 39s. We're now waiting down here to get a little bit more out, as the move already happened there. And we should have got some out on that downside there. I'm going to put another bid right here at 48. There it is. Okay, good. So coming back in. All right, so now it's starting to fill. I'll cancel that 36 and wait a little bit lower now. We just got double outs there. We got a low 40 and a high 40 there. I want to put something at like in the teens now to sort of make up for that fill down there. But we actually got a good fill on Google as well. Look at this fill, man. 123.60 off of that short. So so far so good. We turned these bulls into bears earlier, and yeah, we're printing on everything right now. The only thing that's a trade that I'm in it, and it's hurting because we're losing on it, but it's fine, to be honest with you. And that is Alibaba. We're not in this name very big, and we were waiting for a move up, but still down 2%. 84.50 is coming again on Alibaba. So maybe this is something to have one more look at here on the downside for Alibaba. So I'll punch a little bit in there. So we punch a little bit and collapses down 5 cents. So there it is. We just take a 37, I believe we got there. So a nice fill at 37. Now let's see what happens on Alibaba. Hopefully, okay, AMD's pulling back. Let's go AMD right now. That's one. Okay. Wow, man. Now we're 50 cents in the money on AMD right there. Hopefully traders behind us are part of Sticky Note Nation and trading here today, because this has been definitely a good day, as Google's now 30 cents in the money, AMD's 50 cents, Apple's 50 cents, Palantir's 50 cents. So far so good here. On that reload for BOBA, that's the one that's worrying me, Max. 84.60 there for the top, I think is where we have to get out. I don't really like this name short until we get to 86. We're in it because it broke that bottom here of 83. 84 right there, but there wasn't much continuation. So let's be nervous about that wick high of 84.60. That's where we're going to get out, and that's enough, man. I'm not going to average into this name. If it's right, it's right. I mean, we don't want to, like we say, throw good money or whatever that situation is after bad, because we've done well so far. We've cleaned up on a name here like Google. Let's put another bid out on this one right now, and let's adjust our Alibaba stops because we have to be a little more careful about that one as it looks like it wants to go upside.
Yeah, Tesla's starting to go here. So waiting on my profit taker at 20s, 191.19, and then we'll see if we can get back into the upside. Does a little, grab here back at 190, and now we're going back, breakout above 190.80, and we'll see if we can get to that 192 today. Market starting to heat back up on the NASDAQ side, at least. ES kind of muted, but NASDAQ going up, Tesla going with it. So excited for the possibilities here on Tesla. AI as well, kind of doing nothing, just consolidating below my next profit taker there. But this one is a trade that I intend to hold for quite some time. So not too concerned about what's happening on AI at the moment. Let's see if we get that profit taker there on Tesla. Do I have to just punch out of some of Tesla? So annoying to try to get fills on this name sometimes. Very competitive name, that Tesla, but I think we're going to the upside, so not changing anything there. That Palantir just keeps going.
Yeah,
that is
like
crazy.
That
no dips in sight for Palantir. AMD kind of rolled over off of that 111 again. I think you got it short up there, didn't you? And didn't quite get to the price that I wanted to get it short. So too bad on that one, but we'll see if AMD can take out that 111 at some point today for the turn around there. And where is Tesla at? Come on, go and fill me at 19s. There we go. Now we're breaking out on Tesla. Lots of volume coming into this name. Let's see it above 192. I'm only taking 10% out. Looking for 193.50 on Tesla today, and then maybe, just maybe 195 if we really get going. Haven't seen these levels for quite some time. Tesla, not a name that you should step in front of once it starts going like this. Palantir about to make a new high again.
Palantir is a monster. We're still in this name as we come right back up to the highs again there for PLTR. I mean, 1280. I just don't want to get out of it. I mean, I think we probably should, man. This is up to 13 bucks. Again, 1280, 12. I mean, we're kind of bouncing off these levels again here in the market, but the market could still go today. I mean, we're not even going yet on this market. So I don't know, maybe there's a good potential there. But AMD, I mean, now we're $1 right now in the money. I mean,
oh my God.
Let's go, man. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do here. Let's just push. Let's do this one. We haven't done this in a while. Max, have you seen this one yet?
Oh yeah.
It's the hot dog cannon. This reminds me, this came from going to some of the games, you know. You go to the games and they're firing off those t-shirts and everything like that. So we got the hot dog cannon. AMD right now is 95 cents in the money off of this trade right here, and still going to the downside, it looks like. We'll find out where it wants to stop. Nobody knows. It's AMD, and the carnival has continued. Okay, Alibaba, we got to reload there. I might just take some out. We got to load up at 50 there. Our average price is 24. I'm going to take something out if it comes back to 35 and buy something out. I'm talking about 20%. Little aggressive getting out of this name, but it really hasn't worked. Obviously, if the market flushes, we'll still be in this. We'll take a 20-cent hit here. At 35, we'll take a 10-cent hit if we can get it. There it is. Give it to us. Why is it stopping when it sees liquidity? No. Thank you so much right there, as we'll get the cash register because we're saving money by getting out right there on Alibaba. So there it is. Hopefully that can come back in for us a little bit. As the market is absolutely collapsing, this is now $1.30 in the money. Not absolutely collapsing. Some of these names are absolutely collapsing. Let me just talk about that quickly. There goes AMD, now $1.20 in the money. Google's 25 cents. Apple, everything is all good right now, as Alibaba making lows as well into 25, 26. Let's see if we can get a fill. There it is. We get a 26 fill on Alibaba, and we're back into making money now. No negative names on the board today. Apple, AMD, Baba, Google, and Mr. Palantir.
AI finally starting to heat up a little bit, back above that 28 level. So looking for it to take out 28.23. I got another little profit take out there at 05, I guess it is. So yeah, looking for it to take out that 28.25 level, then into 28.50 and 29 plus. Not trying to take too much size out of this name too quickly, as I believe we can trend all day if we do start going on this one. What was yesterday's high on AI? It was like 28.30, right? Yeah, all right. So we get through that 28.30 price. That should be inflection on the day. We'll see if we can start to trend now. Feeling good about that one. Tesla does a little dip below 191, but still not stopping. Well, maybe stopping soon. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out a stop on that one. I feel like I should trail it a little bit higher now that we've made the move back into that 191. Don't really want to lose on this trade now that we have been in the money on it. And wow, AMD really turned around, eh? Missed that one. Missed that one again. That's 2 days in a row missing the short on AMD.
I got
Feels
you.
kind of bad there. What else we got going on? That HTCR going absolutely nuts. Just broke $3 and dipping it to the downside. This one could definitely go 4 million share float, done 40 million shares of volume today. This is pretty nuts. I don't know if we covered this one in the early part of the show. Why is it up? Earnings beat today? Interesting. All right, so 4 million float. This one could get going. Right now, fail breaking $3. So if this doesn't quadrunk, maybe you can get along off that like 250. And I mean, this could go anywhere really.
There's a lot of quadrunk possibilities at all times, but the biggest one right now that can go into the gates of hell temporarily is going to be AMD. I mean, AMD's had a monster day, but right now we're at $1.40 right now in the money, and I don't like. You know, I feel like we can just stink face this and just let it go all the way to the bottom. 108.50 coming into play. That could be a bottom or a top. 108.80. Let's just put something there just in case it does drip down and fill something into this 108.80 area right there. I'm just going to let it break through 109. I don't, you know, it's a good... what just happened there? Oh, we got another Alibaba fill. Okay, so that's good. Alibaba bounced off the 21 period again. We'll wait down here at VWAP for Alibaba. Let me just make sure that we have that. I was waiting at 84.07. We're going to go a little bit higher than that. We'll go at 11. Is that where VWAP is? Is 11. So yeah, so we're going to go, we'll sit there on 84.11, see if we can get a fill there. And again, remember our price was what, 35s? And we're going to be getting out at 60. I don't really love this trade for Alibaba. I've sort of hoped that I've done a good job talking to you guys about that. And let's just wait to see where it goes. But I'm not in love with this position, obviously. It's an up day for Alibaba, considering it's still down 2%. And what I mean by up day, it's kind of, you know, you're getting some flushes there, but, you know, it's pretty solid that it wants to make this move. I mean, look what the futures are doing. The futures are making a move down right now. And we are aggressively, my guy, in the money right now as Apple's 50 cents, and that's trying to pull down. Alibaba is not really going, but it's Google that is making new lows, and that's what's printing right now is the Google machine. Awesome. I was wondering, I was like, what is going down? That's why I said like aggressively in the money. I thought it was going to be AMD, but it's actually Google. Give me those 40s. Oh man, I'm bidding 40 right now. That's been a nice move to the downside here off of that short. I mean, 124.20. Are we not getting, did I get 40s there? No, we did not. Okay, forget it. Now I'm just going to have to punch out something. Ooh, wow. Aggressive move back up. Damn it. That sucks. We were bidding 40s, and it was bouncing off 41. Now I got to pay 52s? That sucks, but that is the life of a scalper. You're never going to get the best price at any time, really. So we'll take a 52 right there. That sucks to give that up, but we'll take a piece out on Google. We were waiting at 40. That's crazy. You saw that as we talked about it. And again, man, I feel like everyone's rocking with the best show now, so I want to thank everybody for watching one more time again for that. So let's get sirens up, and definitely make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, and send my boss a note and tell him that Max is doing fantastic.
almost got stopped out there on both of my positions, but both of them rally right back up. I think I actually didn't get stopped out by 1 cent there on Tesla, so pretty happy about that one. Had the 189.99 stop in there, and now we're back in the money. So loving life on Tesla. AI back to that 28 level. Waiting for something else to come into one of my levels so that I can get into another trade, but not forcing anything as, Meta still rejecting that 250 level. Where's Amazon at? 116 it got to, so Amazon like that 116.40 kind of area, possible for a turnaround, but I feel like Amazon, I mean, we've seen this in a couple of the earnings names recently where they give a lot of the move back, and then in one day they just take it all back to the upside. I don't know how to word that properly, but so I mean, we could get into like the 117.50 kind of area on Amazon and continue the rally if that's what we're going to do. Let's look at the day chart here. Looking like we could be, you see we do like the little breakdown action, doesn't succeed here on Amazon, and now we're going back. So breakout would be 117.50. Not expecting that today, but maybe tomorrow we get 117.50 on Amazon and another breakout as AI now starting to break out as well. So goes and tries to do the breakdown here, and now we're back above that 28.25, getting into the 30s. Let's start to get the volume into this. Volume starting to pick up on AI. I want to see it at 29. I got no offers out right now. I want to see 29 plus on AI. I want to see a short squeeze, and Tesla back into that 191. No offers on Tesla yet either. Looking for 192 to break before I get anything more out of Tesla or just get stopped out of it. This is more of like a let's see what happens kind of trade on Tesla. I think we can make a big move here, and these dips that just got bought up on both the futures are looking pretty juicy for the long at the moment.
Palantir is at $13. So what
That's
a day
nuts.
here, as we'll tweet this out again, because Palantir and AMD and Google all printing out really, really nicely here as we go. And we're going to shout out again to everybody that's in any of these trades today, as they've been pretty good. Look at AMD just bleeding down to the downside right here as well. We just took a fill down here at 40s. It's bouncing off view up a little bit. Let's just let this all settle down and go over to the big desk with a small cap, recap, and Sharif.
We have about 4 of these guys moving today. The first one, Hardcore, HTCR, up 150%. Let's go to the chart. It's moving on the fact that it reported better than expected Q1 EPS, up 147%, looking to test that 350 top, 343, holding 3 at the moment. The next one, RXRX. This one, no particular news item, but getting to that 10 level and holding straight, 23% RXRX with an 810 bottom. TSP also no particular reason why this one's moving up, but it's holding above 2. Good technical breakout, 21%. Started the day off at 164. OCEA, this one actually does have a news item. This one is an immunotherapy, cancer immunotherapy treatment, possible breakthrough, up 69%. This one was a real big mover in the pre-market. 976 the high, dancing below 9 though right now, guys. Bit of a slow mover since the bell, but still up 68 points.
All right, yeah, some small caps coming through there. Just seeing a lot of people messaging me here on Twitter. I'll have to get back to all of these afterwards, man. But there we go. So let's just, anyways, I'm talking to myself, but talking to other people right now. Okay, so just in the newest position here, a little bit of a worry spot for me. We wanted to short Apple today. I'm giving this to 173.20s, sort of a break. We got pretty close to breaking right there. We're short now at 12s. Let's get something out if we can, a little bit near 173 on the downside in case we do pull back. But Apple right now, definitely going up to the upside right here. So we'll see. We're sitting there at 7s. Okay, so here now it's pulling back down. Wow, Max, we just shorted Apple again at 173.20. Now it's at 173.0506. Our best fill, is 18. Right there. Let's see if it does want to pull back even further down to the downside right now. I'm at 01s. Let's just take an 04. Okay, well, We took some 03 there. I was going to take an 05. There it is. Give me those 01s if we can get them. We're sitting there at 01. Oh, no. Don't tell me this is another Google situation where we're not going to get these prices. We'll take an 03 then if we can get those. As there it goes. Shoots right back up. It bounces. See? Life of a scalper. Sometimes it's better if you do not see the level 2 in front of you, because that sucked right there, how that just stopped. Are we getting some sort of a buy pressure? There we go. We'll take out some more 6s there. We're short at 12s. I mean, we want a much bigger win, but it's not actually falling. 98s again right now, man, and there it is, 96s. Okay, we'll take a 96, Phil. Another 20-cent win here on Apple. Wow, Max, honestly, I mean, I miss Neil. But I don't know what kind of love, like mojo, is coming this way. We're $1.50 in the money on AMD. We're in the money on BABA. We're in the money on Palantir. Like, are you kidding me? This trade on Palantir, I mean, let's go.
That's
right there, 12 up to 13. That's going to be a pretty good one as well. But so far, yeah, scalping is nuts, Jay Lee. You are right. But hey, when scalping is paying you, you sort of stick with what you're doing, man. 22 years. And I don't know, man. I want to talk to this about Brian Shannon and everything like that. It's about staying in your zone, right? We talked about that for the midday show yesterday. I think there was one trade for 3 hours. I already have already here 70 fills already today, but a different time, different day. You got to be able to short and trade your own book. That's the important thing. I have 70 fills. How many do you have, for example?
I only got 19 at the moment, which
right?
is that's pretty light for me, honestly. I mean, a lot of my levels didn't come in today, and I missed 2 of the big ones. But yeah, usually I'd have like 50, 60 by now. Harder to trade, certainly, when you got so much going on here. I'm just managing the positions that I have. I mean, I think I'm in a really good spot here on Tesla. Seems like it wants to hold that 190. I'm in at 41, so pretty chill on this one. AI finally starting to go. I got an offer out at 50s now on AI. Maybe that's a little, I don't know. Should I just hold it to 29? I think I'll get one offer out at 50s, one out at 29. We'll see if we can break 30. Really starting to go now if you take a look at the 5-minute chart here. Running right into my offer here. What's Tesla doing? I don't know, like the market's not going, right? And I'm sitting here long, kind of high on Tesla, not too high, but like I'd like the market to get going here for me. Obviously, you're in a lot of shorts, but Tesla is kind of the one that's pushing despite the market not going crazy. So I feel decent about that one, as well as AI, obviously, which doesn't really trade with the market. So just waiting on a fill there. That CWBR does a little quadunk action. So this one full of bamboozlement, all of Sharif's words today, looking for another flat bottom break through that $4 level.
Yo, slow down, Neil. we already, yeah, exactly. Only Neil can steal everything from everybody, okay? So I know I've said that funding secured for you and everything like that, but stealing stuff is Neil's jam, okay? So make sure that you watch out for that one, because Sharif is over there. Him and Sharif have already had words, you know, so I don't need anything to happen here on the show. So
I'm not scared of Sharif, man. Those muscles, they're all water. They're all water, all pumped up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The only thing that you have to be worried about with Sharif is stealing his hard-boiled eggs. You do not want to do that.
Don't steal this guy's protein.
Do not steal his protein, and we saw what happened when he used Neil's mug. Remember, I don't know if you probably were paying attention last week trading, but Sharif took his mug, and Neil didn't let him hear about it almost for quite a long time there. So, but anyways, no, all is well, man, and we are really, really rocking it again. People saying that it seems like we have a bromance, but nah, we still love Neil.
Yes.
So let's not get that twisted, but I am enjoying hosting the show with you. That is for sure. Nice to get some different flavor in here. But yeah, you got the longs, and those are bangers. We'll say awesome to that. We're $1.40 now in the money on AMD. We just took a piece out on that one as it's dripping lower. We're trying to hold on today, man. Apple as well. I'm really happy with the performance of this short right here for Apple, but at the same time, I'm bidding 93s. Don't do me like that. Oh, hopefully we get, there it is. Let's go. One more fill down, push. No, does not get it. If I don't get, I'm going to Now I'm debating. Okay, there it is. I'm debating punching out there because we've missed on a lot of time. But right there goes Apple to the downside again. There's 172.92 coming in for Apple on that recent reload there. And there goes Alibaba, our one red stock. We talked about that. Good outs though. We talked about a cup of coffee. I mean, that's what we're down there on Alibaba as it takes up to the upside. This was a name that, again, not on the sticky note, nowhere to be found. It did break that 84 bottom. We tried it, but not weak enough. What's on the sticky note today? Palantir. I mean, those of you watching, please hit the like button, first of all. Katrine rang the bell. I think that's good. Let's hit the like button for my friend over here. Not for me. Forget about what I'm doing. Look at this guy's positions. AI, Tesla. Let's hit the like button for Max. Max doing a fantastic job, and I want to thank him for doing that. I know it's not super easy to be here, especially beside me when I'm going like this. But right there, here's the sticky note today. Whoa, it's been a good one. Palantir, Apple, Tesla, you got that. And PACW, actually been sleeping on PACW. Let's have a look at that in a minute, Max. But I'm going to take a drink of water as I can already feel my throat starting to go a little bit here, which is probably good for everybody that wants me to shut up. So there we go. Shout out to you, Max, and a shout out to everybody out there. Sticky Note Nation, we're alive, we're doing well, and we're not going anywhere.
I was just taking a look at Zoom, which was our earnings miss of the day, and I had 69 as the breakdown on this one. It happened pre-market, so I felt a little like I wasn't going to take it pre-market. This is kind of a spready stock, but what a short there on Zoom. It gets down to 65-ish, and now just consolidating at the lows, nothing happening on it. So people not liking those Zoom earnings probably should have had the short on this one. Obviously, volume pretty light here, only 7.5 million today, so maybe not a tradable name. Tesla, it did break out. I'm waiting for that 192 breakout. I took one more fill here, another whatever that was, 15% that I just took out. Now we're trending back up above that 191.50 level. Market's breaking down. Tesla, don't care, looking for 192, and I got an offer out in front of 192.25 for my next profit taker. Then we'll be looking for 193.50. Tesla ain't stopping. On the long term, this is just a trend up since 164.50. Now we're at 192 almost on Tesla. So great move there. Congrats to the longs on Tesla. AI still waiting for the breakout too. I understand how choppy AI can be, so I'm just trying to be as patient as possible with this. Just trending up. We could draw a trend line here if we were that type of trader, but trending up here on AI, now trend line at like above 28. So that would be, what is that, like 40 cents in the money still. So feeling good there. Yeah, like what was that? So that was, so we're almost $1 in the money on AI. Why am I just drawing trend lines all over the place?
I mean, you were doing amazing.
I'm looking
here,
for
Max,
that 29 break on AI for the move through 30. Where did we see it last time? I think it was 35. 35 was the high that day that Neil and I were trying to short it the last time Sean took a vacation, which was a long time ago, actually. You don't take any vacations, Sean.
I'll take a coffee. Yeah. Rainy's in the building. Wait, we didn't ask Max. Max.
I'm good, I'm good.
Coffee, tea, espresso.
Good to go. I got my
shot of vodka.
I take 2 espresso shots in the morning, and then that's it. 1 in the afternoon. Good to go. Can't have more than that, or else I get too crazy and I start scalping like you.
You don't want to do that. That would be honestly one of the worst things you could possibly do. So a shout out to you, Max. Yeah, always trade your own book, but honestly, Max is absolutely destroying it on those 2 longs. So I got to give it up for Max. That is for sure. Got to quote bangers for Max, man. Throw them up there in the chat. Hey, if you're enjoying the show today, throw some ones in the chat and hit that like button. This dude over here is killing it. I can't tell you enough about that. So let's go, Max. Throw those ones up. And let's go over to Sharif, who also is doing quite an amazing job at the big desk. Thank you, my guy over there, Sharif. Look at the chat going absolutely haywire. So we're going to do that, and we're going to tell everybody to make sure they subscribe.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
So put those up, man. Max, everybody, man, everybody is loving you. You're a beast. That's 2 trades today for you, and you're absolutely rocking. Congratulations, Max, and congratulations to everybody. You've now found the best trading show on YouTube in the world. period, and it is completely free. And I want to thank everybody for keep coming back. Shout out to everybody in the chat: Alex, Kerr, DJ K, K&D Flips, Jeff, everybody, the Fit Frame, Fantasy Fun, Lily, what's up? Thank you for all the super chats from you as well. What's up to Elon in 2024? I hope you win. What's up to William Johnson and everybody? Shout out to Elon Musk and everybody in our chat. Let's keep this going, guys. Over to, yeah, Brad, it's my show. I'll cry if I want to. Over there, he's saying we got to go to Sharif. So let's do that right now. What's up, Sharif, at the big desk?
Before we get to crypto, Sean, I got to mention SHPH. SHPH up 130%. Volume just starting to come in here. Flying into 250, breaking through to lots of strength on SHPH, small cap capper, done 22.5 million shares already. All right, what's BTC up to? It's up 1 3/4, still above that 27,000. But here, this headline comes in. 5th consecutive week, we have outflows out of cryptocurrency and BT in specific. So, yeah, it's been up on the day, but not up on the term. ETH, better on the day, 1.94%, faring a lot better. Coin, not doing much better. Flat on the day, trying to hold that 61. The only really green name that's standing out here is Marathon Digital, up 4 1/3%, was up more than that. It was about 6%. 10.36 the high, trying to hold 10 right now, though.
Cheers. Randy, thank you so much. But no more almond milk. Oh, it's hiding in the back. Okay. Brendan had all the almond milk. The wife switched over to oat and coconut. It's an half oat, I think, half coconut milk. That's pretty tasty.
All right.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean,
my girlfriend likes all these nut milk, macadamia. There's like all these different nut milks in the cabinet. Like, I don't know, man. I just drink normal milk.
Yeah, me too. I actually switched off of. So cream, I stopped doing that ages and ages ago. No sugar in the coffee, no nothing like that, just straight milk. And then the wife was like, hey, let's start to try something different. So I've been doing almond milk for a bit anyways, and then now she was on that oat kick right there. So we'll see. Good gut health.
Yep. It's good gut health?
Well, dairy's not supposed to be the greatest for you, so if you can get off it.
There. We got to get that raw dairy going. Apparently that's good for you.
What's up with that?
It's like they don't pasteurize.
I only know raw rolling papers. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know anything about that. But what is raw dairy milk again?
They just don't pasteurize it.
Sorry.
All like the bacteria stays in the milk, and then it's easier for you to digest or something. I don't know. Some of that hipster California stuff that they don't allow around here.
The only person drinking goat milk around here.
Yay, 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 yay.
Is the sheep goat himself. It is Brendan right there. And we keep saying we're going to get new animations. I promise at one point we will. We did get some new ones. We got this one. You like this one? Come on. What is this? What is it? So that's the one, or I prefer this one.
Nice. I like that one, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's this as well. This is the bull one. That one's kind of crapping out some money, which I don't mind. That is in addition to this bull one, which I like much better. Brad's going to do one now.
I like both.
We definitely like this one. This is one of my favorite ones as well. So let's get that like and subscribe up. Thank you. The Pradster. I don't think I've ever said that. The Pradster.
No. Prad has a lot of names.
Beal. I've said, well, what's another one? What's a nickname for the floor for Prad?
Oh, well, you got Praddy Daddy. You got,
Praddy Daddy,
just the classic trader Prad.
Okay.
You got Platinum Prad.
Yes,
you got Parlay Prad. What else we got?
That's good. Okay, that's good. I like that. We already said the Praddy Daddy one, and the Parlay Prad I like, as well as our boy Jamal Murray yesterday didn't parlay it up for us enough. He needed to get 3 threes, and he got 0 threes. And the Denver Nuggets won, and he's been averaging like 5 threes in the series. So shout out to the Denver Nuggets. We're going to go awesome, man. You sweep the Lakers like that and destroy them and make LeBron look. LeBron actually looked fine. He missed those last 2 shots. He's getting a little older. I think it's going to be a sad day when he retires, but I feel like he is talking. No, he's talking about it right now. After he talked about it last night. Yeah, maybe he wants to. I mean, he does whatever he wants. I think for LeBron James, I mean, he almost had an MVP type year again. So it's all about the body. For me, I feel bad for the NBA because they're in a real problem there when these players just decide to sit whenever they want to. So I feel like if you're going to, it's true.
Yeah.
If they are going to continue to do that, then I feel like something needs to be done. Because for me, I just feel bad when you get these kids that say, I'm here to see Steph Curry or I'm here to see LeBron James, and they're taking a workload day off because they played 5 days ago. You know, I feel like there's something about that. But you know what? I love the NBA. It's been a great playoffs, and I think Heat versus Nuggets is going to be. You know that when a team is down 0-3 in the NBA, how many times do you think a team has come back from that?
That's never happened, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So 0 opportunity there. It's like 0 for 130 or something like that. That's crazy. In the NHL, it's happened 4 times because I knew the Maple Leafs were in a bind there, and of course we won 1 game. You know the Lakers have been in 8 situations where they're down 0-3, and they've never won. So they're 0-4, like 0 for 4, 0 for 8 going into game 4s where they're about to be swept. But anyways, I think the Lakers...
going into the sweep, they've never won a game.
Right.
Oh,
so
that's
they've been
brutal.
down 0-3 8 times, and it's always wound up 0-4. LeBunk James. No, I don't think that's true.
Here goes Tesla through
like
192,
LeBron, but
by
you're
the
killing
way.
it right now, so let's go back over to that. That's a little basketball talk as you and I just keep on watching the money come through the laundromat as your cash cow Tesla needs to be talked
There
about.
we
so let's
go. Get the fill there on 24s. What an offer there. Tesla, I was actually watching the tape this whole time, and there were people who were selling the you-know-what out of this name in the high 40s and low 50s, and those people just got run over, and then we get a breakout. You kind of expect to see it. I guess I should have had an order to get long if those guys got taken out, but you know, is what it is. Like the position that we got, looking for 193 on that one. AI still trending up, waiting for 29 there. And AMD is holding this bottom like very, very cleanly. So I was thinking like if we get a breakdown here of AMD down towards 109, and then we reclaim into these 30s again, then I could get a dip trade and try to get this back into like 110, 111. But it's not even doing that. So usually when I see a consolidation like this, I'm not looking for the breakout of it. I'm looking for it to break out and then reverse. So maybe AMD is a short if it tries to take 110 again and then fails. Market sort of trending towards VWAP, but still kind of muted action on these. Actually, really muted action. We've been trading in like an 8-point range on the ES since the open, basically. So not a whole lot happening. If we do break 4,200 now, I guess that would be the change of pace for these ones. But yeah, not a whole lot of direction on the market yet today. Waiting on that decision from the president. Or,
on the debt
whatever.
ceiling, yeah.
Not decision,
Isn't it amazing? And this is why I'm saying I'm having a lot of love for you and a lot of love for the stream today, because I've been primarily a bear, and we've seen the results on that one, and you've been only long those 2 names, and we've seen the results on those 2 trades as well, right? So it's like a little bit of push and pull here, and you know, that's what it's all about. You've made a couple trades, I've made a couple trades, we're getting out of them as we go, and I just feel like there's something for everybody, and that's why we do have a great amount of likes today, and I want to thank everybody for doing that. On that note, though, Palantir, although we've been long Palantir, and it's really nice, man, it's been nice in the money, we've touched 13 a couple times, and we're not going to look too much at this 13. If we look at it again, fine. We'll let it break. That's kind of what we're waiting for. But at the same time, this 50 period, man, if we can violate that and go down to the downside, we're going to get out. So 1280 out on Palantir, and we've given up 20 cents. So it sucks to have that pull back into that 20 cent spot, but that's what we're going to do right there for Palantir. So 1280, 1270 is going to be an out on that one. But again, it's been such a great day. Please hit the like and the subscribe. Max is here. Arun's now in the building. It's going to be a great afternoon show with Arun and Sharif. But for right now, it's Sharif at the big desk with a segment.
That one, Sean. All right, let's look at what the board looks like. It's a mixed board, no question about it, but what's standing out right at me is financials. Comerica Bank, Zion Bancorp, and US Bancorp all lifting financials. You got 5 and 6% up on the day. Another thing staring at me, the cruise lines, NCLH, Norwegian, and CCL. Norwegian catching an upgrade yesterday from UBS. CCL up in sympathy. The other one, Moderna, not seeing a specific headline for this, but almost up 5% on the day. It's lifting up pharmaceuticals. Energy, very green on the upgrade from CVX. Chevron this morning. All the group is green, guys, in energy land.
All right, quick update there. Yeah, we talked about that with Chevron. Chevron grabbing that upgrade, so good call on that one there, Sharif. And that was on our upgrades, downgrades that we talked about getting long into that area. What was it, 150 bottom? I'm sorry, I'm talking and looking at my charts at the same time here because NVIDIA is also kind of failing right now. We did just see a little bit of a bump up there back to 110. For AMD. Hopefully that can continue to pull down a little bit. Google's been holding out okay as well here right now. Just made a move to 124. The thing is like we could have reshorted all of these. I just wasn't in love with some of the levels. And then I was watching your trades, obviously, to the long as well, go out there to the upside. And I was just saying in the chat, man, I'm biased to the show, but I think this has been a top show for us there today, which is why I keep saying, how impressed I've been with some of the trades today, some of the comments in the chat, and the discussion that we've had. So 124 there for Google. Yeah, that was a good reload spot. Too bad we missed that one. I think that might have been the only one right there because that's view up, poked our head above it, but only poked it up like 8 cents. That's a short all day, every day, man. So let's go back into that Google level there. I feel like you're going to have to maybe give it to 124.20 on that upside, or sorry, not 124. Yeah, 124.20. So that would be a level of concern there for me on Google. But yeah, I like that reload, and I think we should probably take in consideration a spot if we can get it there for Google. Yeah, sorry, I can go. I was just loading that up there. As I say, such a good show, and then we have that pause. That's all good. What are you looking at right now?
I keystroked something there. I was trying to set a stop
so
trail
bring it back
on Tesla, but no. I'm good.
Okay.
We just took it off the screen. So just watching the tape on this, I don't know. The market's not breaking out, and Tesla keeps going, and I'm just kind of wondering if I should take some more profit here. But probably just wait for my 193.18s, front run me, if you will. Tesla, a freight train that just keeps going up. Yeah, nothing else yet. AMD actually, did that wick there that I was thinking about. So maybe AMD back through. It's kind of too muted though.
Yeah,
it looks good on a 5-minute. It doesn't look good when you take it to the 1 minute. I think I'm going to wait on that. I just don't really have anything going right now. I mean, I had Shopify on my list early today. Did Shopify do anything? Let's take a look. Oh, I'm so bad with these typing in the names. And then every time I screw it up.
Just don't do anything. Just type it into.
There we go. All right, Shopify. So I had 61.50 idea for a long. That wouldn't have worked out today. 60 is the level on Shopify recently. If the 15-minute will load here. See these 60 bottoms all over the place. 59.50, but that's basically 60. So if Shopify gets into 60 anytime soon, although I don't think it's getting there based on this consolidation breakout, you draw a trend line here. Now we're just coming back down to test that trend line at whatever that is, 61-ish, and then potentially back upside on Shopify. What else do I have on my list here? Upstart. What happened to Upstart today? You have these ideas and then you just take them right off. So did it actually have That's a fail. Upstart, 30 fail for 27. High of day, $29.99.
Where was the high yesterday, though?
The high yesterday was lower than this. The high yesterday was like 29.30-ish.
Okay, that's similar, no?
So yeah, similar high, but didn't quite get to 30 yesterday. Right. So I was thinking today it gets to 30. You fade it back down, that would have been a banger short, actually, on Upstart.
Those
too bad.
Shorts. We like those banger shorts.
Too bad on Upstart. And PACW was on the list today, but it never made the move into 9. I really wanted a 9 fail break on PACW to take it back down into these levels that we're at right now. We could still see that in the afternoon. Yesterday we saw PACW reverse off of, or not reverse, sorry, break out off of 650 yesterday. after we got off the show. So could happen today, could get into 9, could be a decent short in the afternoon. And Tesla kind of rejecting that 193 for now. So maybe I should punch a little more out of Tesla. Somebody trying to sell it here on the offer, but they get smashed through. I guess this is only 2 minutes of pullback. Tesla absolutely nuts today. That's like almost $1 pullback in 2 minutes, but Tesla goes from 191.50 to 193 in barely 5 minutes. So I think I'll just keep the stop in where it is. And yeah, AI almost getting to 29. I'm waiting for 29 on AI. I did take a little more out in this 60 range when it looked like it might break down there, but I think I should just be patient on this one, and I shouldn't have even gotten anything out at all. It's doing exactly what I want to do. Could have just been trail stopping the lows all day. Never really out of the money on this one, so feeling good about the AI for the afternoon. Gonna have to find a spot to add to this one if I think it is getting to that 30 level today. And what happened with that MBOT? That one broke down, so nothing there. And HTCR is still at the levels that we were talking about the first time I brought it up. So this was the original fail break. It does end up holding, getting to 340, doesn't get down to that 250 that I was talking about. And now we do a little quad nuke action. Palantir through 13. Oh my God.
Palantir right now. Let's go. Let's moon the shit out of this stock. It is going to the upside right now, Palantir. This is why, like, it's too bad. Like, it just ramped up there. We're trying to hold. I mean, we are holding it right there as it takes out 13. So congratulations to everybody. It's the #1 name here. On the stick, hard to see. On the stick, find it at Trader TV, Sean, because there goes Palantir, and it's running into some size right now as well on the offer. It's just laced here. So everybody that's like going long on this name, man, lots of offers here, picking it up. But there goes Palantir now, $1 in the money. Nice move. $1 in the money. That's 10%. They're on 12. So we're about 8% in the money right now on this move up to the upside for PLTR and still going. We talked about this at 1280. I guess that could have been a reload spot. That's the one thing that I got to do better on for sure, is to try to focus on getting more shares instead of just letting the winners ride. It's like, because I never have enough. So when it's making this move, it's like, great, the net is climbing, but it's like, you look back and you're like, why do we, I know why we got out here. I mean, I don't have any problem with getting out of Palantir where we did. I mean, we ran into there 1230, there's 1240. That was the high from yesterday off the AM. So when it spit up to there and we're long at 12, we're taking some profit. But that's a big move upside there, as we're going to find out that Kathy was buying yesterday, buying last week, and probably in there buying again today, as there it goes, man. AMD, good outs there at 109.50. We noticed that was the bottom. We're into 20% left of AMD, so that's a good trade. Apple as well, noticing that there's a bottom, just took another piece. If Apple can come into the 70s, I'm going to put a bid right there right now to get out. Actually, I'm already there, so I'm already there at the 70s. We don't need to worry. Hopefully that fills out. And then Google was our last piece, and I still think this is a good short as well. So, hey, man, 3 shorts right now. AMD, let's check on Baba. We do got to go over to Sharif. Yeah, Alibaba, good out for us there, as it's much higher, while it's 30 cents higher than where we got out. So far, so good. Today has been a good day. It's about to get better as we go over to the desk for Money Talks. As you can hear my voice starting to go with Sharif.
Yes, sir. Time to look at currencies. The DXY up again. It's up 0.22%. The euro not faring very well against the greenback, down 0.3. The loonie flat, technically up 0.01. We'll see how that goes. The quid also down against the greenback, 0.15. The Japanese yen flat. The Australian dollar down 0.5 point. The Russian ruble, again, up on the US dollar, 0.4%. BTC and ETH both in the green today. All right, guys, let's look at earnings. Not much today after the close. Intuit stands out. Taro Pharma, you guys probably don't know this one, but I know them. They sell generic pharmaceutical drugs to pharmacies. Know these guys very well. Tomorrow, though, brings some Chinese ADR names. You have Xpeng, Futu, Kazoon. You got a Canadian twist in there with Scotiabank, and some retail names as well, guys. Kohl's and Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yep. Good. Yeah, Palo Alto for me is the biggest name there. We're going to wait to see what cybersecurity is all about as that comes through tomorrow into it. There's been some changes in the tax laws and filing and stuff like that, so I'm nervous about them and any push forward on their expected earnings flow moving forward. And then, of course, right in the middle there, we got XPeng. That should be something as we traded.
That's always a good trader.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be a good trade tomorrow. XPeng will be on that. Anything interesting for you there?
Yeah, that Palo Alto and XPev, maybe something there on those ones. Obviously, the big earnings pretty much done other than our friend NVIDIA, which is actually back at that 310 support. So if NVIDIA can get down through this and into like that 308 level, I'd like a dip buy. I don't want to buy it here, although, I mean, I see the case for it. It's supported here all day. So if it supports here one more time, then why not? But, you know, that's not really like, you hit these levels so many times. For me, I just find that eventually it's going to break, and I don't want to be the last guy to buy the dip and get smoked on that. Tesla, I got stopped out of. It broke the teal there. Decisively, I saw some things that I didn't want to see on the tape, so we are out of Tesla for now. I don't know. I mean, there were all these sellers in here at this 190, 150, kind of below that area. So I feel like they could push it back down into VWAP, and maybe you're buying the dip around like 190.50 again, back in those same prices that I was before. If we just hold the 50 period here, this red line, that could be, I mean, that's pretty bullish. So I don't know. It's just not, hasn't dipped enough for me. So I'm out for now. Got out in the 70s there, so good trade there on Tesla. AI, still just waiting on that one. That one's a boring trade.
Boom.
Sharif was yelling OCEA at me. This one I had a crazy trade on one time. Halted up like 10 times or something.
We just reshorted AMD here, so that could be something.
Oh, we did that 110 wick.
OCEA?
AMD.
AMD. Yeah. Well, we shorted, actually, yeah, good call. We'll talk about that. We did get an Apple fill down there at 70. I was looking, I was like, why did the net just jump? But somehow we got that fill down there, Apple 71 or 72. But there's the trade again, yeah. So just like you were talking about, the fail at 110. So we only had 20% left. We put on 20% more. So that's going to give us a better average, well, worse average price, but hopefully to the downside. I'm looking at that top wick right there, 110.16. So if we take out 110.20, we want to get out of these. We're now short at 110.04. So yeah, we're already making now 50 cents on this with a risk of 20 cents. So that's pretty good. Let's see what happens here to the bottom, 109.30. That's where I'm bidding right now. We just shorted this, Max, at the 50 period breakdown, 109.70. So here it comes, pulling back in on AMD. We're bidding right at the bottom of the day, 30. I mean, 30, well, I'm bidding 30s. That's probably too low. Let's bid a 40s if we can get that fill. And then we'll cancel our 30s and let the rest go to the downside on a reloaded position there on AMD. But yeah, man, the net is doing quite well today, as I know yours is as well. So great trade there on Tesla. You're still in AI. No shorts at all for you today.
No, nothing. I mean, that AMD big miss there, but yeah, Palantir. I figured Palantir might be a short at that 13. Obviously not.
Still could be.
Yeah, I guess we reject it now, but I mean, it did it once, right? It did the, it ticked 01s, I believe, initially, and then gives you an okay short there. Why is this not zooming in? Gives you an okay short here when it ticks 01s that first time, back into like 85. Palantir, you can obviously load up a ton of size. You can see my size filter is wrong for this one. You got to filter for like 100 lots. So, I mean, it's not hard to take like 10,000 shares on Palantir and get that 10-cent move. That's like $1,000 in, what is that, 3 minutes? That's not bad. But yeah, now trending up. I don't know if maybe it breaks back below 13, then you're giving up the teal line kind of for the first time today. Maybe we get back down to VWAP. Something to watch for sure. I'd rather trade like the blow off top kind of idea on that one. And that OCEA just blasts off.
As if.
That 10 break was absolutely money. 10 gives you 11.50. So huge trade on OCEA. If I recall correctly, the high on this one is $27. I was in it for that. So I remember very clearly exactly what happened up here, and it was not pretty. But I think like if you take out these 1150 kind of 12 area, you really just have air on this one. Maybe 1450 provides resistance, but I would say over 12, there's really nothing on this up to that 27. Somehow hasn't halted today, up 111%. Usually these ones that are above $10 halt like crazy all over the place. But yeah, nothing here. And there comes the volume. Maybe this is the halt. This is going nuts. Goes 70 cents just like that. Oh, there, it's halting now. I wish I had shorts on this one, actually. The fake halts tend to be a decent short, although not fake halting here. This is about to halt 150. Can it halt? Probably 5 more seconds. Oh, and it quadruples.
Up there? No, they're not up yet.
Do we have halt bands now?
We don't, but normally it lines it up. Like you could see on the level 2 there with the sellers will come in there, or the buyers will come in and halt at a certain price because they're all trying to get long. It's just failed halt there at 12. But okay, Ian Rispetto, thank you so much for talking about CrowdStrike right now. We know that we have, 4 weeks in the side from PanW. Seems I agree, but the problem with CrowdStrike is they still don't have a PE, so they got to start making some money. And in this environment, as we continue to raise interest rates, not a great environment for me in stocks that aren't making any money. We've seen Palantir run like crazy when they reported a profit there and moving forward. So if CrowdStrike does the same thing, man, Ian, you are in luck because you're long from 117 as if. Look at the price right there that you're long at. Pratt, if we can go to the screen just quickly here, we'll just talk about that and then we'll get off this and throw it to the midday show. But that's a great move up. You're running into a little bit of support here at 150. We always like to trade around even dollar levels. You're now above the 200 period, which is 140, 130s down here. I think you take some off in case PanW misses, but it's a good trade, man. 117. I mean, if you're long from May, I mean, that's a good take in just a month. Or a month. This is like 2 weeks right there. So great trade. If you're long, you broke above the 140. I would say if they can return to profitability, you could see 200 in about a month or two on CrowdStrike. So it's a well-loved name. I know it's a well-covered name. It's a COVID darling. I like CrowdStrike. Some of these names have really bumped up recently, though. So I don't know. This one looks like you're looking a gift horse in the mouth, but 150 is a good level, Ian. And I think that I'd be looking to take something out if I was into CrowdStrike at these levels. All right, AMD missed opportunity like crazy. Like we got some out at 50, then we were waiting for 40s. I was telling you that, and we only got 45. So crazy, but there's the reload. And if AMD goes, man, especially if this market wants to get going, I'm getting out at $100.20. So we'll give a little bit back on AMD here today if it does break, but that's the trade that we have on board right now. Google keeps on pushing down. We're light on everything. And then just as a talk, 13, we're out. We're out if it breaks 13. We'll give it a little more love. That's the 21 period. We've really respected this on the way up. But you know what? Scrap that. 1294 out. Let's just do the 50 period. Although this is Max's little line there, we're going to wait for 1295. It hasn't broke the 50 period the whole way, and there it goes right now to the upside. The longs are really, really in control right now. Let's just get out if this breaks 13. I don't think there's any chance we get back down there. Well, not in the next couple minutes, but Palantir, nice upside. 1294 is our out for that one. But Max, thank you so much for again, another great day. You gave people something to cheer about on the long. Palantir, AI, Tesla, Apple, AMD, Google on the shorts as well. So make sure that you guys all hit the like button. How many likes do we have right now? 1.6K, that's great. So I think we're not setting any records, but that's a great like count for us for the show so far. So thank you to everybody. They're lined up, ready to go. It's Sharif and Arun on the Midday Show. Thanks, Max. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, and we will see you then. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls, and thanks, everybody, for watching.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. You know who that is. I'm Sharif. Let's get it going. There's a whole bunch of stuff moving right now. I'm looking at my big cap chart, and I'm seeing Meta really rocketing up right now, holding yesterday's close, and maybe looking to make another new high, 250.28. Let's look at Meta real quick here. This is the chart on Meta. Let me just bring it in. Now, where's that label that I had yesterday? Oh, geez, I'm going to have to relabel this, Arun. Such is the case when you make a promise to the people that you're going to have the labeling there, and you're not helped by your operator. Anyway, here's the move on Meta. It's a red to green. We had a nice move down in the pre-market to hold at 246.5. You had a retracement and a test of yesterday's close. Yesterday's close, 248.32. You dance around that level for a while, and now you're getting the breakout. So 250.28. That's a high day break. That's the one I've got my eye on, but you'd be a fool if you didn't have your eye on Tesla and Amazon as well, because they are also strong on the day. Microsoft, Apple, and Google all weak on the day. These ones, you got to look short. But if you're looking long, I'm looking Amazon as well. Here's what's happening on our friend Amazon. Oh, there's the label, Arun. Oh, that's nice. So now we have it there. Here's the 5-minute chart on our friend Amazon. Very similar to the same as Meta, except it doesn't really hover around yesterday's close at that 115 area. It really gets going, retraces back into VWAP at 115 and a third, and now it's looking to make a new high. It makes 2 5-minute candles green to make a new high, looking to take that 116.08 high and looking to retrace into 116 now. So Amazon quite strong as well if you're looking for something long. And then last but definitely, I fumbled that one a little bit. Definitely not least, our friend Tesla. Max was all over this one, and yes, I'm going to hit a couple of bangs for him because that was a solid trade on him. Arun will give him credit for that in a second. He'll have what he has to say about Tesla. But yeah, it's very, very similar to the move on Amazon, just more robust. You have that big move up and a retracement into VWAP around 190. That's the level. I mean, you'd be looking for, if you're looking for a retracement, then you get a 193 test, 192.96 high on Tesla. It should be probably mentioned that there's really no specific catalyst for this one, or Amazon or Meta in general, these stronger names. None that I saw anyway, but if there is chat, please apprise me and let me know if there is set. Eh? Yeah, but they're Canadian deliveries. Sean's saying Tesla has a deliveries from China to Canada with the Model Y. Now they're exporting Chinese-made Model Ys, which have different batteries, by the way, that are less expensive and also have less range. It should be noted. Anyway, yeah, let's bring in Arun.
Yo,
what's the future look like, my man?
Futures. It's very different markets, right? Right now, individual names, individual stocks are going. There's certain names that are going absolutely nuts, and then you have the indexes doing absolutely nothing, right? NASDAQ down 0.33, S&P is somewhere in that boat, down 0.27 to 0.28. And there really hasn't been much activity on the index side of things, but individual names. We have Tesla. You talked about Tesla. Max had a great, I saw the chart on it well after. I looked at it after as we were getting close to our show, because usually I'm not on the equity side of any trades anyways, unless I'm on the show. And here's that 190 dip buy after breaking early. Damn, that was a terrific pickup in front of 190. You could easily go 190 to 188, and here you are sitting 192. So that was one. And then another, as we were getting closer to the show, I'm like, okay, what potential stocks are on the table for trades? Roku, I noticed. Oof, Roku. Really? That breakout through 57, that's another one. And then I noticed Twilio, TWLO, up 5% on the day. Also, it's not even just, it's a continuation from yesterday's rally, but also a nice little like overnight drift and then the breakout.
Sure.
Am I, no, it's not me. Okay, and a continuation now sitting at 61 and looking pretty good. And then the fourth one I noticed, again, I'm not in any of these, right? Now I'm gonna start looking for trades with you guys on the equity side of things, just so I have something to do, because futures, we're not doing a whole lot there. DocuSign, potentially 56s, a nice little breakthrough, and then a move back down that actually gets held up. I'm looking at this for a potential trade here. DocuSign, if we were to come back down to 56.20 against 55.50, 70 cent stop, see if we can't take a shot at that 57. That'll get me a 1-to-1, and then depends on how we extend from there. But that's pretty much it in terms of equities that I'm seeing so far. But all I can really build now, this late into the day, if you haven't caught the rally already on these individual names, they're already like well into their move.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be a matter of finding trades that are either fading out to short or that are doing a late break rally with the indexes moving to the upside as well. I think that's what we've got to figure out in the next 3 hours together.
Well, yeah.
Because I mean, like I said, I'm mostly on the futures, right? And I haven't had a trade on the futures yet. So I'm gonna go into the equity side with you guys. I'll go through the chat, see what you guys are talking about. Moderna. All right, what do we got from Moderna? I know some names are moving. Moderna. Ooh, that's a fast move. That's a fast move, but the ability to trade it. Let's see. Maybe a smaller chart. 135 extension, possibly. Okay, I'll take a look at Moderna. That could be something I could work with. Let me see if I can find the. When I look at something like this late into the rally, obviously we started this at 126. We stalled at 135, down to 132. If we take the secondary extension north of 135, what I want to see is not necessarily just the break, but I want to see how we handle on a pullback. That'll be telling in terms of whether we can actually absorb any selling and continue the rally, or this is getting exhausted a little bit. Obviously, it looks strong. We look at the bigger chart. What do we have to resistance up top? We've got some 135.50 action, 138. I can probably figure out a trade. If 138 is going to be the top and 135.50-ish is going to be the high from back on the 10th, there's probably something to be done around 135. I'll put this up and keep an eye on this one here. Yeah.
All right, I want to let everybody know that Amazon is now testing day's high. Here we go, 116.08 is the day's high, and we're about to test it right now. I'm seeing 6s show up on the book, 7s. What's the tape showing here? By the way, when I say book, I'm talking about level 2, which is this area right here, guys. Because I know we always have new viewers all the time. And then when I say tape, I'm talking about this area over here where you're seeing green, yellow, red, orange. That's the time in sales. And yeah, we have a new high of day now on Amazon, 116.12. This one is moving. It is up 0.94, about to touch that 1%. Yesterday's close, and even 115 on the dot. We don't even retrace there on the initial retracement off that big move up. We get to about 115.25 right at VWAP. You can't see VWAP on this chart, but trust me, bro, it was at 115.25. Oh, baby. We're moving on Amazon here. Amazon getting strong all of a sudden, 116.15, a lot of buying coming in on this name. I remember doing like a count of how many green days versus red days. This one's done on the daily. In the past, like, let's just take a 20-day sample size, and it's a ridiculous amount. It's like in the 80-something% green days. So this one has been bought up ever since that earnings debacle where it made a move up, then it made a move down. Here it is, making moves up at the moment, about to take that 1% on the day. I'm seeing a concurrent move in Meta as it knocks on the door of 249.75. Mr. Katina to my right is excited. I don't know what he's embroiled in at the moment. He's in AMD short. And as I look to my top right screen where I have AMD up, I see it is now breaking below that 109.50 level. Let's bring in AMD. We'll talk about that one super quick. It's actually quite bearish because you have a high of day test there, high of day touch, sorry, at 111, essentially 110.99, and a break below VWAP, and now multiple breaks below VWAP and accumulating at that 109.25 level. Looks like a flat bottom break waiting to happen, but I think it'll have probably something to do a little bit with this market. I'm keeping an eye on the NQ and the ES as well. Arun, you know what I just noticed?
Yo.
I always have yesterday's close earmarked on my charts as a horizontal line. Okay?
Yeah.
I do that for the equities and I do it for the futures.
Yeah.
And yesterday, and I try to move the same line so I don't have to duplicate it. So I'll move it from yesterday's line, yesterday's level to today's. And I came to move the ES's line today from yesterday or the day before.
You didn't have to move it?
And I moved it a quarter of a point, Arun.
You didn't have to move it.
So I think that's kind of symbolic for the range we've been trading in on this ES contract.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially that's the thing with markets, right? They have an ebb and flow to them in terms of activity.
Nice trade, Sean.
And volatility. So when it goes from high volatility to low volatility periods, it ends up doing exactly what it's doing right now. Is there's a flash in the pan event that gives you a large run. It lasts like 2 days, and then it just goes quiet, and then you have to deal with this market. So it just goes to show, oh, damn, mRNA is already at 136. We just talked about 135. Moderna already at 136 and running strong. Good extension to the upside. Damn,
Yeah.
okay. When it comes to high volatility periods, that's when you got to make your money, because then you got to deal with sitting here and watching. For me, the entire index absolutely do nothing, but then you have stocks like Moderna. Wow. Okay. 138 was the top end. Let's pull up the chart on Moderna here. 138 was supposed to be the top end. 135 is broken. Let's get a smaller chart. That's the 30. Now I know where the resistance levels are going to be. Let's figure out how we're going to trail this if we are to take the 135 break. Remember, I need to see a pullback to see how strong this breakout really is. Clearly, it's strong. It's already running. I want to see a pullback into 135. If that pullback can hold up, I want to use that 132 low as a potential stop location. As long as we break into 135, hold up well, then there's a trade to be made on Moderna. Let's take a quick look. I see Tesla. I talked about Tesla 190 yesterday. Obviously, that 190 is broken. It's just going to come down to, are we going to test this? We could test this a few times, actually, and still be positive here. So 190 through 188, it's going to be the zone where we can keep coming down. As long as there's enough buy-side action to support it, then we can take a shot on the buy side again. We may not have caught the first one, but let's see if we can catch the next one here on Moderna. And what else did I see here? LFCR. I'm not sure why this one's coming up.
Yeah, it's pumping. I was just about to get to it. 950
yeah, go for
top.
It. Yeah, go for it.
950 top. This one, what's the name called, Arun, here? Lifecore Biomedical. Yes, this is the one that it has, I believe, an oncology, cancer oncology, I believe. Outstanding loans, signed new supply agreement, fermentation capacity with Icon. Maybe this is a new one. Okay, well, there's the headline. Lifecore Biomedical shares are trading higher after the company announced it entered into $150 million in new financing. Rapid its outstanding loan terms and signed a new supply agreement to expand its HA fermentation capacity with Alcon. All right, so let's get to the actual trade itself. LFCR on the NASDAQ. LFCR. Oh, not on the NASDAQ. Or is it? Right. LFCR. LFCR. Thank you. What's going on here?
LF.
Anyway, we'll figure that out after. I'm not going to do that.
It might be restricted for us.
Yeah, I'll have a look in a second. OCEA is the other one.
No, you typed it wrong.
Yeah, OCEA is the other one that's moving here, guys. This one, I talked about this one, up 100%. 1208 top, kind of retracing now, guys. You think maybe here that 925 area where VWAP is, you also have a bit of a top between that 975, 925 area. Good possible retracement area if you're able to secure shorts on this one. But maybe a V-shaped retracement, not unusual on these small cappers, especially when you make a topping tail candle like that. Usually a reversal candle. What does that look like on the 15? No, it doesn't quite translate into quite the same thing on the 15, but 5, yeah. I'll keep my eye on this one. I don't even know how much shorts are going to cost, but OCEA is the other one that's moving. The other one I want to talk about is a possible swing trade here on Plug Power. This is the second good day it's had, 3.5%. It was up huge yesterday on news that it acquired 3 big contracts from European buyers for its hydrolyzer, something like that, guys. Yeah, you'll have to look into it specifically, but what I'd look for is a confirmation of a break of a new trend, something short term, maybe to test the 200, like 14.5 area. Look for maybe the breakout of this peak over here, 950, maybe even the test of the 50 period on the daily. Maybe size into this accordingly, quarter position, then wait for confirmation, and then add to it. But yeah, looking for something to lift these clean energy stocks. Look for a breakout. Don't jump into it. But I'm keeping my eye on this one for the next, I want to say, week or so to see how it trades and whether there's a swing trade to be had on Plug Power. Always looking for that nice swing. Yeah, OCEA making another move back up. Let's get into that one. Get here, OCEA. Did I just get this right? OCEA, yes, on the NQ. All right, let's load this bad boy up. Retracing into that, well, yeah, held 10.5. Now looking to retrace back into 11 or to curl back up into 11 to test that 1208 high. Let's see if this one actually holds up here. Well, looking for a V-shaped retracement, maybe down into 950, but if it, right now it's a 5-minute candle to make a new high. So we'll see if it continues there. I'll keep my eye on this one. Not jumping into anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going through the chat. Renata's like, I don't like when the market's doing this. Neither do I. This makes my day very, very long. Hopefully, if we can get some movement at some point. It's just a matter of we need a catalyst, and we have gotten bored of essentially everything that the market's thrown at us so far. Even any sort of PCE numbers or inflation numbers are even muted. There was a time when, do you remember when the CPI number moved the market like 100 points?
Oh, yeah.
And now what's the CPI number doing? It's much more muted than that.
OCE is going.
OCE?
It's really going here. Here comes
11?
broke
Yeah, let's
through
go to his
11,
screen
11
there.
and a
Damn.
quarter.
Not mine.
Really thinking about this one to curl, but yeah, it didn't jump into it. Looks like we're gonna test 11.5. A lot of momentum into this one. A lot of volume too, though. We're in 28.5 million shares. It's an $11 stock, so yeah. It's near, again, high of day. The last 5 minutes has done about 785,000 shares, so it's really coming in there. Max, what's your look on OCA? Are you looking at it? No, he hasn't been trading it. What? $12 break, says Mad Max. Yeah, we already got that 1208 test, but second time around, it's okay. Yeah. Second break, no go? Yeah, Max says do it. So, oh, there he is, baby. He's on the record. No, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, I'll keep my eye on OCEA. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Arun.
No, it's all good, man. I mean, this is where you get put in a position. I think a lot of traders get put into a position where you're used to doing one thing. And like for me, I'm just an index equity guy. Like for me, it's just futures, really, right? And on a day like this, or in situations like this, you have to make a decision. Are you going to now just wait it out, or are you going to go and try to figure out something else to occupy your time since you're already here? That can work there's benefit, obviously there's pros and cons to it. In my case, based on the numbers, and I'm always working with numbers, so I will always base all my decisions on probabilities and whatnot. For me, from my track record, I would say that for me, it's better off to just not do anything else. For me, I just wait it out. If the market's doing nothing, I'm not going to do anything. So individual names, however, if you are trading individual stocks and you're looking for crazy moves, then you're going to find them. You're always going to find them, regardless of what the rest of the market's doing. There's always going to be something that's moving. In my case, I think I found a niche where I'd like to sit with. So for me, now I'm going to find trades with you guys while we're trading. Why? Because I'm on the show. If I wasn't on the show, would I do it? No. But I still know how to do it. I would be all over Netflix. Like when this market was doing nothing, I got up. Yeah, I was doing Spanish lessons and I was watching shows while these guys were doing the show. And then I got up and I was like, this market's still not doing anything. I got up and went to Nespresso, got some coffee.
I saw you.
Yeah, and then I came back and the market was still in the same spot. I was like, oh, I missed nothing.
Oh, yeah.
And then here we are at lunchtime, and we've moved about 3-4 points or so. But again, individual names are doing more things. It's what kind of trader, why do I come with make that decision?
Yeah.
It's because I always, like I said, I do it. I work my numbers. I always do like what's the historical probabilities of doing certain things, right? For me, I've noticed that I'm much better at the futures, and my sizes allow me to not have to be active. So if I only have to take one trade a week, or it's usually a one trade a day, but yesterday was pretty quiet, but I can probably average out one trade a day by the end of the week, right? I could be quiet for 2 days, and then all of a sudden I'll have 5 trades on the week, right? I know that over the course of 5 trades on the futures alone in the week, I'll be just fine. I don't need to push.
Yeah, and that's just data.
I don't need to push and try to go into different avenues. It's also, I mean, like you always want to be open to new ideas and open to trading new markets and whatnot. But I have done a decent amount of background testing. I don't know if you know this, but I've actually traded quite a few world markets.
Yeah, no, you did tell me.
Equity.
You told me you traded Japan for a while.
I traded Japan for a while, and then all the European markets, right? Like the individual European markets. And I was very close to, get this, I was very close to trading the Thai market. The
Didn't
time
even
market.
know that existed?
No.
Okay.
It was very close, and they're like, no, we're not going to get
How
involved.
liquid is it liquid? It's liquid?
No.
It's illiquid. Yeah, I suspected there would be.
It's like you go into the exotic markets, like, oh, maybe I can learn that. And that, as a new trader, as a new person that's actually getting involved in the markets, you have to be open to everything.
Right.
But then you start to notice certain things where it's not worth your time.
Yeah.
Shut that down, shut that down, shut that down, and you concentrate on what you're actually going to make your money on. And I've just gotten to a point where I'm just super hyper focused, I guess, if you will, on one specific thing.
Yep.
Because that's what I know how to do very, very well.
What you do, baby.
So let me just make my money there, right? All right. At the end of the day, you
Ponzi,
can make up
Fonzie, oh
for
my God.
quantity by going in size. That's
Listen
all
to
it is.
this.
What do you
What's
say?
the Honda Civic base model trade, baby? Not what's the Lambo trade.
He was asking about the.
Hey, we're not.
He
We're
was asking.
disrespecting, by the way, a Honda
nothing
Civic.
wrong with the Honda Civic.
Base model. Well,
I mean, we might be able to
that's
give
it for
you a.
That's it for you, baby.
I mean, today, based on today's situation, I might have to give you like a 2003 Honda
I have to
Civic
give my car back.
situation. I mean, we can't give you the Lambo.
I
on
want to
this market
mention a
at least.
couple of things, Arun,
Yeah.
and just some housekeeping here. Meta knocking on the door of 150. Yes, sorry, 250. Yeah, it was a 150 a while ago. 250, dancing at that 250 level. I'll bring in Meta here real quick before I talk about SoFi, because the chat wants to know about SoFi. Meta 250 test right now, stair stepping up, held yesterday's close. We talked about this. Break above VWAP, and now we're looking to test 250, 28 days high. Been strong since earnings, obviously, and making new highs. So Meta, keep an eye on that. Amazon, much the same, taking that 116 clean, 116.45 top now, breaking through the earlier top made after the bell at 116 in a bit. Excuse me. So yeah, keeping my eye on both those. But yeah, SoFi, having a good day. I'm not seeing a news item for SoFi, but again, I keep mentioning this. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but my news blotter is not working and has not been for the last little while. The provider knows about it. They're trying to fix it at the moment. It's still not fixed. So I don't have all the data, but it's up 3.61%. What's the daily look like on our friend SoFi? I know we had earnings. When did we have earnings? Look for the highest volume candle, I guess. Anyway, it's still, it's a period. It's a series of rejections of the 200. It can't really stay above the 200 EMA on the daily chart. I guess it's off the lows there at maybe at 4.25. That was the low, right? 4.25. Yeah, a bit of a double bottom there, but we just touched 450 the other day.
This Moderna is can't stop, won't stop right now.
You gotta take over there.
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks.
This Moderna is can't stop, won't stop right now because look at this. Damn. The person that called us out at 135, I hope you're in this much earlier because I was looking for the extension and then confirmation. Sometimes you don't get that, and that ends up being too long of a wait. And then here you are at 136.60. In a trend, this is like ideal, but obviously, how often do you get something like this that works this perfectly? Not that often. So here we are running strong on Moderna. 138 still like the top end resistance level. If we get there, there might be another break that I can get involved with, right? 135 was supposed to be the intraday continuation, and then 138 would be the much larger chart resistance level going back a few days, going back to, that's not it, Moderna, mRNA. Going back to here, going back to the 10th and the 9th here. So there's something up here that we do need to deal with at 138. So let's see if we can get there, get past that. That could open up another set of trades. When you end up missing one trade, there's going to be something else that sets up. In this case, Moderna 138 could potentially be on the table there as well. All
right, I'm going to dance with plug a little bit here. I like the fact that it made a newer high. It's strong, so I'm going to look for a high of daybreak continuation. I'm in at 913. Looking for that 918 break. Might be a little bit late to the party, but I see maybe a potential 30 penny upside or so. So we'll give it to 9. That will be the out on that. So that's my trade on that one. Looking for continuation up 3.4%. My out will be 9 on Plug Power. I'm also keeping an eye on OCEA as it continues to do its little dance there at 10.5. Looking for a 10 hold here. You know, there's a little bit of price action at 980, between 950 to 980. Ideally, you want to see the 10 hold, even though the technical level for support is below the 10. At least that's how I see it with those peaks there. But looking for a 10 hold as it breaks decidedly now below 10 and a half, touches 10 and a quarter, I believe, there, in and around there. Oh, there it goes, right into 980 and 10. Okay, so does it get bought up here? This is very interesting. Let's see how it trades here. Do we huadunk? You got to think 950 is also VWAP, so a bit of a buy zone, possibly between 10 and 950. Let's see what happens here. This is interesting. The spread a little wide, sadly. There we go. Now we break down into 10 again, but the spread not to my liking, sadly. 5 points, 9 points at times. Yeah, that's not what you want to see in a $10 name. It's flirting with 10, holding 10 so far. Do we get continuation here, or do we get a huadunk? Yeah, let's see. Should we dip our toe in a little bit here, Arun? I mean, like, wet the beak a little bit.
Do it.
Let's wet the beak.
One position is yours, and the other position you take is mine.
All right, here it is.
You know I'm not going to take an actual position.
I like this. All right, you know what? We're going to go in, and we're going to give it to 950. But you know what I'm going to go for? I'm thinking a dip trade probably would be the best here. So I'm going to sit and, you know what? I'm fine missing out on the trade, but I'm going to have to get a good price if I'm going to get in it. So we're going to go ahead here, and we're going to sit at a random level of 965. And my out will be 15 pennies. It will be the break of 50. On my chart, VWAP is at 50. So I'd like to ideally see that hold. I'm looking for a dip trade to get a good price. It's in the 80s now. Oh, baby, it's coming down. The heartbeat pounding as it inches closer to your price. 80s. Here we go. Let's see if we get that touch, or I might miss out on the trade altogether, and that is a realistic possibility.
So that's my trade, right? That's the one that you're taking on my behalf?
This is a small cap capper. This is so
that's your trade?
Antithetical to you.
So which one is mine? One of them
has to be mine. I'm going to go with Plug. Plug's yours.
Mine?
Plug's in the money.
No, you don't have to give me something that's in the money.
No, Plug is, I think, the more reasonable trade. It's a continuation trade. It's more predictable.
Okay.
There's a news catalyst to support it. It's, you know, it's not trading as erratically as you say an OCEA
So I'll own Plug going forward through your account? Because, you know.
Actually, I want to, yeah, I know. TLO Enterprise is asking a very good question. Thank you for asking this question, because he or they asking, well, why don't you wait for the curl? And Neil would call waiting for the curl, getting it on the backside of it. So you have the front side, which is the actual downturn. You wait for a bottom or a plateauing, and then you get it, the curl up, the backside, Neil calls it. I'm assuming that's what you mean when you say that. Yeah, absolutely good possibility. I'm just trying to base it off technical levels, you know, which is 950, which is VWAP, $0.50 VWAP. And it's also a bit of a top, as you can see here, previously traded top, where it was about right there. So I'm trying to sit in front of it. I may not get filled. And, you know, and then maybe that does present me an opportunity to get it on the backside, because then it's gonna miss my dip and it's gonna start curling, right? Which looks like kind of what it's doing now. We'll see what happens. So embroiled in a couple of trades, Plug Power, looking for that continuation, and then OCEA, which looks like it may be curling here without me as it goes back above 10, Arun, and hovering now at 1030. Ew, the spread on this is just disgusting. It just opened up to 15 pennies, man.
That's actually pretty good, though.
No, it isn't. Really, for a small cap capper?
That's moving like this? I feel like
spread?
That's actually, yeah, like a 5-cent spread seems kind of safe, actually, for a stock like this.
No, I tell you, I usually like those 1-2 penny spreads personally. You know,
not ones that are going to move like
What's
that.
What's the float on this one? It's got to be, I think I was looking with this with Brendo. It's like 2.5 million. Give me a sec here. Yeah, it is. 2.3 million share float.
Oh,
that's why.
I'm very curious what the short cost on that is going to be.
I know. Why don't you have a look? You have the manager's account. You can probably look.
Yeah, but I got to log in.
I want to do it.
And I got
That's hilarious.
All right, fine, I'll do it just for the sake of entertainment. You guys can put your guesses on how much this is going to be. But
yeah, so it's on a per 100 share basis. So like you can say like 10 cents a share, and then whatever, multiplied by that 100, because minimum of 100 shares. You know this guy's policy. He doesn't buy them. OCEA curling.
I'm what?
You don't buy them.
No, before that, you said.
You know his policy. He doesn't
Oh,
buy
they
them.
said I'm ballsy. I'm just like, no, I'm not.
Said his policy. He doesn't buy them. Yeah, I know you're.
I'm not putting that kind of money on. And I talked about this as to why I don't do that.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Adam DeLuce.
Yes.
Good friend of the show's, by the way.
Okay.
I'm creating an algo for indices. It's at version 5 now, and it's profitable. Could you ask Arun what he believes to be the worst day of the week for market movement? Have you thought of market movement in that context?
In terms of days?
That's what
I will say this. Okay, so in terms of days of the week, it's usually, I find, Fridays tend to be a little bit quieter. But again, I don't know. I don't do the day of the week situation, in terms of calculating the data. Just because if you get data points in the morning on a Friday, like 8:30 or 10, but after that, it's kind of just drifted off, right?
Okay.
Especially this week going into a long weekend. But I do know the second week of the month tends to be much quieter because in the very first week, you get a ton of data. You get the ISM numbers, you get a lot of these like jobs report numbers, all of them coming in days apart from each other. Okay. And then all of a sudden, the second week, you get nothing, right? So it tends to go quiet. And then usually Fed meetings are in the third week of the month.
Right.
Tends to be. Not always, but tends to be in the third week of the month, usually the Wednesday or so. So I find that second week of the month tends to be very, very quiet. And I've noticed that. It's just something I've noticed over time. Now, if you're running a statistical model, I would think that you would go through and see what the volatility for the week would be. But definitely look into that. And I think that's just personal opinion too on Fridays being quieter just because of the data points coming in the morning and then quieting down in the afternoon. But some days might surprise you, right? Some days you get that rally that never really stops on a Friday. With long weekends coming up, that kind of changes the game a little bit because what my expectation for Friday would be is that Thursday, this is just me thinking here, Thursday you have a lot of the bigger traders, floor guys are going to do what they need to do and then hand off their books to the junior traders for Friday. And most of the time, junior traders don't have the access and the ability to do large moves for themselves, right? They need to get approval and whatnot. These guys probably just just hold my spot until I'm back from the long weekend. So I would think Friday of this week would be much quieter as well, right? We might get that flash right in the morning, and then it goes quiet. That's my expectation anyway. So the opening and the closing, I think, is going to be pretty much where the volume is, and then midday is going to be something like this. But I think we can see this coming almost. Who knows? We might be surprised. Someone may say something. That's the thing. It's all of this is said with the caveat in mind that someone doesn't say something about the debt ceiling. Someone doesn't say something about the Fed, or one of the Fed members say.
On my futures trade yesterday, which was cut short by. Thanks for that, Speaker McCarthy. No, I'm kidding. Of course, obviously that much bigger fish to fry there. With those talks going on. All right, I'm keeping my eye here on OCEA as it continues to curl and hold above 10. So Neil would say you're getting it on the backside here. And whoever was reminding me of that, saying, why don't you wait for the curl? Why have a dip trade? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for the pop up because I don't have confirmation that it's going to hold. So I'm going to sacrifice some profit for confirmation. So I'm going to hang out above the $0.50. Here goes. We're going to go for a half position. Sean's pumping it up there. Are you short AMD again? So Sean's short AMD and he's printing. So have a look at that trade if you're interested in something big tech. It's flirting with 110. It's been holding below 110 for a while. But back to OCEA. I'm going to wait for confirmation that this one curls back up. I'm going to sit above 1050, excuse me. Here we go. We're going to sit at 52s. And we're going to take a half position, guys, through the break of 52s. And this is a breakout trade, kind of, sort of, because of the fact that I'm waiting for it to break. Well, even though it's touched that level again. So I would say this is a breakout trade rather than a dip trade. You see that I still have my dip trade set up at 965. Should it make its way down there. But I'm going to wait for confirmation. So there we go. We'll put in that one. Also looking at plug. And plug breaking to 918 and coming right back down again. Bit of a I haven't seen how it's traded around this 918 level, but this double top is obviously something of interest. I would like to see how it trades around that level. It should make its way back up there. 918 does seem to be the top. I don't see anything really telling here on the book, but you know, it could be absolutely an iceberg order around there. So we'll have a look at that trading level should it make its way back up there again. So are we here with OCEA still hanging out above 10 at 10 1/4? We'll see what comes of this. HPDS in the chat. Sharif, how long of a time period do you use to determine if a level is being held? That's a really good question. I mean, I guess the answer to that probably depends on the stock. So if you're trading a small cap capper, it doesn't tend to hang around areas quite as long as maybe a big tech or a futures trade would hang out at a particular level, right? You got to be quicker with some of those and more, you know, patient with some of the slower movers. So look to see how the stock is trading. Does it have a propensity to trade quickly and with wide ranges, or is it narrower? And then kind of, I would say, make your decision based on that. That would be my take on that. How's your opinion on that?
I agree. I mean, it's not a matter of time, for me at least. It's a matter of how a market handles. If you get a breakout, let's just say in my case, or Moderna, if we get a breakout, I want to see how this market handles a wave down. We're looking for the long. Okay, great. We know the strength is there. Clearly, Moderna has it. Now, when you extend, is this going to be one of those valid extensions, or is this going to be just one of those, well, we hit 35, we took out some stops, now we're struggling again. So I want to see what this market does on the opposite direction when we come back through.
Yeah.
So 135 break, great, sure. Is this legit? Let's find out on a move back down. If we hold up well, it doesn't have to be, I don't think you need to go on a much larger time frame than maybe a 5 minute or so, I would think. If we can hold up well on a move back down after breaking above, then by all means, I think that shows you enough, and then go, that's long enough, I would think, especially at the intraday version of taking these trades. I think 5-10 minutes should be more than enough. Obviously, you want two different charts. You want the big chart and you want the small chart. The big chart is meant to show you what this market looks like in terms of how much strength can this trend have. And like we determined, 135 was good to 138. So if that's good, the risk makes sense, then all you need is just some sort of confirmation that the buying is still there after the break. And I think a move back down confirms that. I did check on the shares. Take a guess. No, you can't look at it. I gotta change it.
He changed the screen really quick there.
What do you think it is on OCA? Right?
15 cents a share.
Final guess?
I guess.
2 cents a share.
Oh, not bad.
That's amazing.
That's not bad at all.
That's surprising.
Hey, can I tell you, because I don't really feel like it's been, well, shout out to DTTW, baby, Day Trade the World, for making that available and making it available at such a good price, no question about that. But I also feel it has a little bit to do with the fact that these small cap cappers haven't really been more short focused at the moment as much as they are long focused. We've talked about this on the Midday show a lot, about what cycle these small caps are in. Are they more long prone, or are they more short prone, where you just take a high daybreak south and usually ride it back down?
Well, think about who's trading it. And think about the direction. Well, think about who's trading. The majority of people that are looking when a number or a stock pops up on the radar is going to be usually smaller traders.
Retail?
Yeah, smaller traders, right? Yeah. And most traders on that on the retail side, including us, we have better access to shorts, but at the same time, not everyone wants to go short.
And not everybody can.
Not everyone
I can't take that one short on my platform.
There you go.
It's not available.
Right?
It says not available.
Okay. Yeah. So now your broker may not have it. Yeah. You may not be comfortable taking it. So if you're long only and you see a stock that's up huge on the day, then why wouldn't you want to join in if you can justify a reason to go in, right? And this pushes it a little bit further than it needs to go, right? Yeah. So long only on smaller stocks makes perfect sense, right?
Plug 918 again, guys. Thanks for that, Danny H. Yeah, dancing at 918 again. 918 is the level, guys. On our friend Plug, it's quite obvious. Rejected off it again. Some sizeage coming in there at 918, but you know it's really not what I believe is holding it down. Looks more like an iceberg, but Meta and Amazon are absolutely going here, and nothing else really. I'm looking. Is it Nvidia going? No, it's not. It's been a Meta and Amazon story today. It was a Tesla story earlier. You saw Mad Max all over that one. Meta rocketing to the high. And by rocketing, I'm talking about like this type of market rocketing, not previous type of market rocketing. But 246.50 now breaking through 250.50 decisively. Looking to take 250 3/4 with 72s as the high. We are knocking on the door of high of day. Let's go to the half an hour and see where the levels are. Okay, so the level 253.50, the obvious level that stands out. That was yesterday in the morning, and then we had a sell-off off that big Meta move. But Meta's been an absolute rocket. Arun, I've been out of this one and lamenting the fact that I have been out of this one
That is
since
crazy.
the 30s.
That turn on Meta, I'm not talking about the intraday turn, but like the pivot, the V-shaped turn on the much larger time
Look
frame.
at October 2022.
Dude, look at this. This is
as clear
This is
as
the
it gets.
weekly. Like you broke
Yes.
100, you were down there for a week, and then instant turn, and then never stopped after that. I mean, I guess it did stop. It hesitated at 200 a bit, and then we broke through, and then you get into this territory now, and all you have to do is clear through 260, is about 260-ish.
That's the level.
260-ish. This is on a weekly chart, so this is like portfolio level, portfolio
that's
size.
the money that's
interest.
moving
Yeah,
this
yeah.
type of stock.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, as intraday traders, you're going to try to catch moves here and there, but you also have to be aware of the much larger field that you're dealing with. And when you have Meta coming this aggressively into some action that's got to be dealt with, that week where we fell,
You remember that?
I don't remember that,
No?
actually. When we
Oh,
fell from
baby.
301, this is on the weekly, from 301 down through to 240, we did not spend a whole lot of time, it seems like, around that 260 mark.
No.
So that leaves a gap and a vacuum for
No
that
question.
area to hold up well on the pullback, or on not a pullback, this is a full out return. If we end up breaking through that, we should be open to 300 once again. So quite the turn on Meta. You don't see V-shaped turns.
No.
Like it's too late. Like you have to have faith in the V-shaped turn, because usually they don't give you signals. They just do a quick turn and then gone, right? That's the whole thing of V-shape.
Yeah.
You were talking about
This
like the
one was
curl, right?
this one,
Curls
I
are
know.
easier to see.
Yeah.
V-shaped turns, they're very
This one was
hard to see.
clear because you'd come every day, and because the market kept going down until January, right?
Yeah.
Meta made its curl in October, right? So we got the real nice move in the equities in January. We got a lot of buying. We had a crappy Feb. But you'd come every day and the market would be down and Meta would be up and you'd be like, huh? Scratching your head. So that was really kind of what caught my attention to it. All right, OCEA. We're in this one now, guys. It made a dip trade into VWAP. I was sitting at 65s. I got filled. Now we're hanging out at 82s. I'm in the money, but no, not clear. It's not clear sailing here. We need to reclaim and hold above 10. But there is a good support level. I like the level where I got in. I didn't compromise on the level. In fact, I was thinking about getting in the above 10s in the 1020s. I'm happy I got in here. If I'm stopped out, I have a lot better of a price. 950 break is where I'm out. But I'm looking for a 10 reclaim and a possible high of day test. But we'll probably have to dance with this one a little bit. Anyway, OCEA making a move. What's up?
I was going to say Moderna's. Moderna's at that 138. Oh, well, 137 and change. 137.80. So we're at that level. We got there fairly quickly. So let's see now. Is 138 going to hold, or is 138 going to cause the next leg of this move here? Because we've got that nice initial move from 126 to 135. Took a break. Secondary leg from 135 to 130. Well, continuing, still going. Who knows if the 138 is going to hold up well. But it is going to be the next little bit of resistance that we need to clear. And let's take a quick look at what Moderna can potentially do past 138 if we were to get there. Let's take I can't make use of that one, so let's go to the daily then. 140. 140. I mean, that's just a round number. That's essentially it. At this point, it's got to have to be 140, whatever this is, 141-ish. All right. Oh. Moderna, we're still looking, but we're not finding. But hey, here we go to the upside of Moderna. Everyone that's in the chat talking about Pfizer, lows. I've got the charts up. I'm still looking at them. Pfizer, yes, that break north of 39. Quite the move. Now it's already at 39.50. It's going to have to be on a move back down. I think the window for that was right there on that. Again, I'm not looking at all these names, right? So when you guys put them up, that's when I pulled the charts up, and this was a little late for me. So we were already at 30. We dipped down to 15. That had to be the buy on that dip for us to get that long. Now it's at 50. So it's going to have to be somewhere in that 10 to 15 mark for that to work out. And then Lowe's has been setting up for a while now. I don't think it's broken just yet. That 210 is in play right now on Lowe's. If we can get above 210, we're sitting at 209-ish. If we get through 210, that'll be a nice horizontal consolidation break. Or not even a consolidation break, because it's not much of a consolidation, but it is going to be a horizontal level that's going to be taken out if we can get through 210. That should open up stops. I would wait for the stops to go, see pretty much what we were going to do on Moderna, see how it handles the pullback, and if we can hold up well, then that's going to be your breakout point, and you go for the long. Those are pretty much, that's all I've got here. Is there anything else that's coming up on my radar that is moving well? Not really. Pins, I noticed, was up there, but I don't know why Pins is on my radar. Just a strong runner turning. It's like all these individual names that you really don't think of. You're like, oh, it's Pins used to be during the last few years. It's been a mover. Now all of a sudden, how's Etsy doing? Talking about Pins. Etsy, I wonder.
You ever buy anything off Etsy?
I have, actually.
Yeah, I saw.
I can't remember what
I buy
what it was.
like presents for like they're customizable things. Like I got my nephew like a custom nameplate or something like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, his name Christian.
Yeah.
And they do great stuff. All right, guys, I got to keep my eye on plug here because the break of 9, and that's the end of this trade. Okay, so we got in 9.13 on plug. We had several. You could even say a triple top here at 9.18, and it did not continue. So the break of 9, and that's the end of the trade for me. I'll have to give it to that whole dollar level, even though VWAP's at 890. That's not how I structured the trade. The other trade that I'm in right now, 965s on OCEA. We're in the mid 80s, but we've been knocking on the door at 10. We haven't been breaking 10. The break of 50, 950 is the end of the trade for me on here. So in 2 trades, positive on one, negative now on the other. So we'll have to keep a close eye on plug and not let that one get against us.
Yeah, I'm.
Hold on, what else is? I wanted to talk about some other stuff here. Give you a sec because I had a couple of other ones that I want to talk about. Man, my goodness, Meta, man, 250.87. In case you're wondering what if there was a secular move possible or a news headline here for Meta. There was this Giphy or Jiffy headline, however you say this, earlier today, which is the decoupling of these two from each other. You recall Meta had bought Giphy or Jiffy. When did they buy it? They bought it a while ago. Anyway, I'm not sure when they bought it. Anyway, they're selling it at a loss, apparently. They're selling it for $53 million. I think they paid over 1.7. I'm not sure what they paid for it. They paid a lot more for it. I'll have to look here to see what the data is. But anyway, the market, I guess, liking this headline and Meta moving up nicely on the day. It's definitely leading the way north today for the big tech sector, as it was Tesla early. Now it's Amazon and Meta. But Meta at the moment, the rocket, 251.07, the high, broke through that 251. Haven't traded this. Usually we dabble with Meta. Usually we're involved here with our friend Meta, but haven't been today as we're embroiled in OCEA.
So you're saying the position that was supposed to be in my name is losing?
Which one? Plug? Yeah,
Plug.
I'm sorry. I got a nice little dip for a hold. We have a 905 support level on our friend Plug. So we'll see if that support level holds out, Arun. But we'll see. We'll see. NVIDIA making lows.
Huh?
HD baby. Home Depot. Oh baby.
96.
NVIDIA's day low apparently.
Oh,
NVIDIA's tanking here. Something's going on with NVIDIA.
Let's take a look at NVIDIA.
1105. What's going on with NVIDIA stock? NVIDIA Corp shares are volatile Tuesday, given the stock's significant move higher year to date. All eyes on the company's first quarter results due Wednesday. Several analysts raised price targets ahead of the print. Okay, so nothing new. This is telling us that we're waiting for earnings tomorrow and there's going to be volatility. So it could be repositioning for tomorrow. It's down 1.2%. I'm not seeing another headline for it, but if anybody in the chat has anything, let me know. I know DJ tagging me there. Let me know NVIDIA is tanking. Yes, sir, it is. I've got my eye on it, but not involved in that trade right now. All right, I've set up a profit taker here above 10 on OCEA as we're curling into 10, baby. 10 acting as a bit of a resistance level. Has to be said that we blow through 10. We don't get up to 10.19. That's where I'm sitting. Oh, the spread is absolutely nasty on this stock. 9 pennies right there. We're at 13s. I'm seeing 14s here show up on the book. We're nicely in the money on this one. Concurrently, we're now out of the money nicely on plug. I'm seeing that from the corner of my eye. So making money on one and losing on the other. 9 will be my out on plug as I keep my eye on it. It is at 9.02 now. But here we go on OCEA now testing 15s, 16s. I'm sitting at 19s. Can't get that 19 print, but definitely looking for continuation for this stock as we hold a critical support level. I hope this can boost me from my Arun named trade. Here we go. Plug looks like it's going to break 9. Sad for this one. Thought I had a nice winner, but here we go. Looks like it's going to break to the south side. Let's set up our stop here on our friend plug. So yeah, so we're going to have to, I'll wait for this one to break. Looks like it will any moment now, sadly.
I do see the chat talking about Tesla. Tesla's
tanking as well. So
yeah, Tesla moving down, but this is a good thing, I think. This brings you into territory where you can pick up a long if you can get the setup, and that's what I'm looking for. Something inside of 190 to 188 that sets up in a good way. I'm all for that long. I think there could be a secondary move or even a third move back towards the highs there. So if we believe in that, we just need the reason to do it. Falling into that range is not the reason to do it. We actually do need to find a way to get involved because right now the prevailing strength is to the sell side. We need a turn here, as Shrew was saying, a curl of some sort inside of this area to show the strength, and then we can potentially take a shot on that. So Tesla on board here. I'm going to pull Moderna off because Moderna is not stopping. It just won't even stop or even take a break here. And then the other one that was making a move, what was it? Well, I can't even. Was it NVIDIA? No. But for now, there you go. AMD,
yeah, and NVIDIA is as well, man. NVIDIA is huadunking here. Tesla huadunking, AMD huadunking. There's a lot of stuff curling down.
Well, I mean, I think AMD and NVIDIA are on two different boats here. NVIDIA has been weak on the day. Yep. Right, AMD actually had some strength here. This could be interesting to see how NVIDIA plays the 307s. Okay, then. Okay.
Yeah, it's curling up.
Okay,
yeah.
See this? All right, NVIDIA. All right, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm curling up on OCEA. I'm still sitting in front of 19s. There's the fill, Arun. Very, very happy with this one, but let's let it continue. As we move up nicely, I'm going to sit at the $0.50, right in front of the $0.50 next, as I'm going to sit at 45. So there's the profit taker there. Let's continue to curl up on our friend OCA. I want to see if this one is able to hold. There we go. We're in the 40s now. We're real close to getting filled in the mid-40s as we curl. I'm seeing 40 on the book. What do I see on the tape? I see 37s. I see 40 on the tape there. So good strength being bought up. The spread closing out a little bit. 4 pennies. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sitting there waiting for the continuation, but looks like we'll have to wait a little bit as this one is quite volatile. Corner of my eye, I see that plug has held 9 and is now curling back into 903. So my stop doesn't get triggered on our friend plug. Still out of the money, sadly, though, as we have an ACB, an adjusted cost basis of 11s. So we are 7 pennies out of the money on that one. Not getting the fill quite yet on our friend OCEA as it dances with 10 1/4, not quite able to take that $0.50 yet, Arun, but we're sitting in front of that $0.50 hoping to get filled, baby.
Somebody in the chat was asking you what the indicators were on your screen.
Oh, yes, I'll get to that, sorry. I know that they may be harder to see. Maybe I can make the lines a bit thicker. I think that I will do that shortly here. But If you're able to come in full screen and take my face off just so I can show people what, this line here is blue. I don't know if you can tell. I'll probably change it around. This is the 200 exponential moving average. And it doesn't matter what time frame I'm on. I keep them on all my time frames, okay? All the same. The dark red or rose, that's the 50-period exponential moving average. The orangey yellowish color right here, that is the 20-period exponential moving average, and the green is the 7-period exponential moving average. Each one obviously has a different use, and I don't use all of them as often as I use others. The 200 and the 50 are my favorite. Those are the ones I keep my eye on. I keep the 20 and the 7 for really kind of the small cap cappers and really, you know, more of timing trade entries than anything else. So OCEA still not giving me that fill, hanging in the 30s. Pack my patience with this one. We're in at a good price though, when we held VWAP.
There you go. And in my case, what do I have on my screen for indicators?
What do you got, baby?
Nothing.
I know you're not about that life.
I'm not about that. I mean, people can make it work, right? That's what they're there for. Sure. If you believe in it enough and enough people believe in it, you can make it work.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Right. So that's how indicators work, really. Me personally, I'd rather go directly to volume and just seeing how the order flows. So that's just what I've learned over the years. So that's just, you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess, when it comes to how you want to approach trading. Time frames are different. Indicators, yes, no, whatever. It's up to you, really. In terms of starting out, it's always a good thing to know what the indicators are supposed to do for you. Mm-hmm. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, where there's like trending indicators, and then there's mean reversion indicators, and one will work in certain markets, and the other one will work in other markets. So if you're dealing with a trending stock like this, like Moderna, your moving average is going to be killing it.
Yes.
Right? Like whatever moving average, if I were to put on, maybe a 10 period, it would probably do amazing on a 5-minute chart. Now, if I were to go to an oscillator, it would just show me overbought the entire time. And that's because an oscillator is built for a ranging markets and not a trending market, and that's when you get screwed over because you're always going to be using one indicator for both markets, and it's not always going to work, right? So just be aware of that when you do indicators. I am going through the I was going to say chart, but then I said chat. All right. Well, all right. What are you guys talking about? Obviously, Tesla.
Stresla. It's holding yesterday's close.
But this is what you needed. Remember, we talked about this. We needed a reason for this to turn. It's in the right spot. Just show us a reason for us to go for the long. It's in terms of risk, it's one thing to just throw money at a trade because it's in front of you. It's another thing to make sense of the trade because it actually is setting up in some fashion.
Yep.
Right. In this case, Tesla is doing exactly what you need in the right location with the right risk parameters.
Yes.
All it has to do is just stick with it for a little bit. Don't do anything crazy. You're sitting at 190 right now. Don't go to 191 half, 191 even. Just stick around this price point. Show us the buy strength. We're in the right spot to do it. See if we can grab a long here. 190 against 188 on Tesla and take a shot towards the highs. That's going to be the play here. As long as Tesla can stick around here at these prices and not do anything crazy. I mean, right now we're showing buy strength. What I want to see a little bit more is some sell side action. We saw the sell side initially. Prevailing strength is to the downside. This is the first move up. This isn't enough for me, but this is a good sign that we are finding strength in the right spot. This is exactly what you would need for things to be lining up for a trade on the long side at the right location with the right parameters, risk parameters and whatnot. But we still have to respect the prevailing strength or prevailing move, which is going to be to the downside. So we're getting closer to Tesla being an option for potential longs. Let's just see if Tesla can hold up well without going absolutely nuts to the upside just yet.
Yep, agree with that. The 189 hold was solid. Predictable level 188.86 or 88 is the close yesterday on our friend Tesla. So looking good right now for that possible balance. That 190.50 is the VWAP level on my chart. All right, OCEA is the trade that I have on here, and that's what's in front of you guys on the screen. We're still holding 10. I'm sitting in the 40s waiting for that fill. It hasn't come quite yet, but the good news is we're holding VWAP and we're holding 10. We'll see how this trade fares out. I'm almost back to break even here on our friend Plug. It holds 9 very nicely and makes me really lament not having added at that 9 level. Why was I not adding at 9 if I posited that it would hold 9 and then just got out, you know, an 898 break up? Can't really answer that. Should have added at 9 if I was looking for the 9 hold. We have a 911 adjusted cost basis, so it's going to really take a break of today's high at 918. We saw how it traded at 18s. It's been very tough. There's definitely been a seller at 18s. We'll see if we get back there again and how it trades this time around. You have to like our odds, though, that we possibly get that 19, 18 break on a third or fourth consecutive test. Let's see. This 9 dip here, that creates a higher low. So the trend still much in the right direction for plug as it hovers around 3% on the day. Carvana is an absolute rocket, says beat. I talked about this one this morning. I interrupted the guys on the morning show to talk about our friend Carvana, the used car dispensing machine thing over here, up 14%, Arun. Started the day out at in the 1140-ish, 1150-ish range, and we've touched 1313. Very unlucky number there, 1313. High of day on Carvana. This is the high of day over here, guys. Yeah, new layout on my charts, guys. So these things over here, this is a change percentage on the day. It's up 14% right there. That's the low on the day. Don't know why that's
low. That's last.
The last. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. The last on the day. And then I bring this up over here. I put this in artificially to show you guys that.
Someone's like in the chat, like, Arun versus Sharif arm wrestle right now.
Why, bro?
Don't.
I'm not
bro.
risking that injury. I need to work out.
No, we don't
I'd
want
probably
that.
get injured off that.
No.
You're a beast.
Dude, I do think it'd be interesting, and I do feel like you'll come out ahead.
Probably not.
But at the same time, I feel like someone's getting hurt.
Yeah, man.
Or both of us are getting hurt in
Man,
the process of doing that.
See, the thing is, once it gets into the age that I'm at, you're younger than me, so you're not where I'm old man material over here. And once
Recovery
you get,
takes longer.
There you go. So
Recovery
here's the
does take
thing, and you
longer.
know who said it real well? Matt Ryan, quarterback Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you say? They were asking him as he got older, like, Matt, I mean, how's your body handling the NFL and the strains of being a quarterback, even though he obviously plays with the new quarterback rules. And old quarterbacks will tell you that that's soft. But anyway, glancing over that point, he's like, look, man, I can do everything I could do in my mid to late 20s. It just takes twice the work.
Fair.
It's like I have to put in, literally,
Yeah.
multiplied by 2 the amount of work to make everything function in the same way. And I can promise you that has been my experience. I'm still making PRs, believe it or not, at my age. I am. I'm making PRs, maybe because I'm focusing on things I didn't focus as much on in my 20s. If I
there you
really
go.
focused
Yeah.
about that, maybe I'd be hitting a little bit more. But the fact of the matter is I'm hitting PRs. It's just you have to completely take care of your body in a different way as you get older.
You definitely got to spend time, eh?
Yeah.
Especially these guys that are like, professional athletes that are in their 30s. That's already impressive. And then you got guys that
man.
are north of 35 that are still playing amazing. I mean, LeBron, obviously, still went lights out.
Spending big money on
he's
his
spending
body.
a ton of money. He's spending what, $2 million or something,
Something
like that on
It
his body
changes.
a year?
You hear Russell Wilson spend this, LeBron spend
You
that.
have to. You have to. Obviously, when you're a professional athlete, you're going a little extra with it because you're taking more abuse. But at the same time, I mean, you have to. And that's no different from trading, too, right?
Ooh, I like how you segued into that. My
It's no
God.
different from trading, too. It's just one of those things where you're constantly having to adapt and with whatever you're given, right? As you get older, you have to do more for your body. No different from trading. As the markets change, you have to do different things to adapt to the market and how you want to play the new market now. Like we talked about last year or yesterday, the last few years, easy money. You don't have to be good. You just have to show up.
Show up, yeah, and punch.
Right? And now you're back to going, okay, you got to be good. And that's the adaptation process. And I think everyone has to go through that. Everyone has to learn the market, the different types of market you deal with. And if you don't adapt, it's essentially the fittest, survival of the fittest. Really.
Yeah, it is.
You've got to adapt
markets
to the new market.
Yeah, it really is very Darwinian. And
It's a combination of being able to adapt, but also trying to get over your psychological hurdles as well at the same time, which is extremely difficult a lot of the times. So that's the challenge of the markets, man. It's a great challenge to have in front of you.
I like it.
But it's not a fun one to get through. But once you get past it, I think it's a much more rewarding thing than you could.
Well, that's what I hear. It's like a
imagine.
windfalls type thing where you like once you get past a certain stage, it all clicks. All right, OCEA really holding that 10, guys. For now, I don't want to jinx it. Watch, it'll flush into 950 as I'm talking about it. To be fair, though, it has been stair-stepping down ever so slowly to 10, but those dips have been getting bought up. So I'm sitting at, I believe, 1043 or 1045 or something like that, just in front of the break of the $0.50. But I'm looking at the market, and we're curling down on both the NQ and the ES here, and you're seeing that concurrent curl on the big tech names. Meta rejecting that 251.61 high. Okay, I just got to refocus here on OCEA as it broke down below 10. Does it get bought up? Last time around, we held VWAP. I have a good entry price at 65, so I am quite confident allowing this one to come in. The break of 50, and I am out of this one. So it'll have to hold VWAP as VWAP and 50 are at the same level. It's getting bought up into 10 right now. It's not one of those ones where I'd have a hard stop at 10. It's definitely ones where it's going to trade in and around there. So keeping my eye on it. As I keep my eye on this curl down we made on some of these big tech names, I'm seeing Tesla back down near yesterday's close, back into that 188, high 80s.
There was a super chat about this too. It's like still waiting on the Tesla long, and this is what you have to do. Unfortunately, is that it's in the right spot. It showed you a little bit of buying. Yeah, let's go to my chart. We were coming down, showed a little bit of buying, and that wasn't enough because the prevailing strength was to the sell side. That's why I was like, we need a little bit more, just a little bit more to confirm this. Now we're right back down to 189 again.
Yeah.
A move back up should show you that even with attempted moves down, it's still willing to hold up well. So I think a move back up now should be more than enough, depending on how it comes up, should be more than enough to take a shot on Tesla. But this is exactly what you want to do. You know you're in the right spot. You know the read is there, but you just got to get that prevailing trend or prevailing move out of the way before you jump on board. If you're going against the grain, you have to. Otherwise, you're going to be caught in a situation like this where you buy something just because it bounces, and then all of a sudden, secondary move right back down, and you don't want to get caught in that. So I always wait for that confirmation aspect of it, not necessarily just from the charts, but from the volume side of things as well. So as it comes down, it bounces up, that's expected, and then comes down again. And now if we're able to continue to buy up now after seeing it come down for the second time, one was part of the trend, second one was after a small little pop. If we can get back in, then that should confirm the support zone and then stabilize the rest of this. But again, trend is to the sell side. Respect this until it's no longer there. And for now, we're seeing signs of it, but we still got to wait for that aspect of buying to show up and hold on and not just fall apart as soon as we get a small little bounce.
You didn't get my little NSYNC reference there?
No, I didn't even hear it. What's up?
Dirty Pop.
I don't even know that.
No, you don't know that song?
Nope.
Yeah, it's an NSYNC song.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's not me at all.
That's not.
Don't get me wrong. I've heard them. I'm all like I told, dude. Like right now, obviously there's Taylor Swift has tracks on the radio. I'm all about the radio, right? I listen to the radio in the morning. I don't listen to my own music because I listen to that when I'm working out.
Okay.
Right? So I just want to hear what's
live.
what's happening right now.
I like that. Okay.
So stuff that I normally wouldn't listen to.
Strategy.
So obviously Taylor Swift has been on the radio quite a bit.
Is she really? Okay. I know she's doing a tour.
A lot of her tracks are like very catchy, right? So that's been on the radio quite a bit. But more recently, they've been throwing some throwback Mariah.
Ooh. What are you listening to these days, station-wise?
I'm on 92.5 and
92.5, okay.
104.
104.5?
Yeah, one of the two. But
What
usually
did 93.5 move to?
I think they're
Flow.
still.
No, they moved.
They're not.
98.7, Sean says.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I know that they moved. I just forgot. I haven't
I know they
set
weren't
up
playing the
radio
same
stations
music.
in my new car
I
at
had
all.
no clue, but I know they weren't playing the same music. I was
No,
like,
yeah.
I don't even know what that's about. But yeah, it's just they're doing some throwback Mariah.
Okay,
right now. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Someone was posting A picture of Mariah at the 2003 All-Star game, basketball All-Star game.
Oh, that's a flashback.
Yeah, that was, Google that. Have a look.
I will.
Yeah, no. OCA, man, it's breaking down below 10. We're still in the money, but I'm not
Wizards?
pleased. Yes, you know about that one. Yeah, it was like the body dress.
The full Wizards
There
body
you go,
dress?
there you go.
Damn.
Yep, the body dress. Everybody knows about the body dress. All right, we're holding above my entry point and near that $10 area again on OCEA. Entry area 965. In fact, it was a partial fill. I didn't even get the full fill on this one, but that's all right. We're going to hold out the exit on this trade to the south side will be 950. So see what we do there. The other trade that we were embroiled in was Plug. It was doing well up until a moment ago. We retraced back into the 12s, but now back into the, we're still holding above 9. Haven't tested 18s or 19s for a little while. We'll have to see what this one brings, but this one a continuation from yesterday on news that they had secured buyers for their hydrolyzer machine, which I believe converts the splitting of water molecules and makes energy out of that, if what I read yesterday was accurate. All right, back to OCEA. This one, we're still about 15 pennies in the money on, holding 950, but not much to report on it. What else is moving in the market? We're curling down on both the ES and the NQ. On the NQ, we're at 13,843. We have a 13,822 low. On the ES, we're at 41.89. We have a 41.85 low. So much nearer the lows than we are the highs, sadly, when we talk about the intraday trade on the futures. So we'll keep an eye out and see what's moving. Oh, LFCR just made a big boy move. We were watching this small cap capper earlier in the day. This is the 1 minute chart on LFCR. It was hovering around 830 for a while, holding that level, really looking to break 9. 950 was the high. Could we get another test of that? It'll be interesting to watch. This one really getting going, LFCR, trying to break through that 9 level. Getting some good volume there, but holding out. Anyway, OCEA looks like it's back above 10, so we'll celebrate a little bit there as it holds above 10, looking possibly to take through that 10.5. That's what we've been waiting for, baby. If we get that, we'll have made a higher low, and so the trend will have been intact. We'll have to see if we get continuation on that and concurrently plug right back into 911. What is the chat up to? Luis Crespo, Sharif, sorry for my English. For one intraday stock like PLTR or Carvana, when they huadunk, but they are still good, how do you enter? That's interesting. So you can basically look for, key levels. So if even though it's huadunked, obviously there may be, Sean's giggling, even though it's, made a big move down, there's probably going to be levels below there that you could say, okay, here's a good area of support. It's traded at this area for a while. It's bounced off this area. Look for key areas of support and resistance. Look for important technical indicators like, the 200 on the daily or the 50 on the daily, the 50 EMA. I use the EMA. You can use SMA. Look for key areas, but overall, look for price action. So even though it's huadunked on a big break, usually there's some support in there somewhere, and that may be, the best area to get in. Again, obviously, without knowing exactly what you're talking about Vana and you're talking about these others, but that's just, in general. Keeping my eye again here on OCEA as we hang out at that $10 level. I want a 1050 break, baby. I feel it. It's in the cards. And just as I was getting excited about another test here, through the 915 possibly on plug, we get a retracement. It's been tough trading on some of these names here. So where's the other chart that we have? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
It's never easy though.
No, it's been tough trading.
I mean, that comes with the territory of when the market's quiet and you're trying to squeeze out trades. And a lot of the names that have moved already, that were hot names, it's like AMD.
Sleeping now.
Right, they're sleeping. It's midday, lunchtime.
Google's moving.
Got my lunch here. It's a salad. It's a salad with some rice on it. I threw some rice on it.
You threw rice, eh?
Yeah.
You're an OG. I don't touch rice in the summer.
No,
Nope.
you're not about
You know
the
how I
carbs?
work. So
What's that?
all the weight gaining and all the strength
You're a
and
bear.
all the
You're a bear
hypertrophy.
during the winter.
There you go, in the winter. And then I focus on more reps.
That
And
beach body.
there you go. And we cut down. Got a trip coming up.
Where you
Going
going?
to visit my sister in Orange County. Yeah. And then I think we're going to do a little swing by Hawaii.
Ooh,
So
I like
it'll be my
that.
first time out
Whereabouts
there.
in Hawaii though?
Kauai, whatever, Kauai, or I don't know how to say it, bro. Don't put me on the spot
No,
like
wait,
this.
Like, is it the most popular one?
It's the one with the beach. Waikiki or
Waikiki?
something? Waikiki, that's
Okay.
it,
Oh
yeah.
wow. Okay.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, okay,
Don't
got
put
it,
me on the
got it,
spot.
got it,
like
got it,
that,
got it.
man, you're killing me. Now I'm going to get roasted in the chat. Yeah, I know. She's organizing everything, so we're
Nice.
going to fly out from LA. They just did it. They went 4 days, but they didn't do it enough, so like we want to go back out. I have never been out there, so I was like, perfect. I'm going to come see you guys, and then we'll hit out that spot. So it's gonna be nice. I haven't had a vacation since October. No vacations, no days off. Well, I've had single days off and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
but
you know
no,
the crazy
actually.
thing is though, from here you can get a direct flight because I've gone. This was years ago.
Hawaii?
From here to Hawaii, yeah. Direct flight. I believe it's 9 hours, but it's still considered domestic.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a domestic flight that's 9 hours long.
Because of, is America considered domestic?
Yeah,
Are they really?
yeah.
Okay.
It's not international, so like a lot of the airlines they consider domestic. So like services are different for domestic versus international.
Okay.
So
So do you get more or do you get less?
you get less. International, you
course,
get
you
a
get
lot-
more. Yeah,
you get more. And then
international
it's if
flights,
it's
okay.
considered domestic, it's like a 9-hour domestic flight where you get very little in terms of services. Well, I guess it depends on where you're sitting to, but still, you
Yeah,
get
obviously.
very little. So crazy times.
Well,
But
I thought he
anyways.
was yelling at
Yeah, I
us.
thought he was yelling.
Yeah,
Why are you
he's
shaking
like-
her head? I'm
Yeah,
like,
he's always like upset.
why is Pratt always yelling at us? Is always the question.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Tesla curl. Geckos for you 84. I see it holding 189, my friend. 189, or more specifically, that 188.86 level. That's yesterday's close. It's held it since I want to say, what time is this candle? 11:50. So we're going on, almost half an hour of holding that 189 level. 190.50. That's a VWAP on my chart, and 192.96. That's high of day on Tesla. Essentially 193. So those are the levels there. OCEA holding above 10. I like that, the fact that we made a higher low. I like the fact that we're curling, possibly to test that $0.50 level. Again, I've got a resting order because my old man hands can't handle the speed of these small cap cappers. So we got a resting order just below the $0.50 level. But plug power is the bane of my existence, as it continues to dance between 9 and 9:15-ish, with now a decidedly downward twist, has to be fairly said. Here's the high on this peak, a little bit of a slant downward on this one, and definitely a slant downward on this one. Show me that you're bullish by making a new high, but my trade on this one is the same. It's the break of 9. I don't have a different plan on this other than continuation. OCA, though, curling back into 10.25.
All right. I see the chat. I see you, Compass RX1. Put the fork down and process something for
Dan,
us
you're
on the
hilarious.
charts.
Look what Dan wrote in the
What
chat.
did he rate? All I heard was butt plug power. All right, Compass RX1. I got you guys. Someone's been asking about the NASDAQ futures contract. I talk about the ES a lot because that's what I trade. And I mentioned yesterday the reason why I don't trade the NASDAQ is because, one, in terms of levels, it slips a little too much. Volatility is higher. Obviously, with volatility comes slippage past levels where the level can be broken, but not really broken. Where you can, in this case, let's just talk about 14,000. We can break through 14,000, go all the way to like 14,050, still come back down underneath, and that level's still in play. So it's just one of those things where I don't want to deal with that. So I just stick with the ESs. I'm better with it. I've noticed that I've traded it for a while, and then I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with this mess. In terms of levels for the NASDAQ, I'll still draw it up for you guys. This is what I would be looking at right now. 14,000, very big round number, makes perfect sense why everyone would watch it. Market has hesitated close to it, 13,980 being the high early this morning, all right, around No, last night, 9:30 last night. So this becomes a little resistance level. So 13,950-ish going down to or going up to 14,000. That's going to be your top end resistance. You could argue how high this is going to go. Maybe 13,950, maybe 13,925, something around there, all the way up to 14,000. All you need to be aware of is that the resistance level is going to be up there. Somewhere up there, there's going to be a zone in front of that 14,000. And on the flip side of it, you can see it, multiple stops around this 13,800, just underneath it as well. So we're going to say 13,750, starting at about 13,800 is going to be a decent support zone. So you're stuck between two zones. What do you do when you're stuck between two zones? You always got to make some sort of a read on either edge. Either you make a play for the long when we get to the bottom edge, or you make a play for the short when you get to the top edge. As long as you have a reason to do it, you take a shot at it. Anything in the middle, and this is where you're stuck in a situation where the market has already made the trades at the top and the bottom, and now it's just trading in the middle. Anything in the middle is a little too easy to get washed around with, or just stopped in and stopped out if you're trying to make these micro trades. I think what needs to happen is figure out what time frame you're willing to work with. If the setups happen in that time frame, work with them, and if not, then you just let it be and find something else. If you want to find something else, or in the case of Chill Vibes, I saw you earlier, he's going to go watch a movie and take a break. I would be doing that too, or a show or something. I would do that too. If you're stuck in the middle, you want to play on the edges. If you're stuck in the middle, you don't do a whole lot. You just wait for the market to come to you, because the market will come to you at some point, right? You don't need to constantly go to the market and force stuff. It will come to you. Let it come to you. It's a lot easier that way. It's less stressful that way too. So let's see how this market handles a move down. I mean, NASDAQ's near the bottom end of the range. S&P, we had, I believe, 80 as the marker. We've still got 10 points down to get to that bottom end. So let's see if this market's going to cooperate and give us something. If nothing happens today, that'll be day 2 where we haven't done anything. And that's perfectly okay, as long as, like I said, at least one trade this week is all we really need. Let's just see if we can get it at some point. If we don't, we don't. There's no rush.
Futures, man. Like
there's no rush.
trade
What's
the
the
EI,
rush?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, why do I need to force something? If we're trying to make money here, then everything has to line up, and then we take our trade, right? There's no point in kind of just getting involved for the sake of getting involved. So let's just see if we can play near the bottom end of the range on either market. Well, I'm not going to jump on NQ, but on the S&P side, I would definitely will.
Two things, Arun. Both kind of polar opposites. Plug back into my, on the border of my stop at 9. I add, okay? And OCEA knocking on my profit taker. Can we get filled today, please? It's just not quite breaking through that level between, I think I'm sitting at 45s, and it's coming to 42s, and it's really stopping, but it's coming at that $0.50 level again. It's knocking on the door there. Not quite getting the fill on OCEA. It's up 96+%. Looking, for that continuation through the 10.5. We're not getting it quite yet, though. There's clearly a bit of a top here. We were dancing around here back at 12 o'clock, 11:50, and there you go. You get the rejection again, back into 10.25 again, as we don't get continuation through that 10.5. 10.5 presenting itself as an obvious resistance level here. But I do like the accumulation in the higher lows for an eventual break of that 10.5, so I don't want to take anything out here. I'm long 965s. The other issue is on plug power as we dance with 9 again. This was a good support level last time around. Does it end up being another good support level, though? When you look at the book, you're not too enthusiastic. You don't really see the size there. So you've got to assume that whatever size is holding it up above now has got to be a bit of an iceberg order as we dance with 9 and 901, and that kind of trades in here on my tape. So on the verge of getting stopped out unless this iceberg holds up above 9 here on plug, and getting annoyed with the fact that I'm not quite getting the fill on OCEA. Maybe, I'll probably drop my my resting order a few shekels there to ensure a fill possibly next time around. Now that we know that 10.5, it's it be a level, baby. We shall see. I got this man. This man's going deep. This man's going. Yeah.
I have to mute the mic while I'm eating.
Yeah.
Because, what?
Show the chat what you're eating.
What I'm eating? Oh, because, all right, so
I'm gonna get stopped.
we've got, there we go. It's a salad, but on top of the salad, so there's like a healthy meal and then there's like a non-healthy meal. So this is Neil's healthy meal, so I took that. And then I took the fried rice that was on top, that was from the non-healthy meal,
non-healthy.
threw on top of the salad. Now that way, I'm not wasting calories
There you go.
on dressing.
Ah.
But mind you, I've thrown a ton of fried rice on top, so I mean, like at the end of the day, I'm not Sharif. I'm not counting calories. Or not counting calories. I mean, I'm not
Macros,
cutting.
you mean? Oh.
I'm not cutting. I'm not cutting. Not
Okay.
yet, anyways.
I'm about to get out of plug.
I thought you were about to get out of.
As it comes down into 1 penny away from my stop here, we're about to get stopped at a plug. Sucks for an 11 penny loser. 9 penny, no, it's going to be more than that.
I can't believe you
averaged in.
pawned that trade off on me. That's ridiculous.
Sorry, it was doing well
You said,
initially.
give me the other one.
We got the rejection off 918, which was a totally random level. Unless you actually watched it trade and saw the constant rejection off that level, yeah, that's the end of that trade. Okay, well, that's all right. Loser there. Let's go now focus on OCEA because this is a winner, but we're still not getting printed on it. But back up to 10.25 as it dances above 10. We'll look for a continuation and a possible 12 test. 12.08 is the high there on OCEA. What's the market up to? Tesla broke that 189. Okay, so I've been holding that 189 level quite well. I want to say for the better part of almost an hour. This is the 5-minute on Tesla. 189 or 188.86. That's yesterday's close. It breaks down now. So now where are we looking with respect to levels? I see 186.07. That's a low of day that we made right at the open there. Went up straight up since the open. So that 186.07, that's a low of day made right at the open. We zoom out a little bit for the 15. We haven't been at these levels in a while on our friend Stressla. We've been low. We go to the 4-hour. Let's see here. All right. When was the last time we were up here, Arun? So this area, this 190 area, we danced around for a while, eh? From April 5th to about April 20th, we did a bit of a dance between 180 and 190. So we're right back at an interesting level. It was an area of resistance here during that period, but it was actually an area of support prior to that between March 21st and April 5th. It was actually an area of support, so it flipped. So let's see, I think we find a bit of a resistance level here because it's a recycled level from earlier. So 190, probably a resistance level on our friend's Tesla. Keep your eye on that.
Going back to Tesla, though, this is kind of falls in line with exactly what I wanted to kind of explain here with trying to catch trades in certain areas. Remember, we were in the right spot to catch the action. We just needed to verify the buy strength, but respect the existing sell side strength. And this is what happens when you kind of rush to get involved, where it's like, oh, it's in the right spot and it's buying a little bit, let's just get involved. But existing strength is to the sell. So that's why we did nothing with Tesla, even though it got back up to 190, because I needed a little bit more. And then what happens? The trend that it was working with just continues on down, breaks through. So you avoid the loss. In this case, the win here, not necessarily taking the trade, but not taking the trade because it didn't give you everything you needed, and you avoid a loss of 2 points here on Tesla.
And what you needed here was a curl back up to make a new high, right?
Just respect it.
Respect the level. Show me your intention in making new highs.
Like a snap move after we went down to 189 back to 190, that's almost expected, right? When you move down fast, you're expecting a bounce back of some sort. But what you want when you're getting to zones is not just a small little move back up, but actual respect for that level by going back and forth and attempted moves that are being sold. So all this action after that, if we finally found a way to get back above 190, that's your trade right there, because they really did try to go down and they couldn't. That shows you support. Now you avoided the mess. That's gone. The long idea is out the door, and now Tesla looking like it wants to take a shot much lower towards 187 to 186. So the win there for me is not taking the trade, not necessarily getting involved in a short or something for me, because we were looking for the long. We didn't find everything we needed. We avoided the mess. Now we can move on and find something else because this one did not set up right.
You know what your explanation there reminds me of? Floyd Mayweather.
Okay.
You want me to explain why?
Yeah, definitely.
Why? Because a lot of people were complaining that he was not an entertaining fighter to watch. And they call him a defensive fighter. They compare him to Pacquiao and say Pacquiao was a very explosive fighter and much more interesting to watch. And then Mayweather would always respond with, the purpose of boxing is to hit and not get hit, not just to hit. So it's a bit of both. And what you just explained there is to trade, make money, but also not to lose money in the same fashion. So you're in the same way kind of having that dual intention. Make money and also not to lose money in the same way.
I would agree to some point there.
Elaborate.
The reason being is like, yeah, you want to make money and not lose money. That's the objective. But at the same time, you shouldn't be afraid of losing money.
No, I don't think he's afraid
right?
either.
And at the same time, it's just not getting involved in situations where it's not in your benefit.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean anything about being afraid.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
No. Scared money doesn't make money.
That's
I'm
exactly
not talking
how it
about money
goes.
being scared.
Yeah.
No. But the intention is not to lose money. And so when you don't get into a Tesla trade, I was trying to explain what you were saying there about your Tesla trade. The win was not getting in the trade, and like that was not getting caught with that left hook stepping in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
The chat was talking about this too. Some of the best trades they've made is not making a trade.
Mayweather.
Some of the best trades that they made is not making it.
There you go.
And at times that's going to be the that's what's going to be required, right? You don't need to be. I think there's such. I wonder if there's such a thing as ego trading. I'm sure there is, where you're taking the trade because that's what you got to do.
Yeah. Oh,
Gotta do that.
I never actually thought
That's just
about
how
that.
it is.
All right, Laroon, we're moving again on OCEA. Let's go, print me. I'm hanging out again on the top end. I probably should move my profit taker down to get to wet my beak here on profits, but we already took a piece out at this level. We got some out in the 1020s. I don't want to get the same amount at an amount at that same level. I'm going to hold. I'm going to act stubborn a little bit here, like the child who, doesn't want to go home from the playground. I don't know why that was such a labored analogy, but it was. I'm looking for that 1050 break, and if it came, the sooner it would be better. What's the chat up to? Ponzi Fonzie, Sharif, give me the one wheel, no add-ins trade, the one wheel, no add. You're a joker, man. You always have some new descriptive thing for the Lambo-esque trade. Yeah, man, no, nothing at the moment. We're seeing the futures really curl down, dude, into the low of day 13,822. Oh, baby, the NQ is curling. Yeah, the NQ is curling down. It's not looking good. The NQ is moving here, bro. I'm keeping an eye on the ES. The NQ closer to lows than the ES. The ES 41.89. Low of day 41.85. We're like 5 points from the lows on the NQs as we dance at that 13,822 low. What's up, Mr. Katina? Are you still embroiled in that AMD short? He's got an Apple short and an AMD short. And here we go on OCEA, Sean. We're about to get printed, or at least I'd like to believe we're going to get printed this time around. It's still not breaking through that 45, and we get a seller right in that mid-40 area again. We're long 65, so we're almost $1 in the money on this small cap capper. It's up 95%, but we're not getting the fill, guys, through that mid-40 level. As the spread opens up, honestly, the spread really opens up here as we come near that $0.50 level. I think I saw it at 9 or 11 cents there. We shall see, but good look, and rejects again.
Yeah, it's a nice move on the NASDAQ, but we talked about the NASDAQ up because of you guys. You guys asked for the levels in the NASDAQ, so when I'm hearing you say, oh, NASDAQ's going down, I'm looking at the chart going,
It's a low day.
It's at low a day, but it's got a chance to go right towards 13,800 and catch some bids. So this move down, potentially. Maybe. Some index names on the buy side, maybe the futures on the buy side as a whole. But we are moving down. And this goes into somebody was asking, what do you expect for tomorrow?
Oh.
Well.
Whoa.
As far as I know, we've got Fed minutes tomorrow. So
I like that.
all I will say is that it will be better than today.
Yeah. You don't like
Fed
it.
minutes better than today because today has been quiet. Yesterday has been quiet in terms of index action. So here tomorrow, no, we might get some index action that's actually somewhat volatile. Overall, though, I'm sure individual names are going. Tesla, ooh, Tesla, definitely having a fun time here as it moves through the bottom end. We were just at
Tesla,
188. Now we're at underneath 187. 186 is fairly close here, and Tesla's been on quite the run in the last little bit. So a move down could potentially go as far as a trend line. So I'll keep an eye on this south of 186. You could get a failed low break that turns back up. That's an option, right? Like a false break through that 186 that catches the trend line, and then we end up going up. Trend lines are always going to be subjective, so this might not be accurate. You always have to allow for some flexibility on trend lines because everyone's going to see it a little bit differently. Some people don't like using tails and they go only through the bodies. I mean, I'm just going to draw it the way I see it, the angle of movement. Let's just see if it actually breaks through 186 and catches the bid. That's an option. Because also keep in mind the NASDAQ is also near the bottom end of its range, right? So Tesla breaking and failing, or failing the break of the 186 will actually line up well with the range bottom on the NASDAQ. So there you go. Tesla potentially on the table. Individual big names. Let's see if we can grab or take a look at Microsoft here. Microsoft down almost a percent. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, we're going to have to do this now. We're going to have to do this, guys, because OCE8 is now $1 in the money, plus now $1.10 in the money as this one runs up. Here comes, dare I say it, 11, baby. We got, where did we get the print there? We got the print in the mid-70s. So, I would have liked a little bit better print, but here come the 80s, and then maybe the 90s, maybe. How much shares do we have left here? Probably good to know. Yeah, we got some shareage, baby. Okay, so we got some shareage. We're gonna let this one run. Where are we here? We're still in the 80s. Wow, the spread really opening up here, Arun, on our friend OCEA, and that had been very characteristic, and the dump comes in. Does it get bought up, though? We move back into the 1040s, back into that resistance area. Does former area of resistance now act as support? Do we get that buy up at the $0.50 level? It's a bit tricky here. We got some share jump, but we still have some good size on this one. So I'd like for there to be some sort of continuation. Probably should have maybe taken out a little bit more as we do that dance with the $0.50. Now breaking below the $0.50 into 41s. The market is absolutely tanking to the downside in much the opposite direction of OCEA, which is very much up 100% on the day. We'll take out a little bit more there as we dance at the $0.50, Arun.
Yep.
What's the future look like?
Futures. Oof. Now we're getting interesting here on the futures. Let me pull up the ESs. NASDAQ hasn't broken its range low, but the ES is definitely pressing on its 4180 area. We have two options here. One, prevailing strength breaks through, just like Tesla, where it's been trending down, pressing on a level, and we actually carry through and break through 4180. This could open the door towards 4160. Second, since we've already cracked it by a little bit, there's a chance that we snap back up. Now, snap back up and catch a bid, but again, respecting the current strength, sell side action, we are working our way through there. I just want to see what happens here. Potentially, there might be a trade to work with. If we can get underneath 80, and just like I did with Tesla, respect the current strength. So if we can get underneath 80 on the break, bounce back up, catch another sell wave, then there's a potential chance to go after that break underneath 80 against 90 as a stop, respecting the current trend line, and take a shot down towards 4160. That's one trade. Flip side is we snap back up towards 90. That 80 is still in play. You go for the long and look for the trend break or the downtrend break and see if we can break 4,200 to the upside. So that's pretty much it. That's all I can really work with or figure out at this point. But going back to what I was saying about the Fed minutes, that's going to be something tomorrow. That's going to be a volatility event. How aggressive remains to be seen. But anytime we get Fed speakers talking. Clearly, the market's been moving. So let's see if we can get some activity off the Fed minutes as well.
Interesting look here on Tesla. It's just kind of risky to take it, you know, in the face of this market really moving down. 13.8 come and go. 13.795 now the low on the NQ. 41.7875 on the ES. So we're printing lows. We're not necessarily at lows on Tesla. We didn't quite make it down to after the bell lows, 186.07. Technically the low of day. We're at a little bit below 187s right now on Tesla. 13.8, you know, 13.8 might be an interesting area here of support on the NQ. Do we get bought up here? Someone was saying Elon tweeted. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I don't even know if it would matter, to be honest. So, yeah, it'd be funny. Yeah, I'm just trying to contemplate here this trade on Tesla. If I get in, I'm going to have to give it $1. If I get in at 187, I'm going to have to give it to 186.07, which is low of day. It's just, you know, about showing you that the market is going to curl. It's not really showing you its propensity to. You're going to have to just basically guess that, yeah, okay, 13.8 is going to be a level where we're going to see support. I mean, you may or may not, right? So I'm going to wait for this one to develop. I'm all out of the trade on OCEA. Good winner, dollar winner. Pumped about that. Makes up for the loss on Plug. Plug is also back to a critical level. Yesterday's close on Plug was $8.83. And we are right back to that level right now on Plug. I believe it was this one over here. Where is Plug? Was it Tesla that I changed from Plug? Yes, there we go. Plug Power back to $8.83. This is yesterday's close. I'm going to see how it acts around here. Does it hold this area? Broke through VWAP, so no more support levels other than this one. So if it breaks this one, I'm not going to be interested much in this stock. LFCR also curling up now, breaking through 9, by the way, up 68%. Dan, Fed's Powell arrives at the meeting on Capitol Hill with House Democrats. Okay. Why the hell is he going there? Funny. Sure. Make of that what you will. I don't have anything to say about that at the moment. Let me digest it and think about it. Maybe I'll have a comment after. But 950 now, the high on LFCR. This one, all sorts of strong, up 72%. Bit of a topping tail candle forming here on LFCR. Let's put it in the ticker. LFCR is on the NQ. There you go. Yeah, we got to that 950 top at about, where do we get? 11:15 or so. We just touched it again. We didn't quite make it up to 950. I think 948 is the high there. 947 is the high. So almost right to 950. Reject off that level again. So clearly a seller holding out at that level, but big, strong move on LFCR. This is the 1 minute on it, by the way. Still eating.
No. I mean, I'm just in and out. All right. Strength, weakness. Right now, current weakness. So let's see if we can look at some names that have been somewhat strong, but have been topping out for the last little bit to see if we can grab shorts. Because there's going to be a very few names that are going to be on the low end looking to break down. A lot of them, since we've seen individual names, they're more likely to be running up that have been trouble or having trouble. I think Lowe's was one. We were keeping an eye on that 210 area. We're starting to rotate back down. Let's see if we can get through 206. 206 would open up the downside, would be a failed, essentially a consolidation continuation continuation point. So a Lowe's break of 206 would open the door. Let me get the other chart going here on Lowe's as we make a move. This market definitely is going to provide something. 206 would open the door towards 203. So that's right now that's what I'm looking at here. On Lowe's, south of 206, potential short, down to 203. If this market can hold up, on a bounce back up, remember we need to see that, right? And then the stop on this would have to be north of that 210. Unfortunately, it's going to be a $4 stop, roughly a $4 stop. So we're going to have to control that a little bit, right? So $4 or so, that means I got to trim the stop. If it's going to be 203 and I'm putting up $4, that doesn't make any sense. So we're going to have to kind of play around with the offer price where the risk reward is at least 1-to-1 to make sense of it. So 206 would be the starting point, but I need to get the average price up where it makes sense. So at least 206.5. That way I'm risking about 3.5. reward is about 3.5, 1-to-1. I'm good with that as a starting point, right? So for now, lows on the potential breakdown. Obviously, Tesla, we're looking at that 186 through the bottom to open it up. Moderna still strong. Moderna is one of those names where it hasn't really been hesitating in the rally, so still strong on Moderna. What else do I have here? OCA, I know you're killing that OCA
Yeah,
trade,
I
right?
got it. I'm done with that.
you're
That
done.
trade is done. It was a $1 winner. It's flying now. Yeah, I got to tell you, I added to it by accident here, Arun. Like, this was a fat finger mistake. In all these outs, somehow I added a ridiculous amount of shares. And then I found myself down here. I'm like, why am I out of the money? So this was a mistake on my part. This was an entry mistake where it forced me out of the trade here because all of a sudden my cost basis was way higher than this is my entry, okay? Scalped out first, kept waiting. Then I don't know if you can see it here, but there's a green triangle in there. It's right here with this out where I added a lot. And then all of a sudden I found myself out of the money. So I actually had to do housekeeping and take this one out. So
That's right, that happens.
it happens. It's all good.
It's part of the game, and I think keystroke errors and it depends on how you're trading. We're trading with keystroke or with keyboards. Some of you guys are mouse trading. Whatever it is, you might double click or hit enter twice or whatever. Yeah. If you ever do make that mistake, just fix it immediately. It's not worth holding on and hoping that you can get out flat on the trade. Just fix it. I mean, just move on. If you've got solid fundamentals, you can just take the hit and move on and continue on with your trading for now. Tesla, I see you're still long 187, or you're grabbing that long at 187. So if it breaks 186, what are you just going to get out and flip, or would you just wait?
186 I'm out.
No, but would you flip?
No.
You just wait it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking for the failed 186 break to potentially catch a long here. This market making a move. Finally, it took a while though. We've been here since 9:30. And now we're finally making a move to the downside after going sideways on an extension. So here we are, 75s. Okay, maybe this is what opens up the market here a little bit to the downside. Remember, next one up in terms of levels is 4160 to the downside. We do need to, if you ever see anything come up in terms of why we're moving the way we're moving, obviously debt limit, speculation, I'm sure is a catalyst, but if we can actually get some sort of information on that, I think that would clarify whether this is a legit extension or if this is going to be something that can be easily reversed by another comment or another headline of some sort, right?
Yeah. All right. Keeping my eye on multiple things. OCEA breaking through 11 quite nicely. What a strong one this one was. Is it retracing now? Yeah. Why isn't it showing up on my chart here? Hello. There we go. Kind of glitched there for a minute. Now below the level, 11. It's going to dance with 11 much in the same way that it danced with 10 as a support level. So we'll watch this one. I don't think it's off my radar. 1208 is the high. If it comes back down into VWAP or that 10 level again, I might be interested in it. I'm also in this Tesla trade, about 40 pennies out of the money, looking for this level to hold out, but Apple is all sorts of weak. Have you seen Apple today? Apple is down quite a bit. Apple is down 1.36%. Sean is what? He's $1.50 in the money on Apple and our friend AMD, as both have shown relative weakness. AMD at that 108.50 level. Apple just breaking through 172 now, with a 171.77 bottom as the futures continue to print southward. My man is eating later. Do your thing. OCEA back up at 11 Arun, 1095, 11, 1208 again. The high. I don't want to keep repeating myself on this one. Plug right back into yesterday's close at $8.83, holding that level, bouncing above it now, looking to curl back into 890. Yeah, 890 is the level there. We'll see what Stressla does. Meta getting a bit of a curl. Not much really happening at the moment for longs, to be quite honest with you. But, wow, what's DKNG? Olga saying DKNG is moving. So we'll have a look at our friend DKNG. Sean saying it's tanking. Let's have a look there. This is the daily. Let's go intraday on the 5. Oof. Yes, likely with the overall market as DKNG now 4.08% to the south side. This one was strong yesterday, though, no? Yeah, this one had all sorts of strength yesterday. I think on the back of an upgrade. Caught that upgrade at 4 a.m. right away. Look at that big spike. This is the 4 a.m. spike on DKNG with a 26.40 top. I remember I incorrectly stated the price, and Pradley was in this. He's like, oh, I would have got out by now. So, yeah, it's up decent lately, but down on the day. Looking to hold at 24 is DKNG. Tesla faring okay for now. We're like 13 pennies in the money, but nothing really to celebrate with respect to Tesla, as it's an absolute beast of a stock, but holding that 187 for now. John Monzillo, PLTR falling apart. Let's have a look, my friend.
Everything's falling apart.
PLTR. Arun saying everything falling apart, baby. Well, that's a 30. Let's go to the 5 on Palantir. Yeah, a bit of a double top that brewed just south of that 1350. 1342, technically the high. The second peak comes to about 1330, and now we're breaking down below VWAP. But there was an interesting trading area here between 1250 and 1280 or so. Let's see if we hold this area of support on Palantir. But yeah, oh, we're curling here. Oh, we're curling, and I'm gonna wet my beak with some profits here, Arun, on Tesla, but nothing really to celebrate a little bit about. I get excited, but you know, 50 cents on Tesla means bupkis. We need like dollars. I'm looking for a 189 retracement. That is yesterday's close. I feel that is a logical level and a reasonable level to shoot for. So a couple of bucks, risking $1. You know that the out was 186. The goal just south of 189.
189. You want to take it back to, well, yeah, I guess 189 because
yesterday's close.
He also stalled out there.
It all stalled out there, and it didn't
today.
stall out there accidentally.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't believe in this futures bounce here. I think that it's decidedly negative.
That's exactly what I'm waiting for.
You're waiting for a futures bounce?
Yeah, to see how strong of a bounce it's going to be. If it's weak, then I
hate being the experiment.
Why?
Because I'd like for it
Tesla.
just, yeah, you know, but it's a risky trade.
I mean, if you got some profit out, you got some profit
Sean's
out.
laughing. He's like, welcome to trading, my friend. Well, I didn't say my friend. I threw that in there.
All right. All right, drop too fast. Yep, if we can come back up and fail the bounce, I think that would make more sense in terms of strength. Here's the flip side of this. If this actually catches a bid and actually is able to hold up well, you're going to want to go for relatively strong names to continue a rally. I think Moderna, knowing that 38 is a problem, and now we're actually dipping just a tiny bit toward 137. If we can get back up to those 138 half highs, and actually this market actually catches a bid, then we could actually have a decent move to the upside here and continue that rally once again. Lowe's still has not broken that 206 marker. So again, strength in the market that stabilizes could open up Lowe's to catch the long near the bottom end of the range. So that's a trade that's available. Tesla, you've got that 187s. In front of the 186s, it's kind of protected a little bit.
Yeah.
As long as the market can catch a bid, Tesla could catch a decent move back towards that 189s. Listen, in a little bit of time, I was going to say in a few minutes, but I don't know how long it's going to take. But in a little bit of time, if you get the market to stabilize, the first thing that's going to bounce is going to be Tesla.
Think so? Yeah.
Yeah, I think because Tesla's been aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So in both directions. So I think volatility would indicate that Tesla shouldn't be the first one to bounce if the market catches a bid as well.
Yeah, if the market catches.
If.
I think it's very dependent, despite the
it's
fact
always
that
dependent.
it really tried to hold 189 quite valiantly in the face of a market huadunk, and then it was just, it really broke down below that 189 once it got going. And so hopefully we can mean revert it back. We're in the 30s now. Let's see what we do with this little dance we're doing right now on Tesla. What else is moving here? I'm looking at my scanners. I'm seeing SHPH. That one was a mover, not so much anymore. LFCR, we've talked about that, rejected off 950, a bit of a double top. OCA, you saw me embroiled in. I'm out of that one. Good winner for me, though. Happy with it. Count my blessings. HTCR, talked about that. TSP, talked about that. Yeah. Not much in these names here. The shorts are looks like they're in, but yet I find myself in a Tesla long. Here we go back into the 187.50s. This has been a bit of a resistance level the last few times as we dance below it, not able to really take that 50 level quite yet on Tesla. Technically down now. Is it down? Yeah, it is. It's down 0.77% on the day. It was up strongly. It's given back those gains. Let's see if we can mean revert back into yesterday's close at 189. 41.80 now we're at here on the future on the ES. 13.795 on the NQ as we looked possibly retake that 13.8. It came and went pretty quickly. There we go. We blow through the 50 level on our friend Tesla, but doesn't cross my entry. I guess I'm sitting too high there. We'll see if we get filled. I've got a whole bunch of profit-taking levels there waiting to get filled on our friend Tesla. I think I'm just below the 75 penny area, but the spread is not bad, Arun. 2 pennies on our friend Tesla. So let's see if we get continuation, possibly into the 189 area. Watching this one go. Looks like we're at 13.8 right now on the NQ on the future. We get that fill again, Arun, and now 75 pennies in the money on our friend Tesla. Let's take this one north. We have all sorts of profit takers here, baby. So if we can get this move, we will print. Some snarky person in the chat was like, who else is short Sharif with me? You short now, bro? So take this one north as well. There we go. Squoze yelling proudly. And there we go. We're waiting for that 90 print. Do we get the resting order? Not quite yet, guys.
That's not all of it, right?
No. I'm still holding, baby.
There you go. Yeah. Don't ever short this guy. Come on, man. Not Sharif. He's gonna. No.
What happened?
I don't know what these guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Why would they even think about shorting you?
I don't know.
That's not cool.
Me.
No, you're gonna short. You're gonna flex on them. That's what you're gonna do, and that's what you're doing right now with Tesla. You got your next exit too, right?
Yeah, I'm sitting there. No, I'm sitting there still. I haven't got the print yet. Not
That's
right,
guys.
there. I think I'm sitting at 93. So
yeah, you guys talked your nonsense, and now he's flexing on you guys. All I'm gonna do is shake my head at you guys. All right, nice little bounce here. This is what I need to figure out whether this is gonna be the trade that I want to work with on the futures or not. This is the bounce we need. Let's see how strong of a bounce it is. Remember, we had 80 marked off earlier. That's the break point for this little move here. Now we're getting the bounce. Great. How strong of a bounce is this? Is this going to be something that's going to hold up well? Ooh. Okay. That's a nice little cross down. That's a couple points, I think. Let's see if this holds up well. Obviously, there's some activity, some heavy activity that's willing to cross down back underneath 80. Let's see if we can actually get back down and hold on to this weakness. Because if we can, down we go, open up a short. Most likely on this, I'm going to use 90 as a stop, but it really does depend on how far of a bounce we get. As of right now, we've only bounced 2 or 3 points. That's not enough. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. I still like the idea of 80 short, though, as long as we get the failed bounce. And of course, Moderna is doing Moderna things here, still rallying off the 137. Now back at 138 towards the 138 half. That could be a strong move. Lows, barely a bounce here on lows, which is, remember, 206 means if we can get a break on the failed futures bounce at the same time lows breaks 206, I think 206 against, well, not going to be exactly 206, but most likely 206 half against 210 would make sense in terms of risk reward, because then I would go after 203 and change for the exit. Before now, we're waiting on that one. Tesla still going strong. You got your outs.
Yep.
You got your third out. Oh, not even 3. What is that?
Yeah, I'm
4?
taking baby outs here,
Okay,
man.
so he's taking baby outs. He's got like 4 or 5 outs now. Futures not really bouncing much, and this is what it's going to come down to.
Dan is saying I think the 3-year, 2-year auction coming in 1 minute here. So usually you get a bit of a spike at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
What time? Here it is. We did get it. Do we move up? We're moving down. What are we doing here on the future? Looks like we're curling up. We're definitely moving up on Tesla here as we dance back into the 90s, looking for that 188 take. It's probably time to set up another profit taker because these old man hands can't handle the heat. We'll sit at 15s. We're dancing with 188 now. Looks like here on Tesla, but the trend is in the right direction. So let's let this one run and not be as jittery Jerry as we have been in the past. Here we go up into the 10s, knocking on the door of 15s here. That's where I'm sitting for this profit-taking level as we dance with 188. Where are we on the future? Still below 13.8 though on the future. 798, 797, holding that level. You wonder if this is just a momentary retracement up on what is going to be a greater move down, you know, or is it a 13.8 hold? Who knows, right? It doesn't actually have to hold 13.8 to the T. We shall see there as we dance again with 90s here on Tesla. Arun.
Yeah, going through the chat.
What are they up to?
I don't know. They're just they're a lot of them talking about.
Someone telling me to channel my inner Arun.
Channel my inner.
Dr. J, channel your inner Arun, Sharif. Yeah,
Do it, bro.
I think that they mean be patient. I'm
Patient, yeah.
pretty sure that's.
Oh,
what they mean.
there is a comment in here which I found to be hilarious from JP Gerard.
What?
Don't get us too excited, man. With sarcasm.
Me?
Obviously.
Oh,
No,
you,
me,
because
with
you,
sarcasm.
you don't show.
I'm just
That's your modus operandi.
Listen, man, I'm not here to get you guys excited. I'm here to trade. This is how I
I'm
trade.
here
You
to
don't have to
yell.
like it. You don't have to like it. But this is how I'm doing it. So
I'm
there
here
it
to
is.
yell. He's here to talk.
I'm here to
talk
trade if
seriously.
there's a trade to be made. Right now, there's
Absolutely.
not for me anyways. This
All
is
right,
how I do
guys.
it. You don't have to like
AMD is
it.
at a critical level. I want to mention AMD 108 level. That is yesterday's close, and AMD has been quite weak. Sean has been riding that one short, but I want to say it is at an important level right now. Sean is getting out 108.40. So I'm assuming if it retraces back up to 108.40, you're going to be out. So here we go, dancing with this level right here. This I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, you can actually on the screen. That dotted line, I put that automatically. That's yesterday's close, and here we go. So bulls be made aware, shorts be made aware. Critical level here on AMD. It's been a nice ride south for those taking it. What's up with my Stressler trade? We still dancing at 70 pennies here, but I'm feeling less optimistic about this market bounce until I can see a 13.8 retake and a decisive one at that. But so long as we're dancing below 13.8 here on the NQ, it feels like just, you know, the first retracement on a bigger move down. 13.776, that is the low of day on the NQ. 41.75.50, the low of day on the ES. Mark those off. I always, I should say, trade big caps with one eye on the cap and one eye on the future because they tend to run together. You know, you have secular
We talked
days.
about this yesterday.
Yes.
In terms of weighting, right?
Yes. And
That's
the NQ,
why in the NASDAQ, yeah, exactly. Now, Microsoft and Apple heavily weighted in the NASDAQ. So if those two are moving, it's going to push the NASDAQ in a certain way because they have more influence in the NASDAQ, more than other stocks do, right? Going back, there was a trade, there was somebody that was talking about it, asking for my thoughts on the NASDAQ short. St. Louis Dave, about the short on the NQ. This goes back to what I was kind of talking about on the NQ earlier in terms of levels. 13,800 being the brown number it is. My only concern with 13,800 is that 13,750. The reason being, on that day where we rallied strong, this was Thursday, I remember this very well, where we rallied strong, that consolidation, this is on a 30-minute chart, by the way, the consolidation point, the low point of that consolidation before we continued for the second leg of that was 13.75. So if this is going to be a consolidation point on a very strong day, that means there's going to be some volume here. That's my concern with a move down. NASDAQ has some strength left in it. So if you are looking for a short, just be aware that you're going to be running into some action here going back to Thursday that could potentially stop this move down and potentially turn. That's my hesitation with the NASDAQ. S&P is a little bit different. S&P got below that 4180, has some space down to 4160, so I think it'll be a little bit more comfortable. Not that this short won't work out. My concern is what are we running into immediately after that 13,800 break? Now, this could work out stellar. We break 13,750, and we have a clear line down towards 13,650 if we were to break down through there. But I would want everything to line up, and I think I've been saying this the entire time, is that I want everything to line up here before I jump on board. That trade has potential. It's just a matter of what are we going to run into, and that's my concern. Going back to Thursday, when I'm drawing levels, I'm always looking where the market hesitates, that means it's spending time deciding whether it wants to go through there or not. That is valuable information in terms of where the support resistance levels are going to be. And on a strong rally, any sort of consolidation point where we really did try to go down, we spent a good, what is this, from 11 o'clock until about 2 o'clock, trying to go up and couldn't go down either. So we really did kind of put in some volume here in this area. So the low point being 750, I would pay attention to that as the bottom end of the range if you are looking at a much larger time frame and much larger range. This is multiple days going back to Thursday, so you're looking at least 4 days worth of trading, and that's for me the range bottom. So when we come down to here and I start to see signs of a buy, I'm almost looking at your Tesla going, that's a terrific pickup.
Yeah,
right?
See, if it continues here.
If this holds, Tesla holds,
That's the
then
thing.
you're essentially sitting near the bottom end of a range.
That's the thing.
Looking to play back into the middle, which is going to be a terrific play if you can find it.
If it's a great entry if we continue long. We've been doing the dance with 188 on our friends Tesla, but it's really been the dance that the the NQ has been doing with 13.8 going back here. Where do we start this little dance? 12:40, so the better part of half an hour. Here we go, 188 gets taken again on Tesla. Do we run up? We're running close to my entry there, and I get to fill again, Arun, and we're going to spin the money again on this one as it runs back up above 188. Again, we're looking for a 189 retracement. That was the level that it did its little dance with earlier in the day before the breakdown, and that is yesterday's close, and that's why I had it earmarked. I always earmark out the close of the prior day, and it's an interesting level for me.
Moderna.
Moderna is an absolute rocket, isn't it?
The smallest sign of a turn in the futures market, Moderna goes from 137 to 139.50.
Oh, baby.
The smallest sign. If you're talking about relative strength, this is it. When the market was going down, it barely moved down. When the market barely turned up, it continued its rally. Essentially, now we're looking at 140. That 138 is clear. That was a straight shot right through there. I was like, maybe there could be a turn if the market stabilizes. Market looks like it's kind of catching a bid. Moderna's already gone. Man, this was brought to my attention at 135.
I talked about it on Sector Watch at 1040. I didn't know why it was moving.
Sorry, bro. I was watching a show. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I didn't know why it was moving. And again, my news blotter is messed up, so can't find all the right information. Looked on Icon, couldn't see anything. But say it again, Pradley.
What's that?
Probably sympathy off of Pfizer. Pradley saying. It's possible, man. Hey, very well could be. It's actually up more than Pfizer, to be honest with you. But Moderna. Chat, if you know why Moderna's up, give me a tag there. Let me know. I looked earlier. Let me look again. Maybe it's updated because Moderna is an absolute rocket.
Wasn't NDAX up big the other day?
Here we go. Not seeing any company-specific news, and that came in at 103. That was literally 5 minutes ago. So maybe we'll find out that some hedge fund or someone's
That's always
buying.
the case, right? Like 2 days later when they have to disclose, it always happens. Like, you were saying this morning with Kathy Wood.
Yeah, she doesn't actually have to.
Palantir?
Yeah, she does it just because she's transparent, but she's not
Or it
following
helps her position.
any regulatory
Or it helps her
requirement.
position.
Oh, it does. Yes, absolutely,
Right?
because she has a cult following.
Right? If somebody big says, I bought this stock, and everybody else who wants to copy is going to now buy that stock, it helps her position.
Right? So. Arun, we're $1.50 in the money here on our friend Stresla.
Hey man,
someone asked me why I call it Stresla. Actually, Luca, shout out to Luca, the Italian trader. He used to call it Stresla, and I'm stealing that from him, and I'm stating that widely open here on the record. That is Luca's term. But I've adopted it, and I think it's apropos because, there you go. Apropos, baby. I've used that one before, but we're going to let that slide. I think it is appropriate. Brendo, you did him dirty there, Randy. Oh, that was Pradley. Okay. They got a shot of Brendo eating up there. Poor Brendo.
No, man.
They did Brendo
that's
dirty.
That's a Fahad move. You don't pull that, Brad. Come on, that's a Fahad move.
You don't even know what Pradley is cooking up back there. He's going to have some. I'm not going to ruin Bradley's surprise. I'm not going to do that.
Is that happening today, though? Is this
I don't know when it's going to be. We haven't. Funding hasn't been secured yet on that, but we're working on it. He's working behind the scenes, Bradley, looking to embarrass us. Though I'll put that out there. Put that out there.
Where is Fahad?
He's working overtime.
Fahad's moved on to better things.
Feifei?
Yeah.
Feifei, yeah, he's on.
He's
Fahad's moved on.
he schooled all of us, and he's like, you know, I'm out of here.
Bro, he like from what I hear, he can drop threes from wherever in the gym. He can dunk on.
We probably
whoever
saw
he
the
needs to
basketball
dunk
net
on.
over there. We're wondering where the ball's coming from. That's Fahad shooting it from his house. But yeah, no, he's moved on to better things.
Yeah,
He's now we've got.
And he's always got a.
Brad.
He's
He
always
always
welcome
comes in.
back
Yeah,
here.
he
He's
comes in
always welcome
whenever,
back here.
whenever.
Yeah, absolutely,
So-
Feifei, baby.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, yo, if you're gonna come back in, you know you gotta, I'm gonna miss some of your smack talk. You gotta bring it. He's like, yo, anytime,
But there's a lot of
anytime.
dynamic people don't know about you and Feifei is
What's
that
that?
Feifei would basically set up the meeting in the morning because you do the future every day at 9 o'clock.
Oh, yes,
and it's
yes,
Fahad who, when you log in, he talks smack to you. And
Everyone's
the keyboard.
wondering, that's the thing too. Everyone doesn't understand the background.
Yeah.
So everyone's like,
That's what
when
I've
me and
explained,
him or him and I are talking on camera, and we're just talking nonsense to each other. There's a history behind that.
Exactly.
Because every morning when I show up at 9 o'clock to do the 9 a.m. update, there's a couple minutes. Where Fahad and I just go back and forth with our trash talk before Brendan comes in.
Yeah.
So that just continues on camera. That's essentially it.
Yeah. It's a good dynamic there. And yo, he can antagonize a nun, bro. All right, like he can get, you know what I mean? All right, guys, we are moving up here on a friend Tesla as we are knocking on the door of that 188.60. I'm looking for 189s, guys. 188.86 is the high of day from yesterday. It's an area that we danced with all morning. There's the breakdown area, likely to be an area of resistance. But if you're looking for another level, if yesterday's close doesn't quite impress you, there is VWAP just south of 190. It's at 189.84, so essentially 190. As we break through 60s there, where is the print taking me? Where am I sitting there? I think I'm about to get filled. If we get some continuation into the 70s, I'm sitting just in front of that $0.75. And there's the print again, Arun, as we move up on our friend Tesla, almost $2 in the money. We're going to wait on this one. We're letting it go north, baby. Tesla holding that 187 like a glove, and the futures cooperating, taking us back above 13.8.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I mean, I can see the excitement. I'm just sitting at this. I'm just sitting. Someone's asking me like, Arun, are you ready to take any trade? Oh boy, if you only knew how I traded. The answer would be no. And that's a lot. That has a lot to do with it also why I'm probably the worst person to be on camera.
Let me see this.
What's that?
Why did it just drop $1 like that? That's not a
Moderna?
market. That's not a market move at all.
Moderna?
Yeah.
Moderna's doing Moderna things. Leave it alone, man.
I know.
It's doing what, I mean, after
Can
a
I
move
tell
like
you a little
this,
story
it's
about
going to do
this?
its own thing. What's up?
I have evidence too.
All right,
This
all right.
phone here
Yes.
contains evidence. I traded this stock in 2020 at $37.
Okay.
Show you. Hold on.
And then you traded all the way up?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
You were waiting for some good hook
I was
there.
like, oh, I traded at $37.
Just the fact that I
and
traded
then
at $37.
I was still trading it at this much.
Here, where is this? No, this is, right there. First one, Moderna Inc. Look at what that is, 168 weeks ago, okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, $31. Took
$21.45.
$21.45 to $31.25.
And so you took $10 on it.
On like, I think 15 shares, 10 shares?
Whatever, but you took 50 or $10
it
on the
was like,
trade.
you don't really understand technicals and stuff back then. You're just like, okay, well, I didn't. I'll speak for myself.
This goes back to what I was saying. It's like
This
back
was-
in 2020,
Yeah.
21,
And
you just got to
have
show
to
up.
punch in.
You just got to
you
show
just
up.
have to punch in.
You just got to show up.
You think that you read a couple of books or you take a couple of courses and you've got the thing down pat. Sadly, it's not that easy. Here we go again, Arun, back 188.70s, 188.80s. We're knocking on the door of yesterday's close again, guys.
Show me how the money is made.
We're knocking on the door.
Show me how the money is made.
We're $2 in the money now, Arun.
There you go, man.
That's how that is. So let's let that one go and see what's up. I'm not going to take out any more. letting this one run, guys. Great trade so far.
How are you gonna? Oh, better question. How are you gonna manage this?
The manage. Okay, so now I'm going to take a page out of your book here.
Before you continue, I feel like this is going to be important because a lot of people, when they're in the money like this, they're always thinking about how they're going to book profits, but not necessarily how to trail.
You're talking about trailing stocks.
Trailing the
Thank
stock,
you.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so looking at the chart, there is this an obvious like action area right over here. You want to say it was, you know, coiling up to break 188. We danced around it, so I'm going to say I probably have a trailing stop at 187.75. What are your thoughts about that? Have
Makes
a look.
sense to you. I haven't seen the 187.75.
Yeah, you have maybe even a little bit lower, 187.50.
Yeah.
And the reason is because you have a lot of this action over here. So if you're looking for a natural area of support, I mean, this is the area here, and we have a lot of outs there for that exactly that reason, because I spent a lot of time there.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense to me.
Okay, so we'll see what this one does. But ultimately, I got to tell you the truth. I should be out of everything here because I was talking about getting in here and it was a $2 move. Mm-hmm. The idea was to take $2 on this, and I kept saying it was going to be a retracement into yesterday's close. And it did exactly just that right now. And it's finding resistance right there at that 189 or that 188.86. So I'm playing, I'm like living on borrowed time right now because, you know, ideally, I'd like a breakthrough through 189, maybe a 190 test to ruin. We have VWAP.
Sometimes, though, it makes sense to do that thing exactly, which is get it out. And then if we end up breaking through that 190 again, because like you talked about, that 189 has been a problem, right? Even on the way down initially, 189 to 190 has been a little hot, right? So if you knew this was a problem and there was no real way of trailing this, then you can just get it out, and once it clears 190, you get it back in. That way, the problem area is kind of out of the way, and then you can continue on with the rest of your trade.
Right.
Right. So it does make sense to potentially get it out all. I don't say that a whole lot often. I always want to trail it, but at the same time, in certain situations, you can make that exception just because the risk reward. Think about it. It's going to have to spend a ton of volume to go through the next dollar. And in that,
well, that's the thing. Yeah.
In that situation, you also have to give up $1 to trail it. So the odds aren't really in your favor, I would think, because of the amount of volume that it needs to cross through. Now, of course, it can, but I think the safer bet would be to tighten things up a little bit.
Does any part of your analysis and consideration take into consideration the movement on the futures, specifically the NASDAQ? Like, does the fact that we're curling up aggressively off that 13.8 on the NASDAQ, is that like, oh, let me factor this in to the Tesla move?
I would, typically, but Tesla's done its own thing today.
It has a little
right?
bit.
When you have a stock that's actually in line with what the way the futures is moving, then you can make the move as the futures market bounces. Because if I was long on something that was actually near the bottom end of the range and was bouncing just like the futures, I would not touch it.
Okay.
But Tesla, on the other hand, has done its own little moves.
It has,
right? In the last couple of days, it's done an aggressive move, and now you're getting a nice little bounce back up from that low at the same time the futures bouncing back towards or off its range low. But as strong as that is on Tesla, we still have to get through that 189 through 190, right?
Yeah, we do.
And we don't know how long that's going to take. We don't know how much of a retracement that's going to be required to keep the trend intact.
Right.
So the safer bet here would be to profit take and then re-enter if 190 ends up breaking. Because at that point, at that point, you're like, the confirmation's in that the trade is good, the futures market's there, and now Tesla's cleared its resistance, and now we can take a shot at 193 on the high. Speaking of which, with the strength here, lows could potentially be on the table here.
Oh, baby.
For a long, remember, 206 was supposed to open up the short. Now I'm thinking 2075 to open up the long. So we're going to say this is going to be the dead zone in the middle. Above here, I could work a long. Below here, I could work a short. Futures market should line up at that point by the time we break either side. So let's see if lows is going to be something that we can work with.
Okay. Shout out to Renata. She said, I wish I traded Tesla. Okay. Renata Haddad. Good friend of the shows. And
does Renata not trade Tesla? Or no
access? She does. She trades Tesla.
It's just a mistrade.
Trading Baba. I know she's been on AI, Baba. A lot of New York stocks, Renata. What's your obsession with New York stocks lately? AI and Baba. No, I'm kidding, of course. All right, yeah, we're dancing with 189 right now. In fact, we're kind of rejecting off it here as we find a bit of a top right now on the future 13813. We've kind of slowed down in our ascent up on the futures 13818. That was the top, the local top there, as we retrace back down on Tesla into the $0.75 area. So we'll see what this one brings.
You got it all out? No,
I got a lot of it out. I had one more profit taker waiting here. Just, you know, we're dancing with 189. I don't wanna paper hand this trade, right? I have my out is going to be 187.50. I've got the majority of the shares out. I only have this much amount left.
But you do realize that paper, like the idea of paper hands, only makes sense if there's no structured reasoning behind it.
No, this was structured. You got
that's what I'm saying.
It was a
Like,
$2 goal to begin with, and yeah, I think I'm.
To me, when I hear paper hands, it's all like an emotional move, right? It's an emotional reaction to what the market's doing. I feel like you've got a pretty good handle on how this.
Yeah,
this stock's
I want
been
to see
moving.
if we break 189. Like it was obviously we need futures continuation. We'll see what happens here. What else is moving, guys? Put some stuff in the chat. CWBR says. Can't even read that name. Okay, let's have a look. CWBR. CWBR. What is this stock all about? Oh, it's only up 300%. Okay, so let's talk about this only up 300%. Oh, baby, what a rocket this one has been. Wakes up at 8 a.m., probably a news headline at 8 a.m. And then, what's it start off the day at? $2. We got to 645 high. This one is all sorts of strong. We talked about this one earlier, but it should have been an absolute rocket. Look at the move. This is the 5-minute on CWBR. Let me actually throw in the ticker there, CWBR, CWBR.NQ. Yeah, a lot of volume showing up at around 1 o'clock. It really starts squeezing there. What's the short float on this? Let's have a look here, CWBR, the short float, negligible, 1.13% according to Trade Ideas, with a float, an actual float of 38 million. So not too big. But not micro float either. But what a fantastic trade. It's been very spready from what I can see here. 15 penny, 16 penny spread at the moment. Not really what you want to see from a small capper. A little too dangerous for my blood. I'm embroiled in this Tesla trade. I'll continue to watch this.
Why are you always embroiled in stuff, man? Come on, bro.
I know. I'm always getting myself into trouble, bro.
Embroiled in controversy all the time. All the time.
Did you get in trouble in school? You did? What?
Maybe.
What are we hiding here, man? We're talking about grade school. You weren't much of a talker, I'm assuming. You didn't get in trouble for talking, did you? Because you're not. I don't see you getting in trouble.
No, you know what it is? I was.
You were a talker?
Yeah.
Really? It strikes me, okay.
No, because there has to be a transition at some point where you realize this is too far.
Okay.
So that's where I went in the opposite direction. I'm like, you know what? Not all the time, maybe. But that's why when Fahad was talking nonsense, I was like, oh, this feels natural. I know how to play this game.
Chirping right back.
Yeah, I know how to play this game. But then I'm just like, no, I can't. This is not like this. It just, you know when you go down a road, you're just like, it's so natural that you don't realize half the things that you're saying. And it's not a good thing. Yeah. And that's where I'm just like, you know what? No.
Well, because you just start freestyling. Because the person in front of you is, talking nonsense. You start talking nonsense. But yeah, man, I used to have my grade 8 French teacher. Shout out, Mr. Manahan. Yeah, that's a big shout out there. He used to call me the Wanderer, because I go from table to table talking to different groups of people rather than working and doing schoolwork.
In class?
Grade 8. And he'd yell out, would the Wanderer please return to his seat? Because I'd be talking up a storm everywhere I went, man. You know what I mean? And I brought that to the show. What's that?
Social butterfly right here.
I was, man. At the expense of grades. It wasn't until undergrad that I really started belting down and got good marks. I didn't even get good marks in high school. Nope.
Oh, you made it to undergrad, though.
Oh, yeah, made it to undergrad, and it wasn't right away either in undergrad.
Damn.
Yeah, no, it took a little bit of time, but I ended up killing it. But, it took a lot of time.
Look at you. You're here now.
Yeah. All right, guys, 189. Still knocking on the door from the south side. What's up, Sean? Sean, PLTR long, baby. Okay, let's get to that. Negotiators meeting on the debt limit has now ended. We know that aides to President Biden are meeting with the negotiators and aides to the congressional representatives. I'm assuming they're meeting with the Republicans because it's the Republicans that are holding this up. So here we go. Market news, Tesla dancing with the market, 188.50. We're holding. PLTR, you heard my man Sean is in this. Let's have a look at our friend PLTR. Sean just got 71s right now as it curls. 1265 breaks VWAP, finds a base. Neil would call this getting this on the backside. This is the curl down, the bottoming out, and here comes the curl. VWAP hanging out at 87s, but you have a 1342 high. So possible, really good possible retracement into there. We'll keep an eye on our firm Palantir. It has been all sorts of strong today. But Tesla now, Arun, this may have been one of those trades where you were right, where I should have gotten everything out at the top, as we now have given back about 80 pennies off that top, 189. We are now down into the 188 and a quarter as we do a little bit of a dance with that. We shall see where we end up. The NQ still holding up, though, should be said. Really not rejecting down into that 13.8 quite yet. 13.813. Still dancing around.
Yeah, I was going through.
What's the chat up to?
Yeah, I was talking about looking at the chat. It's like, oh, that's crazy. One guy says like, that's crazy. I didn't finish high school, but I do what you do. That's the thing about trading. There's different levels of it. And if you're a trader, you don't like textbook education can only take you so far.
Yes.
A lot of trading related education is going to be on the fly stuff. You just got to be able to adapt and just learn. It really, I mean, textbook education, like I said, it can only take you so far. It's all theoretical. And when it comes to market action, it's legit. How are you going to handle yourself when certain things happen? You don't need all that extra education for that. And as I say, that futures market, nice little crackdown. What is that? 5 points?
Tesla's rejecting.
Yeah.
Back into 187.
A nice little move back down on the futures as a whole. They did not like that. This is good. Remember, we were looking for how strong of a bounce is it going to be. Clearly not that strong, and they're still willing to sell it aggressively. We've still got lows on the table for potentially that 206 break. Futures market south of 4180 on the table, and then Tesla 186 on the breakdown. That 189 that you were talking about,
should have just gotten everything out there.
It's not necessarily about just, at some point, most of the time you're going to want to manage it, obviously.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to weigh the whether managing it makes more sense given the current conditions, or just walking away and then coming back in later makes more sense, right? I think Tesla at 189,
I'm out.
Given how it traded, I think with the futures market as a whole too, there's a chance that this wasn't going to go well. So here we are, nice little move to the downside, and futures market not looking pretty weak. I think we could open something up here fairly soon. All right, what are you guys talking about? If you look at volume profile, you would trade better. I do have that up, so it's just not on the screen. Thank you, Nick. It does, and overall for everyone, volume makes so much more difference in charts, because think about it, when it comes to just charts, you only see where the opening, the closing, and where it kind of, if you're using candlestick charts, you see where the high-low points are and the middle. But I think, here, let me pull up another chart here. I've got e-signal here. Let me get a chart for you guys just to break down a chart, just to show. I know volume profile comes in so many different ways, and I do use it. Let me change the chart type, because what you're going to see here is going to be something that could be useful. Maybe you guys can find a way to make use of this. Different platforms have different things. This is loading, by the way. Essentially, what I have here now is some version of volume profile, but this is just quantified, right? This tells me every level what the action is on either side. And right now with these crosses, you can see how the volume is coming through, right? And this is how I use when I'm looking at volume and tape. I also use this to figure out where the volume is And that's why when a lot of stuff needs to line up, it's not just charts, but also volume and how I break down volume. So as you can see, anything on the left is everything hitting the bid, so sell side action, everything on the offer, or on the right side is the buy side action. So you'll see certain areas have more volume than others. And this is what I pay attention to when it comes to kind of making sure the right levels are in play. This futures market. Okay, so we're much closer to lows now. Lows opening the 206 lows. Lows opening the lows, okay. 206 lows. Quickly, I want to take a look now. I've shown you guys that. Take a quick look at NASDAQ, because has the NASDAQ taken the 750? No. No, that's S&P. NASDAQ. NASDAQ hasn't taken the 750. We're getting closer, okay. We're getting closer for that. Lowe's is there. Moderna's still strong. I don't want to touch Moderna just because Moderna's been the stronger one, so we know relative strength is there. AMD, some of the weaker names. Let's take a quick look at stuff that's been running. That is now weaker. AMD. Okay. AMD's going to need to go against 110. 108 could actually work out well. Maybe. Okay. NVIDIA. Stuff that's been weak. Oh, NVIDIA 306. Okay, let's get that one in there. NVIDIA 306 on the potential breakdown. AMD, Amazon. Amazon 115. I need on Amazon for the short. I'll leave that one there. What else do I have? Google. Google near the bottom. I don't want to touch this. The reason I don't want to touch this is because there's not much left here in terms of breakdown on Google. There's actually support down here. So I'm not going to go for a short or start a new short when I know there's a resistance level or support level right here. So we're going to leave Google alone. We're going to work the rest. Shop, no, I've noticed that is down 4% on the day, or 3.9. Ooh, Shop. Okay, I like this. So the reason I would like certain stocks in terms of breakdowns over others, one, how much space we have to move, and two, how tight of a range it is before we get the break. The tighter the range, the better the break. So here we are kind of moving on through 59.5. Wow. Yeah, if you just cross down, man.
Wow.
Something was said because it was moving aggressively.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably the debt ceiling stuff. There's probably
Well, it's definitely that, but something was said related to that, right?
Brendo has the, Brendo, is there anything on Twitter? There's nothing. Okay, Sean's saying there's nothing. We'll find out. I mean, who knows? But I'm happy I got a Tesla where I did. Look at that big huadunk right back through 187 like nobody's business. The low of day, Arun, I'm sure you already know this, but I'll mention it again. 186.07, the low of day on our friend Stresla. That was made right at the bell. It touched that level, then it rocketed up to basically 193. And a stair step back down. We caught the 187 bounce into 189, and that was all she wrote on that. What else is moving? OCEA is in a current state of huadunk. 1125 rejection, looking to hold 975. That's VWAP. You don't see it here, but that is where VWAP is. My initial entry on this one, this was another winning trade for me. So three trades today. 2 winners, 1 loser. 1 loser on plug, winner on OCEA and Tesla. This was my entry on OCEA. We got it all the way up, and then we never took anything out from here. This was the fat-fingered mistake where I added by accident, and then I had to get out, and I wasn't able to take the 11 break, sadly, but ends up being a profitable trade. Nonetheless, reverse huadunk, what's happening? Sean wants a reverse huadunk. What? We need a name for that. Something that like rockets to the high side. I don't know. Let's channel your inner creativity here. What kind of noise or word could we use for a reverse huadunk? And in case you don't know, huadunk means tanking, the downside. Let's go, chat. We want to.
You couldn't go into your British library and figure it out, or your dictionary and figure it out.
No, this is like, we're making up words here. There's nothing, we're not looking for anything like...
You're usually pulling words out of the British dictionary.
No, huadunk is like a...
No,
noise
but I'm saying
up.
typically.
Yeah. No, in this case, we're trying to keep it light. Not actually anything.
Okay.
Real word here, you know?
Figure that out.
Quazoom.
Quazoom.
Quaboom. A quaboom I like. What do you think about quaboom, Sean?
Think about...
Max doesn't like it. Max shaking his head. Is that what you put in the chat? I just read it. I didn't even look who put it in the chat. That is what you put in the chat. I didn't even see that. Quaboom. Kaboom. Yeah, kaboom. Kaboom. Chill vibes. Kwazunk. Wow. Kwamoon. Moon. Okay. Because it's mooning.
Boom shaka.
Going to the moon. We opened up a bag of worms here.
Yeah, you did.
A
That's
can
on
of
you.
worms, a bag
That's
of worms.
completely on you.
A bag of worms.
While we're going through that,
Boom.
Henry, I know you've been asking what chart was that. It's I'm using this one was eSignal. It was the volume delta chart on eSignal that I was showing you guys in terms of volume and stuff. But yeah, going back. What is this?
Chat stays
Kaboom.
The chat stays
Shrek to the
undefeated,
upside.
my friend.
Hadouken.
Hadouken,
There
yeah.
you go.
Hadouken is copyrighted.
Oh, that is. I was gonna say that's.
And
yeah, okay.
Sonic Boom probably is copyrighted.
Yeah, well, it's 2 words, but.
Kind of hard to copy that, right? Because it's the Sonic Boom.
But
you can't really copy.
It doesn't have to refer. It doesn't have to refer to
very
Street
true.
Fighter because Sonic Boom is actually a scientific.
Exactly,
term,
that's what I'm
right?
saying. Yeah.
There you go.
Did you play Street Fighter? Yeah. So yeah, who was your go-to person? Blanca.
Yeah. Yo.
Yeah.
Blanca.
Okay. I'm a Ken Ryu type guy.
Yeah, you're basic.
Basic, yeah.
Yeah.
Who else do I know how to use? Saget, because he has a lot of the same moves.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Was it Zarif? Was it Zarif? The big guy.
Zangief,
Zangief.
the USSR guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dalsum is off. Yeah, Dalsum, he's a cheater, bro. I can't just disappear like that. What kind of nonsense is that?
Who's this?
Dalsum. He disappears and his arms go all the way across the entire screen. Yeah.
Oh, with the long arms.
Fire.
Yeah.
Flame. Yeah.
He
Dalsum.
disappears. I thought it was his arms just
He
extended.
can disappear, the punk. Yeah, he can disappear. He breathes fire, Shot says. Yeah, Ooga fire, Ooga flame.
Oh, so it was like, come play Tekken with me. Have you played Tekken?
No, I'm a Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat, I played a little bit more.
I only played with the King. I'm sure
yeah?
Lone Sophos knows. King. It had to be King. He was like this half tiger or lion? I think it was the tiger. Half
really?
tiger.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was
No,
pretty cool.
I haven't played Tekken.
Tekken.
No, Street Fighter for me, man. We used to have like tournaments, sleepover tournaments. Oh my goodness, it would get serious and feelings would be hurt and lots of stuff. A lot of fun.
You know what's funny? I also got not recently, but when Mortal Kombat, the latest one came out for
PS5?
yeah, for the PS5.
Yeah, okay.
I got it. Like,
Did you?
I got it just because
Okay.
I'm like, oh, it's new.
How is it?
I played it like 2 times.
No good, eh?
It's so complicated.
Really?
Remember, it was like arcade is just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a few
yeah, yeah.
buttons. Now it's just so complicated with the moves.
Oh, yeah.
There's
You
so
have
many moves. I
combinations
can't learn them
together.
all.
Yeah. I know.
But yeah,
I don't know what that is. What kind of currency is that?
Which one?
Right there in the super chat.
I think that's
44.
is that rupees?
Is that rupees?
I don't know.
Proudly. Proudly usually knows. But yeah, thank you, Shubham. I don't want to butcher your name. I can't say your name. Will Dow recover? The Dow has been underperforming. No question about that. Let's pull up our friend the Dow. We have indexes over here, and I use INDU. So we'll look at the index. Okay, we're not going to look at the future.
FIFA tournaments.
INDU. Oh, FIFA tournaments were serious as well. Dow Jones Index. Let's go to that. Let's go to the daily. It has not been a really good year for the Dow. To be quite honest with you, it has been an underperforming. Are we on the daily? Yes. It's been an underperforming year for the Dow so far, especially when you compare it to the S&P and the NDX. Look at this. This is sideways movement. This is the beginning of the year right here, January 1st. Let's put in a horizontal, vertical trend line, excuse me, so you guys can see where the beginning of January is. It's right there. And look at that range. 34,250 to the high side, and except for this little bottom here that we had mid-March, the range has been 32,750 to the downside, 34,250 to the high side. Even except this area. You know, you've had good days. Walmart reported, lifted it. Lots of different names for the Dow reported, causing some volatility. But how you feel about the Dow lately? Very range bound.
I haven't looked at it actually. The Dow.
Very range bound.
Yeah, I haven't really been down that road.
It's not down on the year. The Russell, if you compare it to the RUT, the index, the Russell started the year outperforming the NQ, the NDX and the SPX, in fact. But now you'll have a look at the Russell. Here is the beginning of the year. Let's bring in that vertical trend line again. This is January 3rd was the first trade. Look at that. Look at the January that Russell had. It was an absolute rocket. And we were about to take August highs. We were really close. And then look at the relative underperformance the Russell, the mid caps have had versus the big cap led NDX. And Arun got into that with you guys yesterday. We started looking at the weighting of the big names on the S&P and on the NDX. And that's why the NDX has had the run it's had. And that's why the Russell's had the run it's had subsequent to that January boom. It's been bad from basically February onwards to the Russell. In fact, I'd be looking for lows here. 1650 to the south side. We touched that in June and again in October during some of the lows there, Arun.
Yeah.
Dan Emmons chiming in. NQ 13770 and ES 4169. This is the zone they trapped shorts on Thursday last week at Sharif, at Sean.
Yeah, and the fact that that 770 hasn't really taken out that 750 on the NASDAQ means that bottom is still intact. Even after all of this, the range bottom on the NASDAQ is still intact. So the chance of a bounce still available right here. Yeah, sure. Obviously, you're going to want some more clarity on how much of a bounce, but breakout points aren't happening until that 750 goes on the NASDAQ. S&P, different boat. It has already broken through 70, so that 80 break confirmed by 85, broken down to 70, now bouncing back to like 75, 76. That's all part of it. That's fine. But NASDAQ breaking 750 should open it up to the downside if we get that downside breaker.
And then Dan Emmons also coming in with a nice little tidbit of information saying, you know, when the 2-year is paying you an almost risk-free 4 points on your money, the Dow suffers. Because the Dow mostly blue chip names that you're not really going to see crazy volatility in. Most of the Dow chip names, would it be fair to say, are income paying?
Dividend paying?
Yeah, probably, because they're all
I have to look,
the way it's structured too, right? The way it's classified, I feel like I don't want to say because I'm not sure.
I have to look to see.
I thought they modernized how they choose the stocks that go in the Dow, but they may not have. They may just stick. They may have stuck with the original methodology.
Here's the 2-year. If you could come to my chart real quick, guys. This is the 2-year. This is the continuous contract on the 2-year Treasury yield. You'll see we spiked to 4.7 back early March, based out at 3.7, 3.6-ish, and we've been eking back up. You could make the case that this move back up is in relation to debt ceiling, the debt ceiling debacle, we'll call it that. And that, if this issue gets resolved, we'll see yields maybe curl back down. We've been hearing, more rumblings lately that the terminal rate is 50 basis points from where we're at. When did this start to come in? We were talking about rate cuts at the end of the year. All of a sudden, we're talking about 50 bips as terminal. So, so many things coming in here as a result of the debt ceiling debacle, and it's kind of throwing a curveball to the markets, but, probably short term. You got to assume it's probably short term.
All right. Market's bouncing, okay. No shorts just yet, okay. Tesla, still trying to get through that 188, okay. Futures market, well, the NASDAQ at least is making a move back up here. It's trying. Not getting that much further, though. All right, let me go through the chat because there's not a whole lot that I can say right now until this market makes a move either through 85 or one of these stocks make a move to the upside. 207.5 on lows, confirming the bottom end, or something else. I mean, how's that OCA? It came back down, right? It absolutely
broke down quite aggressively. Yeah, let's talk about it, because VWAP on OCEA was 970. It really broke through all the levels. You'll recall I got in 965, and it had held that level on subsequent dips. That's when that all went awry, and now it is making newer lows. Held 9, dipped right below 9. So if you got that dip right at 9, you held it back quite nicely. I think it gave you an opportunity for 40 pennies on that. That's a quick little scalp there. Good on you for that, but that's not really my style of trading. So I'm gonna leave this one alone, as it looks like it's in retracement mode now that it's below VWAP. I have a bit of a rule with these small cap cappers. I don't really long them, below VWAP, and I don't short them above VWAP.
What is your interpretation of VWAP? Like, why does that matter for you?
The reason I like it is because eyes are on it, algos use it, and I'm not talking about hedge funds in case of small cap cappers. I know they're not buying this and basing their price on the intraday VWAP, but I feel like a lot of eyes are on this, and because a lot of eyes are on it, becomes a, I don't want to call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, a group-fulfilling prophecy. Where you know, a lot of people use it, it's going to have importance.
Enough people use it and believe in it, it'll, like you said, it'll happen. It'll make it work. Same way fibs work, and same way other indicators work. We got a super chat there.
We did.
I'm still trying to guess the currency. He says from Israel. I might get this wrong. Is that shekels?
I don't even know what they use.
Or
in
am
Israel.
I thinking? Am I way off?
I don't even know. Where did you get shekels from? I just want to know.
It's just I don't know.
Why?
It is.
Shekels
Is
sound
it
biblical?
No, because I feel like that's the currency, but I just want to make sure. It is shekels.
It is.
Yes.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Okay, I thought it was, but I
Bang,
wasn't sure.
bang. Okay. Good for you. Yeah. Thank you very much for that 20 shekels. We didn't read the message. Dimels on fire. Dimels on fire. Don't mean to butcher your name there. Been watching you guys for a year now. Finally got my funded search trader account. Thank you for sharing your insight on a daily basis. Cheers from Israel. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for being a part of our community and show up every day. I hope we put on a good show for you and we give you insightful trades. We got the Fuge guy over here. He's been dropping dimes all day, guys. So tune in every day and make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, guys, tune in.
And share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
You know what you should have done? It was such a missed opportunity. You should have stood there and flexed on them. You should have done it.
I can't do that already.
You should have done it.
I feel like I rushed through that. I'm like, I'm eating my words. Why am I in such a rush to get it out there?
Because you just wanted to get it over with.
I know.
You just wanted to get it over with. You should have just been like, I don't even know what you said because I couldn't hear the audio on that.
I'm like and subscribe to the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Oh, too professional, man. You should have just flexed on him for a little bit. Be like,
you know what? Lucas spun the basketball. I can't do that. You know I can break dance though, right? You know I can do the windmill.
That's pretty cool.
I don't think I can do it anymore. But
I was gonna say, I'm like, you can do the windmill, but
let me
at
see
the
if I
same
can
time,
pull it up on
we
my
talk about
Instagram.
age. I don't know if you want to hurt yourself trying to do that right
now. Can I tell you something?
What's
I
up?
actually practiced a little bit for a little while, and I'm like, okay, I can get a little bit of it. I couldn't keep the rotation. Let me see if I can get on my Insta profile.
Who has the heavier one? While you're doing that, we're just talking about who has a heavier one-arm deadlift.
One arm. I don't even do one-arm deadlift.
I don't do one-arm deadlift.
I do dumbbell deadlift.
I'm gonna say you do, Bob, because I don't.
Yeah, geez, Bob, you're an OG.
Damn, Bob. Stronger than both of us.
Yeah, clearly. Here, where did I have it? I don't even know where it's on.
Of course your picture is you in a cutoff. Bro.
I'm at the gym here, man.
Oh. He's showing me his Instagram, and his Instagram,
I'm trying to
his
find,
profile
I don't even know
picture
where I
is him at the gym in a cutoff with his arms to his side.
Hold on,
and then he's on this camera saying he doesn't want to flex. Come on.
No, come on. I'm not
and then,
like that at all.
The very first picture I see on his Instagram is him flexing at the bottom of some sort of monument. I don't even know where that is. Where is that?
I'm keeping it off camera here because
you're off camera. Yeah. Obviously, you don't want people.
I don't know where I put it. Actually, I have to find that.
Okay, no, hold on.
Is it
go down. Now I'm very curious. No, go to your post.
Wait. I'm trying to find it. None of these ones are. No, that's not.
Go to your post.
Yeah, my post. Okay.
Okay, scroll down.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There's only 2 topless pics here, man.
No. Go up a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
This one here?
No, I'm just going through it.
Oh, this is my Nile cruise.
One. Keep going down. 2, 3, 4,
gym
5,
pics?
6, 7.
Oh, gym things?
8.
Oh yeah. This is
I
my
want to say
CrossFit
8
days.
of his first 14 pictures are all of
gym
him,
stuff?
Of him either in a cutoff or with no top on.
What?
Yeah.
Only 2 of them with no top on,
Dude,
and I'm at the beach.
The very
here.
first one is you flexing at the bottom of the monument.
This?
The very
I'm
next
not flexing. Put this on.
Put it on.
Put it on.
Put it on.
Oh, I closed it by accident.
Of course he did.
No, I actually didn't mean to. Bringing it back up. All right, hurry up and load. This is the picture they're hating on me for me, Randy. This is my country, man. I'm in my home here. Cut me some slack. It's hot. This is in the south of Egypt. It's like 35 degrees. Not even. There's no girls to pick up there, man. And this is me and Pradley. Pradley, look. Look, Pradley. Sean dropping hot lines. I'm not even going to see what he said. Say what he said.
All right.
Nah, man.
He's not flexing on camera for that.
We're canceling this. We're printing lows here on the NQ, though.
Just so you know, everyone saw your Instagram, by the way.
Yeah. My Instagram is.
Is it on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were trying to keep it away.
Show that takes me to the heart of the market every day.
Sean, that wasn't me, guys. That was Sean. But yeah. No. My Instagram is on there for everybody to follow. So, and best community. What's going on here, Sean? Oh, I used apropos earlier. I don't know. I hit that. I don't have one right now. You're putting me on the spot. Yeah, one will come, though. One will come.
It'll be something related to working out.
Be working, yeah, well. 13, 7, 6, 5, 50. The low of day on the NQ, and we are right back there, my friend. Very much close to that level again. The NQ's ill-fated 13,800 retracement was short-lived, Arun, as we retrace right back into lows.
Yeah, one of my charting software is just
it's messing up.
It's the one from this morning. It just it just stopped.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have an issue with this one today randomly.
Market not holding. No, it's not. Randy, RJ3, it's not. It's continuing to print down. I'm pretty sure you know that we have the debt ceiling debacle, I'll call it. And we got some bad news out there a moment ago, it looks like, with respect to the deal being made. You know, I was going to say President McCarthy. No, Speaker McCarthy coming out this morning, and it looks like he told his caucus that they were no closer to a deal. The market, ironically, didn't react at that time. This latest reaction, though, sent the market back south. Dan, NQ 13770 held again, and ES 4169 holding. Yes, I do see that. Keeping my eye on both the NQ and the ES. They're always on my side screen. We are decidedly red on both, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. We didn't talk about this Netflix, though. Netflix has been very, very weak today, guys. We have general market weakness, sure, but have a look at this chart on Netflix. This is the day we start out 9:30. We make a green to red move. 364 top, 354 right now. 354.31 is the low. So Netflix, all sorts of weak on the day. But the volume, though, very suspect on Netflix, 3.38 million shares.
You know, I saw Netflix later, but it was a little too late for me.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday we were talking about Netflix and someone brought it up?
Yeah.
And I made a horizontal marker at 364.
Yeah. Well, it touches it again today, so it's a
we were
perfect short.
underneath. It was a multi-day consolidation break that happened overnight. Then it rallied up to that 364 break point and then turned around. Like,
did it again.
This had to be done early, though, but that would have been the trade to make on Netflix because it was a multi-day consolidation that finally broke overnight.
Daryl Finch saying exactly what you just said. NFLX 364 was a major level. Yeah, I didn't look at the... come to the chart if you're able to here. Let's have a look at the half-an-hour chart. 364 on our friend NFLX. 364 here. A lot of dancing at 364. Yesterday, definitely 365 was a top. Then we get down into that 364 area. This is the half-an-hour chart. What's the daily look like? 364 on the daily. Don't see anything really here. Why is 364 such a good level? Let's go 10 minutes. I'm not really seeing the justification for this. 365 seems to be like the level, not 4, to be honest with you. But anyway, 4 rejects, and here, there's a little bit of action on 4 here. Yeah, definitely not a trade I would have seen, to be honest with you. But what else we got here? Apple, bit of a double bottom brewing here on our friend Apple. The 5 minute showing a nice double bottom on Apple. Let's bring this one in. Here is the 171.77 low, okay? And then you get a 171.90 low, so a higher low, double bottom. Look for the break of the neckline, 172.50. for confirmation break. But, you know, I wouldn't be taking Apple long on a day like this. And you have 172.70 as VWAP standing in your way, 173.38, the high of day. Apple's not what I'm going to be looking for long, but it is creating a bit of a double bottom here with the neckline looking to get tested at 172.50. Oh, what's this? Share your roid plug with us, Sharif. Sadly, I know that, you know, that's an easy fix for some people to kind of just dose and medicate, but that's not what I do.
From everything I've seen with this guy and how he's on top of his diet, there's no way.
No, that's not my thing.
No way.
It's not my thing. And my hormone levels are too important for me, especially at my age now, to mess around with them.
You keep talking about your age.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Keep bringing that up.
Yeah,
Bro,
I am old.
You don't look that age.
I know. Well,
Just let it be. Let people assume that you're much younger.
I don't
Just
care,
leave it,
bro.
let it go.
I'm an old man.
Let it go, bro.
But that's the thing, though. Like when you're younger, you have the opportunity to kind of heal from that. I don't know if you're going to be able to have that kind of opportunity later in life. What is this? Lila Nene. Lily Yanene? Lily Yanene. Keep it up. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Sorry I have to sound out these names, man. I mean, I don't have that ability. I kind of just read it first time. Arun, we're at interesting level here on Meta. I wanted to get your opinion on. We kind of made a 251.61 top. Okay. Yep. Meta was strong, and now we're at a crossroads again because we are at yesterday's close. In fact, we bounced off at 248.33. That's yesterday's close. We're holding it right now as a support level. What do you see on this? Maybe keep an eye on the market, right?
Well, here's the thing too, right? Like I like to play on the edges and not in the middle, and Meta's in the middle right now. So I think if we were to get underneath 247, I could probably open something up towards 245. So potential buy zone here, right? That's an option. Everything up here, it just gets messy. Try to stay away from messy things. So the flip side of this is if we were to take today's high of 252-ish, 251.70 something, if we were to get above there, or 60 something, if we were to get above there and fail that 250 break, then what you have is a sideways consolidation top and a bottom. So then you can work potentially something up here, but for that to happen, you need that 252 break to fail. So for now, essentially just working the bottom end, and then see if we can pick up a long through there and see if we can extend it. That's the only option I have on the table. Futures market clearly doesn't want to rally up, but at the same time, it is taking legs down. It's like one move, sideways, 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 and then all of a sudden a flash move back down, and then we go sideways again. That's what we're seeing here at 241.75 and change. NASDAQ still hasn't broken through that 750, I believe. It's still trying to get close through there. It's at 773. Still getting close, but we need that 750 to go. And when we do get that, it opens the door. I feel like this is going to be, the way the NASDAQ's setting up is going to be very similar to what the Netflix position looked like, where we knew what the level was supposed to be, then we come back underneath and we rally into it. If that happens overnight, there could be a decent move to short 750s going all the way up and see if you can't work it tomorrow if that ends up being the case. If we do rally through, or if we do fail through in the closing session in the next little bit, then this could open things up for the day down towards 13,650 and change. So let's see if we get that move. Oh man, all these super chats coming in with like currencies. Okay, no, I gotta get.
This is hilarious.
Okay, go.
Okay, so the first one, I gotta apologize to Never Leverland. You ignored my $20 super chat. So sorry. He sent another $2 one, and then I asked them. I'm not sure.
I see the super chat, by the way.
Yeah, here it is. So Bears versus Bulls sent it to me. He's like, I'm going to need one of you guys to rap.
It's gonna be
Kimmy. Can't you see? Oh no, you're always making money, and it hypnotizes me.
That's not what it says.
Yeah, I just had to freestyle.
Can't you see when you're making money? It hypnotizes me.
Yes, and he sent another one. Never Leverland. You didn't have to do that. Thank you very much for the super chat
Jennings?
Again. And then I can't.
That's a track I haven't heard in a while.
Eh?
The one, the Never Leverland. Great. He sent one?
I need a wrap, guys. Yeah.
Never, never. I can't even see the chat.
Hold
Where
on.
is it?
And then we have one more. I can't say this name. I'm sorry. And he's Moroccan. He's North African too. Shout out to the North African pride, but I can't say your name.
Okay, so the A is Australian dollar.
Okay.
I'm going to guess these currencies. Australian dollar. And then obviously it's the MAD is going to be from Morocco.
Yeah, it's obviously Moroccan, yeah? I just don't know how to say his name.
No, but what is the currency? The Moroccan what?
Dinar, I think. Moroccan dinar. Is it dirham?
Durham?
or
I was
dinar?
thinking Durham.
Yeah, it's probably one of the two. I don't know.
Moroccan dirham?
Or
I wanna say it's a
Moroccan
dirham.
currency. There we
It's
go.
2 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah, we'll send it over in a second. Moroccan dirham.
Durham.
Dirham.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm on fire today.
yeah,
I got
you
the
hit that.
currencies.
You hit that. Okay,
on-
thank you very much. She says, great show. Keep it up. Greetings from Morocco. Thank you very much. We love you guys. We are overtime, though, Arun, but you will be back the rest of the week, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Maybe it's right tomorrow.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. Still getting some comments coming through here. Lots of reporters on Twitter reporting on comments from McCarthy. Speaker McCarthy saying no additional talks are scheduled at this point, but the two sides continue to discuss certain things as far as getting a deal done